Chapter 1780. P.S. There was a mistake at the end, it was Nine Dragon King is back. He had gotten used to it. He collapsed. After losing the Inferno Heavenly God, the remaining people were in a panic. Everyone knew that the Nine Dragon King was back, holding the Dragon God scepter that only the Dragon God was qualified to possess. They had witnessed the terrifying power of the dragon race's #1 divine weapon. The Inferno Heavenly God, a 4-star heavenly god in his true form, couldn't withstand a single blow from the Dragon God scepter and was killed on the spot. What else could the remaining people do? The people present weren't stupid. This meant that the Nine Dragon King was back for revenge. In less than a moment, the people from the exiled heavenly palace ran away. No one wanted to die in the hands of the Nine Dragon King. If they didn't leave now, when would they? They wouldn't care about what would happen next. Their priority was to save their lives. What a tyrannical divine weapon! Lin Fei was also surprised. He had occasionally heard about the Dragon God scepter. It was the #1 divine weapon of the dragon race, and also the #1 killing weapon. Now, it seemed that this was true. Its power was terrifying. Master, his divine weapon is not bad. In terms of grade, it can reach the level of a mid-grade God King weapon. Only the strongest race can withstand the backlash. This Nine Dragon King is not simple. If we don't kill these people and let them spread the news, in less than a day, the entire Dragon God territory will know about this. Little Demoness ran out and said. Lin Fei was a little surprised. The strongest race of the dragon race was really not simple. A mid-grade God King weapon, they are really rich, their foundation is extraordinary. If I'm not wrong, the other strongest races might have 1 or 2 God King weapons in their hands, then the 8 major sects will also have the same. I have to go and collect more divine sparks. No matter what, I have to get a high-grade heavenly god divine weapon. Lin Fei thought to himself, then asked Little Demoness, if I get a top-grade heavenly god divine weapon, will it be able to fight against an ordinary mid-grade God King weapon? After Lin Fei saw the Dragon God scepter, he was even more afraid of the strongest races. To put it bluntly, the two of them aren't too far apart. The quality of his God King artifact is only mediocre. To put it bluntly, it's just something that he forged casually. There's no difference between a high-tier celestial god artifact and a middle-tier God King artifact. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. I want to prepare a divine artifact for God King Ron. Otherwise, I will really suffer a great loss. Your divine item is not bad. My eyes have been opened. Lin Fei put away the battle fort and smiled at Nine Dragon King. As expected of the #1 divine item of the dragons, Nine Dragon King was very proud. Many thanks for Master's praise. Although this thing is good, it will become an ordinary item in Master's hands sooner or later. In the future, I hope Master can also forge a suitable weapon for me. Nine Dragon King was proud, but he did not think that his Dragon God scepter was very awesome. These words left the 6 Dragon Kings at a loss. The Dragon God scepter was the #1 divine artifact, wasn't it good? Could it be that there was an even better divine artifact? No problem. Lin Fei readily agreed. The Raging Fire God is dead, and the remaining people are no longer a concern. It's time to release them. It won't be long before the nearby experts come to reinforce us. Speaking of which, he had grasped the opportunity well this time. With the Raging Fire God guarding this place, coupled with the formation, even a 5 or 6-star heavenly god might not be able to open it. Everyone knew the prestige of the dragon race, and no one was willing to offend the dragon race. Naturally, no one would come to the Banished Land. In addition, the Banished Land had been safe and sound all this time. The Banished Land's spirit array had not been fully activated. It was only the simple activation of the spirit array's spirit array that allowed Lin Fei to easily kill his way in. These 8 Dragon God Mountains are the core of the Banished Land's formation. As long as the 8 Dragon God Mountains are broken, the Banished Land will lose its seal and the people inside can come out. The other way is to go in and bring them out. Nine Dragons King said. The first method won't be easy. The 8 Dragon God Mountains were obtained by the first-generation Dragon God in a dangerous location. As for what materials they were made of, no one knows. Later on, they were used to create the 8 Dragon God Mountains and create a land of exile for experts. Lin Fei did not take these 8 Dragon God Mountains seriously at first. Now that he heard it, it was not right. It seemed to have a lot of background. Could it be some kind of treasure? With the Dragon God Scepter in your hand, you can't blast open the Dragon God Mountains? Lin Fei asked. It's difficult. 9 Dragon King shook his head. Rise for me. Lin Fei decided to give it a try. First, light beams filled the sky, and the densely packed attacks made one's scalp go numb. The Dragon God Mountains did not move at all, and there was no damage at all. Lin Fei activated his fusion, and 18 heavenly gods fused together. His strength soared to the 6-star heavenly god realm, and he turned into a giant. He grabbed the Dragon God Mountains with both hands, but he still could not move them. This time, Lin Fei was convinced. Have you scanned it yet? What the hell is this? Even I can't move it. Lin Fei dispersed his clones. He was very shocked. There was such a treasure in the world that even he could not move the Dragon God Mountains in the slightest. Yes, there's a result. This Dragon God Mountains is refined from a kind of top-grade material called magnetic million-weight stone. With your current strength, you can't hold it at all. I admire this first-generation Dragon God. He collected this kind of top-grade material and refined 8 Dragon God Mountains. It's really a big deal. Master, your luck is really good. This was the first time he heard this name. Is it useful to me? Lin Fei's eyes lit up. It's more than useful. For Master, this is a super good thing. The little demon said disdainfully, as long as Master can move the 8 Dragon God Mountains, and use a large amount of divinity points to use the system's refining system, it can help you refine a super killing weapon. Oh my god, super killing weapon, what kind of quality is it? Lin Fei was shocked. He almost suspected that he had heard wrongly. If the 8 Dragon God Mountains could be used to create a super killing weapon, the people of the dragon race would have already refined it. If it was someone else who said it, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. He believed the little demon's words without a doubt. It's easy for you to kill a divine king. You can think about it yourself. You should level up immediately. When you become a 9-star Empyrean deity, all of your Empyrean deity avatars will also reach the 9-star Empyrean deity realm. Then, you should be able to grab these 8 Dragon God Mountains. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. Can't Ron do it? The little demon said, no. Well, it seems that I still have to rely on myself. Lin Fei had never thought that he would find a treasure here, not to mention a super powerful killing machine. It would be very useful to him. The little demon was created by the system, and even he was full of praise for it, so it must be very good. Boom, boom, boom. Everything outside the exiled heavenly palace was shattered. There were 8 Dragon God Mountains. The land of exile was always sealed by a layer of sealing power. The people inside could not come out. The 9 Dragon King holding the Dragon God Scepter was equivalent to opening a back door of the land of exile. As long as one entered, they could open a space-time door through the first divine tool and come out. If he was alone, he would definitely not be able to support it. With Lin Fei's help, he could do it. Chapter 1781. The Dragon God territory was huge. When the land of exile was invaded, the eldest son of the Dragon God, Long Ikuan, was the first to know. He was currently on his way to the land of exile. Father is right. My 9th uncle is really plotting against those people. Is he trying to use those old monsters to make a comeback? Long Ikuan sneered. He didn't really care. Look at the situation. The Dragon God Scepter has appeared. If I can bring it back, I will definitely be the successor. The people around him didn't dare to disturb the first prince. Advance at full speed. Follow my orders. Gather all the experts of the Black Dragon Legion and surround the land of exile. They won't be able to escape. The Black Dragon Legion was the main force under Long Ikuan's control. As the eldest son of the Dragon God, he had the support of the Dragon King. He controlled a terrifying force. Otherwise, how could he compete with his brothers? Long Ikuan realized that this was an opportunity for him. As long as he killed 9th uncle and the traitors and brought the Dragon God Scepter back, the other 4 brothers wouldn't be able to compete with him for the position of successor. He could rely on this great contribution to settle the matter. The Black Dragon Legion arrived quickly. They immediately sealed off the area. Countless black dragons formed a killing formation that surrounded the 8 Dragon God Mountains. Your first prince, the formation is complete. Someone reported. Long Ikuan stood on the Dragon God Mountain and nodded in satisfaction. Once they come out, no matter who they are, kill them without mercy. This killing formation was one of the super killing formations. It was bought from the auction house of the World Chamber of Commerce. Just activating this killing formation required 100,000 black dragons, all of whom were rulers and above. The order was passed down immediately. Long Meng, Long Bai, follow me in. Long Ikuan wasn't satisfied with setting up the killing formation outside. He called his 2 trusted experts to enter the land of exile and kill them immediately. Understood. Long Meng and Long Bai were brothers who cultivated a combination attack technique. Their battle prowess was extremely terrifying. They were originally peak 5-star heavenly gods, and when they used this combination attack formation, their battle prowess was just barely at the level of a 7-star heavenly god. This was also why Long Ikuan dared to enter personally. This place really is a sealed land. In the banished land, the entire world was a barren wasteland. There were almost no signs of green life. Even the most common green leaves were nowhere to be seen. Other than the barren yellow sand, there were also barren mountains and bare, towering mountains. Lin Fei had already put away the battle fort and was flying in the sky. Between the sky and the earth, a sealing power was applied to his body, cutting off all connections. 9th Dragon King and 6th Dragon King's expressions were solemn. They had underestimated the terror of the banished land. I've still underestimated this place. Not only do we have seals on our bodies, but we're also shrouded in an endless gravitational field. Luckily, we're from the dragon race with strong divine bodies. If this continues for a long time, we won't be able to hold out. The 9 Dragons King sighed. This was also the 6th Dragon King's first time here. He was also quite shocked. If it weren't for you, 9th brother, I would have suspected that I would be stuck here forever. Lin Fei didn't care about the seal on his body. Power? His system had a large amount of divine power, so he wasn't afraid of exhaustion at all. Inside the banished land, he had the upper hand. The banished land is indeed not ordinary. Those who can be exiled here must be the top powerhouses of the Dragon God domain. Only they can survive in this place. You're right. Those without strength don't have the right to survive here. You guys are the ones who don't have the right to survive, ha. Suddenly, a cloud of yellow sand rose and turned into a world, falling down on them. This person is very strong. The 6 Dragon Kings opened their mouths and roared, spewing out dragon might at the yellow sand. However, the yellow sand didn't move at all, continuing to fall on them. What a big tone. Lin Fei laughed. This heaven and earth mystique was not bad, but it was still full of flaws in front of the system. He took out the heavenly deity saber and slashed at one of the spots. The yellow sand exploded. A middle-aged man in a yellow robe appeared in the distance. You're a powerhouse of the sand race. Why you here? The 6 Dragon Kings exclaimed. None of you from the Dragon Clan are good people. In any case, since you came in, don't even think about leaving. Obediently become my blood food. The yellow-robed middle-aged man shouted loudly. Yellow sand filled the sky as he disappeared. Brother Ditian, be careful. This person is a powerhouse of the sand race, and he's best at creating thousands of clones. He's already a 4-star heavenly god, and with his bloodline mystique, he can fight against a 5-star heavenly god. The 6 Dragon Kings warned. He also felt a bit pressured. Lin Fei was just worrying about how to make a move. Killing someone from the dragon race might make the other party unhappy. Once he heard that the other party wasn't from the dragon race, he didn't care anymore. I'll deal with this person. Boom, boom. 18 heavenly god clones soared into the sky, one after another, shocking the sand race powerhouse. The 18 clones entered Lin Fei's body, and their auras kept rising. He broke through to the 6-star heavenly god level in one go. Divine level blade slash. Lin Fei's heavenly god battle technique slashed at one of the clones, and his divine power slashed through the void. Patter! The two halves of the corpse fell from the sky, and blood dyed the yellow sand red. The heavenly god battle technique in Lin Fei's hand couldn't withstand the power and broke into pieces. He died just like that. The 6 Dragon Kings knew that Di Tian was very powerful. After witnessing the battle with his own eyes, he was completely shocked. This was too terrifying. The Sand Race powerhouse was good at hiding himself, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to find out where he was. Di Tian actually killed him with a single slash. Impressive, impressive. What a sneaky guy. Killing him is as easy as flipping my hand. Lin Fei moved the 2 halves of the corpse into the battle fort, where Hairball would be in charge of eating them. There were 56 godhoods in the storage ring. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This was a harvest. I have a use for the godhoods. You guys can split them. Lin Fei threw the storage ring to them and took the godhoods for himself. He used them to level up, and he was 1 step closer to leveling up. The 6 Dragon Kings were shocked again. They didn't expect Di Tian to be so generous, willing to share the rest of the items with them. The 6th Dragon King had his own pride. Normally, he wouldn't care about such things, but these were all in the past. After being constantly suppressed, his bloodline's cultivation resources were limited. Naturally, he was tempted when he saw the godhoods, but he was too embarrassed to take them. The 9 Dragon King accepted them without hesitation. 6th brother, he's a tycoon. He might not be interested in other things, but the godhoods are the only thing he's interested in. It's a waste not to take these things. With the 9 Dragon King's words, the 6th Dragon King also thought that his bloodline still had some godhoods. Should he trade them with Di Tian? Chapter 1782. Deep within the land of exile. Several divine senses emerged from the barren yellow sand, communicating with each other. That aura was so strong. Even though it's only the aura of a 6-star heavenly god, it's terrifying. Did another expert come? It doesn't matter if he's an expert or not. My people have already gone to deal with him. In this godforsaken place where even birds don't shit, we can't absorb immortal chi. We have to rely on God's stones to survive. Only a fool like him would go all out as soon as he entered. Haha, I knew you would send someone over. I've actually sent someone over as well. I wonder how lucky everyone is this time. Ha! Why don't we make a bet and see who wins? Let's bet. I'll bet 5 million inferior grade immortal stones on my man winning. These divine senses were the 8 strongest experts in the land of exile. They almost never fought. It didn't matter if they were dragons from the draconic divine domain or foreign powerhouses. Once they arrived in the land of exile, they would either be killed or choose to join the sect of that powerhouse. Every time a powerful expert appeared, these big shots would come out to watch the show. This was the only thing they could do to amuse themselves. The appearance of a 6-star heavenly god was a very powerful existence in the land of exile. The 8 big shots were naturally very interested. Experts like that would never lack immortal stones. This was what they needed the most. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless powerful auras flew over from all 4 directions. Wow, there are 40 experts here. Judging by their auras, they're all 4-star heavenly gods or 5-star heavenly gods. Lin Fei opened the system and narrowed his eyes. He was overjoyed. They were here to give him God's cores. Just now, a Sand Tribe expert had given him a lot of God's cores, and now there were 40 more. They really thought highly of him. The 6th and 9th Dragon Kings also sensed the powerful auras flying over. Not all of them were from the Dragon Tribe. Some were human experts, and some were from other races. In less than a moment, the experts with powerful auras appeared in their field of vision. Their violent auras stirred up a cloud of yellow sand. It was clear that none of the newcomers were easy to deal with. They were all famous experts. The big fat meat is coming. Everyone go. To the east, a fat man who looked like a corporeal body narrowed his eyes as he summoned a blood-colored tree, which shot out hundreds of beams of sword chi toward Lin Fei's group of 3. Fatty, she's ours. Don't you dare. In another direction, a tall and skinny middle-aged man coldly laughed and waved his hand, summoning a massive black net. The black net grew larger and larger until it was like an inescapable net above the three of them, trapping everything within it. The 40 experts attacked ferociously the moment they arrived, regardless of who it was. Nine Dragons King didn't even have the time to reveal his identity before he was locked onto by killing intent. If he didn't take out the Dragon God Scepter, he wouldn't be able to block these people's attacks. It was the same for the 6 Dragon Kings. They had witnessed the terror of the banished land. What mattered here was strength. Everything depended on strength. Otherwise, that person from before wouldn't have said such a thing. Good timing. This was Lin Fei's first time encountering 40 experts. In his eyes, any one of them was a mini-boss. Godheads waved at them. Lin Fei chose to ignore the sky full of attacks. Slow down time. With a powerful time art, the speed of the incoming attacks slowed down. Lin Fei also shot out, aiming at the fat man. His heavenly deity battle saber had been destroyed, so he didn't take it out again. Grabbing at the air, his god force turned into a huge saber that shone brightly and slashed at the fat man's waist. The sword chi shattered. Lin Fei's saber slashed at the fat man, sending him flying. The fat man coughed up a mouthful of blood, and a horrifying wound was left on his chest. While you're down, I'll take your life. Once again, Lin Fei pounced at the fat man. With a slash of his god force saber, the fat man was cut in half, and his godhead exploded. Just as he killed the fat man, a shadow attacked from the void. This person was dressed in a black robe and had 2 dark golden daggers in his hands. With 2 swishing sounds, he stabbed the fat man's body. So what if you can kill the fat man? You're still going to be seriously injured by me. My daggers are filled with paralyzing poison that can break all kinds of flesh. The shadow said smugly. Boom. Just as the dagger stabbed out, the figure in front of him crossed tens of thousands of layers, and the attack instantly missed. A divine saber light slashed over and landed on the expert of the hidden shadow sect, causing him to vomit blood and fly backwards. His eyes were filled with shock. After that, another saber light slashed over, and his body, which was considered not bad, was chopped into 2. In the blink of an eye, 2 4-star heavenly gods were killed. In just a few breaths' time, Lin Fei had killed 2 experts. The remaining people were also shocked, and then all kinds of excitement. He won't be able to last long with such a big move. Everyone attack together with me. He belongs to us. No one can take him away. It had to be said that these people were crazy. 2 4-star heavenly gods had died, but they didn't care at all. This was the land of the seal. Divine power couldn't be replenished. Under such a big move, divine power couldn't be recovered at all. Only by taking elixirs could one barely recover, but it couldn't last long in battle. They had seen this kind of situation many times. No one could last long. The bigger the attack, the worse it would be. Unfortunately, they underestimated Lin Fei. He had a system with him that stored trillions of divine power units. He could squander it as much as he wanted without worrying about not being able to keep up with the attacks. Lin Fei, who didn't use the heavenly god saber, used the simplest attacks, and with the support of the time technique, he moved back and forth. Block. We can't stop him. Too fast. Not good, another one died. At this time, Lin Fei was like a ghost. Using the time technique and the space technique, the 2 strongest technique attacks, Lin Fei took the lives of heavenly god powerhouses one after another. No one could block his attacks. Every time, Lin Fei's attack was exactly twice as big as theirs, perfectly crushing them. It also became easier for Lin Fei to kill them. At first, they wanted to exhaust Lin Fei's divine power, and when there was no time to replenish it, they would attack with all their strength. Lin Fei kept attacking fiercely. His combat strength was fierce, and no one could block his attacks. Besieging? Their attacks were halfway there, but he had already dodged them. This way of dodging left them dumbfounded. Lin Fei was like a ferocious tiger, killing more than 30 heavenly god powerhouses, and they were like sheep. The powerhouses died under his saber one after another, and the ground was covered with corpses, godheads, storage rings. Too powerful. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 heavenly gods left. They were the last ones. They were scared out of their wits. No one present could block 3 slashes, and they were basically killed in 2 slashes. Whether they were 4-star heavenly gods or 5-star heavenly gods, only 6-star heavenly gods could last until the 3rd slash. You guys can stay too. Lin Fei slashed again, and his divine power surged. The long and narrow saber light swept across their bodies, and the remaining 3 became corpses, falling on the yellow sand. Chapter 1783. Fast. In one word, fast. The strands of divine sense in the banished lands were struck dumb. 40 heavenly god powerhouses were all killed by someone. Such a force could cause a shocking commotion outside, but they were killed just like that. The bloody corpses on the yellow sand became the best proof. 8 big shots walked out from the depths of the banished lands, each with a different expression. Obviously, they did not expect the person in their eyes to be so powerful. A sweep is a sweep. Young man, your strength is not bad, to be able to discover our tracks. An expressionless old man said. You killed 40 heavenly gods, don't tell me you still want to attack us? Although you're a human, this old man doesn't mind. As long as you join my sect, I can give you a very high position. Another old man said. Heavenly gods' deaths were nothing to them. As long as they could recruit a subordinate, they would be a powerful general. Most of the spatial rings left behind by the 40 experts would fall into their pockets. You're the Grand Elder, I'm Little Nine. 9 Dragons King stared at one of the old men, clearly excited. The old man wasn't standing far away. Only when he heard the voice did he notice the 9th Dragon King and the 6th Dragon King. He was stunned, not daring to believe his eyes. Little Nine, is that really you? The old man appeared in front of 9 Dragons King, asking excitedly. Grand Elder, I'm Little Nine, I'm back. 9 Dragons King nodded. The old man's face darkened. Little Nine, what's wrong with you? Why are you back and even in the banished lands? Don't you know this is the sealed land? What? That's Little Nine. Impossible, he's here in the sealed land. Among the 8 experts, 3 paled, appearing beside 9 Dragons King, sizing him up. Yes, that's right, it's Little Nine, and Little 6, they haven't changed at all. Grand Elder, 3rd Elder, 5th Elder, 7th Elder. 9 Dragons King recognized them one by one, and 6 Dragon Kings followed suit. In terms of status, everyone present was higher than the 2 of them. Back in the day, they were both members of the Elder Group and had an extremely high authority. Later on, they were schemed against by the new dragon god and banished to the sealed land. In the sky, the other experts frowned. You're the 9 Dragons King from back then. Since you're here, you must have the dragon god scepter on you. Quickly hand it over. One of the experts shouted excitedly. The eyes of the others lit up. They had also heard about the dragon god scepter. The dragon god scepter was the #1 divine artifact of the dragon clan, and also a super-killing weapon. It was rumored that with the dragon god scepter, one could leave the sealed land. Emotion, what nonsense are you talking about? Little Nine was sent to the sealed land. Do you think there's still a dragon god scepter? Grand Elder Long Aoshue roared. Demonic Sea Celestial was tall and sturdy, his body overflowing with demonic chi. He was a heavenly god powerhouse of the devil race, so he didn't buy it at all. Everyone, don't believe the old thing's words. Whether or not we have it isn't up to him to decide. We have to search your body first. You 4, we have more than 4. Let's see who's afraid of who in the end. Either you search me or hand over the dragon god scepter. With the dragon god scepter, we can leave this damned place. The other 3 came from different clans. They usually lived in harmony with each other, but now that the dragon god scepter had appeared, they couldn't help but make a move. No one was willing to stay in this place. The experts under Emotion's command flew out and appeared behind them. The other 3 experts did the same. In just a short while, close to 1,000 heavenly gods appeared behind the 4 of them. Each of them was filled with a ferocious aura. On Long Aoshue's side, the number of people he gathered wasn't that many, barely over 100 heavenly deities. This was also due to their arrogant temperaments, disdaining to recruit experts. At most, they would recruit experts from the Dragon Clan. After a long time, many died, and only 100 or so experts from the Dragon Clan remained. In terms of momentum, Long Aoshue's side was much weaker. Old thing, your Dragon Clan is very strong, but we aren't weak either. Who doesn't want to leave the sealed land? Now, either hand over the Dragon God Scepter or let us search you. You only have 2 choices. Haitian shouted. Everyone, don't you think so? Yes, we want to leave. I don't care if you are from the Dragon Clan or not. If you don't hand over the Dragon God Scepter, we will kill you. Hand over the Dragon God Scepter. Long Aoshue knew Haitian very well. He was a selfish, cold, and cruel person. He would never give up on something that he had set his eyes on. His strength had reached the 7-star heavenly god realm, and he was the strongest powerhouse in the sealed land. Even Long Aoshue was slightly inferior to him. 9 Dragon King also realized that he had said the wrong thing and was being used. The Dragon God Scepter was on him, so he naturally wouldn't let them search him, let alone hand it over. Master, is there a way? 9 Dragon King subconsciously looked at Tion. The 4 elders' faces turned ugly, especially Long Aoshue, who had high hopes for 9 Dragon King. He almost suspected that he had heard wrong, and his sharp eyes shot towards the human brat. When this matter is settled, this old man wants you to explain yourself. A mere 6-star heavenly god, Long Aoshue didn't care at all. This matter needed an explanation. Since when did their Dragon Clan recognize a human as their master? Wasn't this a complete mess? Great Elder, you've misunderstood. It's not what you think. 9 Dragon King hurriedly explained, afraid that Tion would be angered and cause an even bigger misunderstanding. This was not what he wanted to see. Explanation? Lin Fei laughed. Since you're an old man, I won't say anything. If it were someone else, I'd slap you to death. Whether you're from the Dragon Clan or not, you don't have the qualifications for me to explain. 9 Dragon King broke out in a cold sweat. This is bad. Long Aoshue was an arrogant person in the past, or else he wouldn't have been schemed against by the Dragon God. Now, not only was he called an old man by a junior, he even wanted to slap him to death. The other 3 elders' faces also turned ugly, and they looked at 9 Dragon King with reproachful eyes. This young man's temper is really big. It's been a long time since I've had someone like this talk to me. Long Aoshue suppressed the anger in his heart. This was not a good time to take action. The most important thing now was to deal with Haitian's group. I hope that after this matter is over, you still have the strength to say such words. The proud Dragon Clan is not to be blasphemed. Lin Fei didn't even look at Great Elder. Instead, he looked at Haitian in the distance. Great Elder, you should be glad that you didn't make a move, because you'll soon see what it means to not judge a book by its cover. Haitian couldn't wait for an internal strife to occur. What's your decision? I'll give you 10 breaths of time. Once the time is up, we'll personally take action. Haitian gave his final notice. Suddenly Lin Fei laughed. No need to count, because you're all going to die soon. Boom! A tyrannical aura soared into the sky. Chapter 1784. One can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it by chance. Somewhere in the void of the land of exile. Long Ikuan revealed a cold smile, as if everything was under his control. Congratulations, Your Highness. You have made a great contribution. Long Meng and Long Bai congratulated Long Ikuan. Long Ikuan had chased all the way here and easily found the 9 Dragon King. He had also witnessed the battle and even saw the legendary Tion make a move. The strength of a 6-star heavenly god was only a small surprise. This cultivation technique of his, I want it. Long Ikuan was very envious. If he had this cultivation technique, he would not even frown when facing a 9-star heavenly god. Using it on Tion was a waste. This kind of person should not have this kind of cultivation technique. Not only did Long Ikuan want Tion's clone cultivation technique, but he also wanted to cut off the 9 Dragon King's head and the number 1 divine artifact of the Dragon God Scepter. Long Ikuan was very pleased with the congratulations of his trusted subordinates. This trip was really a great harvest. When he returned with this great contribution, even his brothers would have to lower their heads before him. Long Ikuan was very clear that his imperial father cared the most about finding the dragon god scepter. As time passed, it would become a sore point. Your Highness, Mo Haitian is a powerhouse of the demon race, and the others are not weak either. The weakest among them is a 6-star heavenly god. We don't need to make a move, and they will be in a mess. Long Meng analyzed. We just need to wait for them to make a move. No matter who wins, no one can escape from our hands. Long Ikuan laughed. A bunch of blind fools. It's good that they fight. When the time comes, you guys can make a move. I will ask Imperial Father for your contribution. Boom. A terrifying aura rose. Everyone in the banished lands fell into a state of panic. What a terrifying aura. How can this aura be so strong? I can't even move before this aura. Could it be a 9-star heavenly god? All the powerhouses in the land of exile felt insecure. They did not know what terrifying thing they had encountered to attract such a terrifying aura. Mo Haitian was also suppressed by the aura. He vomited several mouthfuls of blood. He was still fine, but the other heavenly gods were all pale. 9 stars celestial god. Mo Haitian's expression changed as he stared ahead. This terrifying aura was something that only a 9 stars celestial deity could possess. There's no time to lose. Everyone let's move. Mo Haitian was indeed an expert of the devil race. He knew that an expert had come to the old thing's side. No matter what realm the expert was at, he was at least a strong enemy. Before he made a move, he would strike first to gain the initiative. Mo Haitian was the first to make a move. Demonic flames surged into the sky as he took out a white bone mountain that blew with chilling winds. This was a mid-grade divine artifact, and it could change its size at will. It could devour flesh and blood, and its might was terrifying as it smashed towards everyone. The other 3 didn't stand on ceremony either. They also knew that this was their only chance, so they all took out their treasures: a blood-colored river, a golden chariot, and the illusory image of a deity. With the 4 of them taking the lead, there was no need to even mention the 1,000 heavenly gods behind them. The sky was filled with attacks from treasures. It was clear how terrifying this attack was. Old thing, even if you're a 9-star celestial, don't even think about gaining any advantage in this sealed land. Mo Haitian activated the White Bone Mountain, and the power of the medium-grade divine artifact surged. So many people were attacking. Mo Haitian indeed had the qualifications to say such words. Long Aoshue and the rest were also in a state of shock. They couldn't recover from the shock. Before this aura, they also felt the impact. Although it wasn't a direct hit, their blood was still boiling. This isn't the aura of a 9-star celestial, it's the aura of a god king. Long Aoshue's memory seemed to have returned to a long time ago. His body trembled slightly and his eyes widened. He finally realized that this aura wasn't the aura of a 9-star celestial, but the aura of a god king. He had seen this kind of aura on the dragon god before. It was also this terrifying aura, and the 2 were exactly the same. Junior brother, these people really think there's something. I'll help you deal with them. Everyone's hearts trembled again, especially the 9 Dragons King, who was overjoyed. I knew D. Tian was strong, but I didn't expect his senior brother to be so strong. The moment he came out, he's already a 9 stars celestial. No, wait, his aura. The burly man arrived in front of everyone, and casually sent a palm strike towards the black mass of treasures. Peng, peng, peng. With this palm strike, the sky full of treasures exploded one after another. Those with weaker divine weapons were practically scrapped. Mo Haitian's White Bone Mountain was deformed, and its size shrank by a large margin. The blood river was scattered, and the illusory figure of a god was destroyed. With a single palm strike, all the threats disappeared. Mo Haitian coughed out another mouthful of blood, and his scalp went numb. He knew that this person wasn't a 9 stars celestial. Only a god king could casually break through their attacks. Go! At this time, Mo Haitian could only run as far as he could. Wasn't he just robbing some treasures? Was there a need to use a god king to deal with him? Wasn't this a scam? The others were in a similar situation, and they didn't care about their subordinates anymore. Their priority was to stay alive. Still want to run? With a cold snort, Ron threw out a light ball made of God Force. The light ball exploded as it landed in the midst of the heavenly gods. Regardless of the cultivation level of the heavenly gods, they were blasted into pieces by the explosion. It could be said that this was their doomsday. 2 light balls shot out, and more than 1,000 heavenly gods were annihilated. Not a single one survived. The 3rd light ball shot towards Haitian's group of 3, raising the entire area to the ground. 4 peak heavenly gods were also blasted into pieces, and even their godheads were damaged. They're all dead. Long Aoshue's body trembled uncontrollably. He heard the burly man's words loud and clear. It turned out that the burly man really had the qualifications to speak. With a god king backing him up, he indeed had the qualifications to say such words. Luckily, I didn't make a move. Long Aoshue felt a lingering fear. If I really made a move, I might end up like them, right? The 9 Dragon Kings and 6 Dragon Kings, as well as the Dragon Clan's experts behind them, none of them could remain calm. All of them were scared witless. The visual impact was too shocking. Just a moment ago, they were about to fight to the death, but in the end, they were killed so easily. Junior brother, there seems to be someone spying on us, and their killing intent towards you is very strong. Should we kill them as well? There are 2 6 stars heavenly gods and 1 5 stars heavenly god. Master said that anyone with killing intent towards you should be killed. Ron's gaze swept across Long Aoshue and the others. Your Highness, let's go. In the distant void, Long Meng and Long Bai's scalps went numb. The 2 of them were very strong when they joined forces, but in the blink of an eye, the burly man had killed more than 1,000 heavenly gods. How could they possibly be a match for him? Long Ikuan had seen all kinds of experts, and his father was one of them. However, at this moment even he felt fear. He hurriedly took out a spatial gate and left the sealed land. I can't die here. I must leave this place alive. Boom! A light ball made of God Force descended from the sky, exploding in the void where they were. Long Ikuan and his 2 trusted subordinates were instantly blasted into pieces. Even their godheads were in tatters. Chapter 1785. P.S. There is no update for today. Dao friend Di Tian, is he your senior brother? Long Aoshue and the others felt their mouths go dry. Their eyes were wide open. They were truly frightened by the scene in front of them. A god king. Did he have to be so savage? Was he going to let them have a good time? Their scalps turned numb as they stared at Di Tian with boundless fear. I'm rich. With such a senior brother holding down the fort, who would dare to find trouble with you? Long Aoshue was glad that his temper had become better, or else he would have been killed on the spot. Right? That voice seemed to belong to the eldest son of the dragon god. Could it be that he was also killed? This was too cruel. Like junior brother, like senior brother. My senior brother is also worried about my safety. Everyone isn't scared, right? Lin Fei snickered in his heart. Everyone could not help but observe a moment of silence for those people. What hidden family clan? How could they have a senior brother who was a god king expert protecting them? Even they did not know about it. Could it be that they had fallen behind the times for too long? Junior brother, I've collected these storage rings and divine cores for you. Deal with them yourself. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. Ron pretended to be a senior brother, waved his hand, and collected all the scattered divine sparks, left a sentence, and disappeared. As soon as he disappeared, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Facing a god king expert, the pressure was immense. Even breathing was difficult. Fellow Taoist Di Tian, I didn't intentionally target you just now. Please don't take it to heart. Long Aoshue explained, afraid that Di Tian would bear a grudge against him. Not lowering your head? He wasn't looking for something to do. Although the dragon race was arrogant, they were not fools. If they really thought that they were something, they would not know what was going on with a single slap. Lin Fei gloated in his heart. Strength was still the most reliable. Even the proud dragon race had to bow their heads. It's fine. I'm young and I've seen this kind of thing many times. Lin Fei chuckled. On the other hand, these people died, and some of them were from the dragon clan. You guys shouldn't have any objections, right? Everyone shook their heads. No objections, of course there were no objections. Who could guarantee that there were no fence-sitters in the dragon clan? It's our first time meeting, so I don't have anything to give you. These weapons and holy stone, just treat them as my meeting gift. As for these divine deity, I have other uses for them, so I won't be giving them to you all. Lin Fei waved his hand, and hundreds of storage rings flew out and floated in front of them. Long Aoshue had seen many demon-level geniuses before, but he had never seen someone as monstrous as Di Tian. Not only did he have the help of a God King Realm's senior apprentice brother, he was also extremely generous, giving out over 100 interspatial rings as a greeting gift. This young man truly wasn't simple. Fellow Taoist, you need godhood? It just so happens that I don't have much use for it. Why don't you take it? Long Aoshue was also a sly old fox. The dragon clan wasn't stingy when it came to other people's goodwill. We're useless too. There's no point in keeping it. Since the Grand Elder had taken the initiative to take out his godhood, the other dragon clan experts behind him also took out their godhoods. A moment later, Lin Fei had 3,500 godhoods in his hands. F***CK, do you have to do this? With 3,500 godhoods in one go, Lin Fei was overjoyed. He didn't expect the dragon clan to have so many godhoods. No matter what, this should be enough to raise his cultivation by 2 or 3 levels. Other than that, there should be at least 30 to 40,000 godhoods in the interspatial rings left behind by the thousands of heavenly gods. Brother, aren't you going to level up noisily this time? Since they were being so courteous, Lin Fei felt even better. This was clearly the dragon clan's way of expressing goodwill. Right, I still have some invincible weapons here. Although they aren't mid-grade divine artifacts, their power isn't inferior to mid-grade divine artifacts. I believe everyone will like them. Lin Fei had a large number of backup low-grade divine artifacts in his system storage. He took out 120 low-grade invincible divine artifacts in one go. Long Aoshue didn't care at first. How could low-grade divine artifacts be any better? But when they heard that they were comparable to mid-grade divine artifacts, the other dragons present were shocked beyond belief. So amazing? 9 Dragons King also explained on behalf of the Grand Elder, proving the power of invincible divine artifacts. After obtaining the low-grade divine artifacts, the Dragon Clan members went crazy. Good stuff. Every dragon was filled with admiration for Di Tian. With low-grade invincible divine artifacts, their combat strength would increase by a large margin. This was something they didn't dare to imagine before. In the eyes of Long Aoshue and the others, Di Tian had become a tycoon with a powerful background. He didn't lack money. Long Aoshue knew that he was right to give away the godhoods. Although he didn't know what use Di Tian had for them, he valued them greatly. In Long Aoshue's hands, they weren't very useful. Fellow Taoist Di Tian, if you need more godhoods, I know of a large number of godhoods in the depths of the sealed land. It's just that they're sealed away. Perhaps, fellow Taoist Di Tian has a way to take them out. Long Aoshue said. Elder Long, I like what you said. Divine deity is of great use to me. As long as there are enough divine deity, I will give you a high-grade invincible divine tool when the time comes. Lin Fei directly threw out a sentence. Long Aoshue laughed even more happily. Low-grade invincible divine artifacts were already so amazing. High-grade invincible divine artifacts might even be able to resist a God King's treasure. He didn't have any objections to Little 9 following Di Tian. Di Tian had a God King senior brother, and his background was astonishing. The entire dragon clan might not be his match. Moreover, since Di Tian had a senior brother, he might not just have one senior brother, but many senior brothers. That would be fatal. Long Aoshue didn't care about the godhoods in the sealed land. Those things were left behind by generations, and they were useless to him. It would be a waste to just leave them there. He might as well give them to Di Tian as a favor. If Di Tian was in a good mood, he might gift them something. After collecting a large number of storage rings, Lin Fei didn't want to leave immediately. That was because Little Devil told him some bad news. Master, I have bad news to tell you. Among the 3 people Luo En killed, one of them was the son of this generation's dragon god. He's the eldest son, and the most qualified person to inherit the dragon god's position. You'll soon be hunted down by the dragon god. F***ck, it can't be. I was wondering who it was, sneakily hiding in the void. Turns out it's the eldest son of the dragon god. What's there to worry about? Lin Fei wasn't worried at all. He had a powerful helper by his side. Master, although Luo N is here, this generation's dragon god is very powerful. According to the system's analysis, this dragon god is very likely to enter the God King realm. Even if he isn't a half-step God King, and this time, the Dragon God Convention will be attended by the big shots of the strongest races. It's equivalent to having several God King powerhouses. Master, you must immediately increase your strength. Lin Fei thought about it carefully, and it really made sense. The strongest race wasn't an exaggeration. 9 stars heavenly god powerhouses could amplify their attacks, and even a half-step God King would be tyrannical. Chapter 1786. Dragon City. The Dragon God Convention was about to begin. There was a rare peaceful atmosphere in Dragon City. The usually arrogant young masters and various young talents all chose to keep a low profile. Their families also ordered that they were not allowed to wander outside. Who knew who they might accidentally offend? The Dragon God Convention was unprecedentedly influential. Not only did the big shots of the strongest races come, but the big shots of the 8 major sects and the 7 overlords also came one after another. All kinds of geniuses gathered, and none of them were easy to offend. These young masters all kept a low profile. There was also a rare peace in Dragon City. The peaceful scene disappeared with a roar of anger. Everyone in Dragon City was shocked. Everyone looked at the Dragon God residence. What was going on? Boom! A powerful aura surged out of the Divine Dragon residence, and a figure flickering with golden light flashed by, disappearing into the sky above the Divine Dragon residence. Lord Dragon God. That's Lord Dragon God. The Dragon God's eyes widened. This anger actually came from Lord Dragon God. No one could imagine what could make this Dragon God angry. The big shots of the strongest races who were on good terms with the Dragon God all came to the Dragon God residence at almost the same time, each full of doubts. The 8 major sects and the 7 overlords also sent people to inquire. It was definitely not a trivial matter that made the Dragon God angry, so they had to take it seriously. As soon as the big shots of the strongest races came in, they felt the angry aura from the Dragon God. This anger contained a terrifying killing intent, and only they could withstand this killing intent. There was almost no one in the main hall. Even if there were, they were all shivering, filled with fear as they forcefully endured it. Brother Dragon, what happened? The first to enter was a tall and sturdy man. He was at least 9 zhang tall, and his body was wrapped in a beast skin armor. On his back was a huge black warhammer. With every step he took, the ground seemed to tremble. That bastard is causing trouble. Do you want me, Old Ox, to help you deal with him? Old Bull, when can you change your temper of fighting and killing? After all, you represent the strongest race. Another middle-aged man came in from outside. He was thin and had a mustache. His small eyes flickered, making it impossible to see through his depth. He was called Old Bull, and he was the leader of the barbarian bull tribe, one of the strongest tribes. He was born with boundless strength, and after becoming a heavenly god, his strength was astonishing. Old Bull, don't fight and kill. Could it be that I'm like you, sitting here all day and scheming against people? Barbarian Bull sneered. I'm not as good at scheming as you, Fox Clan. We are good at fighting and killing. The mustached middle-aged man's background was not small either. He was from the strongest race, the Heavenly Fox race. Although they were the strongest race, they were only sent later. The Heavenly Fox race's combat power was not strong, but they were good at scheming. They were known as the #1 scheming race. In the territory, the Sky Foxes had always been treated as distinguished guests. They were the best at scheming. Once they made a move, it would be a piece of cake for them to turn the situation around. Many of the major events in the territory had been orchestrated by the Heavenly Fox clan. Even though the Heavenly Fox clan's strongest Empyrean god, Heavenly Fox Z, was only barely an 8-star Empyrean god and wasn't the strongest, no one was willing to offend them. Barbarian Bull, Heavenly Fox, can the two of you speak less? Behind them, Another person dressed like a scholar came in. He was cultured and elegant. The most eye-catching thing about him was the pair of golden wings on his back. This was the biggest symbol of the heavenly wings race. Fellow Taoist Long, what exactly happened? Behind him, another 3 big shots came in. They were all the big shots of the strongest races. They were also the closest to each other, and they were allies. This was also why the 8 great sects did not dare to underestimate them. Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that my eldest son was just killed. Long Liefen said expressionlessly. I sent a clone to deal with it. Fellow Taoist Long, my condolences. My condolences. The big shots were shocked. The dragon god's eldest son had actually been killed in the dragon god territory. Wasn't this a slap to the dragon god's face? Who was so bold? Could it be someone from the 8 great sects? They all knew that the dragon god's favorite was his eldest son, Long Ikuan. He was decisive in killing and had also received an inheritance. He was the future successor of the dragon god. They did not expect him to be killed at this time. They could not help but sigh. Originally, they were prepared to make a move. The other party had sent a clone over, and no one could withstand the dragon god's thunderous fury. They also wanted to know who exactly it was that made the move. Wasn't this person a little too daring? He did not take the dragon god seriously at all. In the land of exile, after being wiped out by Ron, all the heavenly god powerhouses on the stage were annihilated. Those who were lucky enough to survive were all terrified. When they heard that the other party liked divine sparks, they did not hesitate to personally send the divine sparks to prevent them from being destroyed. Over 1,000 heavenly gods were killed. It was a shocking sight. No one could ignore it. If the other party wanted to kill them, a finger was enough. Master, the statistics are out. We obtained a total of 1,213 storage rings and found a total of 117,553 divine sparks, leading to the depths of the sealed land. Lin Fei had Little Fiend clean up the storage rings. F***ck, so many. We're rich. We're really rich. Lin Fei had originally thought that it would be good enough to obtain 60,000 to 70,000 divine sparks. He did not expect it to be more than he had imagined. There were 110,000. Adding the previous ones, there were 120,000 divine sparks. This was not a small harvest. Master, are you going to level up or? Little Fiend said. If I were you, I would suggest that you open the boxes first. Your current equipment is too poor. You have to change into a good set of treasures. When you meet an expert, you don't have to be in a hurry to summon Ron. Lin Fei had really forgotten about this. He did not have divine sparks before, so he was reluctant to open the boxes. Now it seemed that he really lacked good treasures. Lin Fei pondered for a moment. I'll level up a few levels first and increase the number of boxes I can open. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for advancing to 2-star Heavenly God. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for advancing to 3-star Heavenly God. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for advancing to 4-star Heavenly God. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for advancing to 5-star Heavenly God. Lin Fei was overjoyed by this method of leveling up. In the blink of an eye, he reached the 5-star Heavenly God realm. Lin Fei snickered inwardly. He was the fastest to level up in the entire territory. After advancing to the 5-star Heavenly God realm, he had 120,000 divine sparks. With about 50,000 left, he leveled up to 70,000 divine sparks, which was acceptable. Lin Fei opened the attribute page and found that after advancing to the 6-star Heavenly God realm, he had 100,000 divine sparks, which was a big threshold. Ding! Does player Lin Fei want to use the Heavenly God fragment to summon the Heavenly God? The system prompted. Lin Fei found that he had more than 50,000 divine sparks. The success rate of exchanging for fragments was still very high. Damn, doesn't this mean that I can summon 500 Heavenly Gods? Lin Fei felt like he was dreaming. Summon, I have to summon. Being in the Dragon God territory with Ron by his side, Lin Fei felt that it was better to be safe. With 500 Heavenly Gods by his side, even if the Dragon God came, the Heavenly God army would drown him. Ding! Activating Heavenly God Summoning. A virtual Heavenly God pool appeared. 100 divine sparks were thrown into the pool. Chapter 1787. Ding! Congratulations player on summoning a 3-star celestial god. Ding! Congratulations player on summoning a 5-star celestial god. Ding! Congratulations player on summoning a 5-star celestial god. All 50,000 celestial god shards were used to summon the celestial god. Fortunately, the summoned celestial god was placed in the system space. If it appeared beside him, the people around him would probably be scared to death. Awesome, 9-star celestial god. Not bad, 8-star celestial god. 7-star celestial god is not bad. Every time he summoned a powerful celestial god, Lin Fei's eyes would light up. These were all his capital. Even if the summoned 9-star celestial god had the same combat power as usual, as long as he had a good invincible artifact, he would be able to crush them. On the other hand, the great elder Long Aoshue, who had always been at the front, had been inquiring about Di Tian's situation from Little Nine. When he heard about the speed of Di Tian's rise, he was even more certain that Di Tian was a monstrous genius from some great hidden family. Master, your luck is not bad. A total of 5 9-star celestial gods, 18 8-star celestial gods, 37-star celestial gods, and the rest are all 1-star to 6-star celestial gods. This luck is not bad? No matter what, I need at least 59-star celestial gods. My master, the probability of summoning is not high to begin with. If your luck is bad, you might not even be able to get a 9-star celestial god powerhouse out of 100,000 celestial god fragments. You should be content. The little devil rolled his eyes. Lin Fei laughed at himself. His appetite was too big. If that was really the case, his luck would be heaven-defying. The remaining 50,000 godheads, I'll use 10,000 godheads to draw the experience chest. Godheads were very useful. Lin Fei did not intend to use them all at once. The page changed immediately. A huge experience chest appeared. Lin Fei had not drawn for some time. The experience chest prompted that he could draw 50 times today. Each time, it would cost 100 godheads. After 50 times, it would cost 500 godheads each time. This was really black-hearted. The mode was no different from summoning. Ding! Obtained godhead. The experience chest opened, and inside was a godhood. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. He looked at the little devil and said, "You can do this? Godheads are also treasures. All right, let's continue." Lin Fei was speechless. 100 godhoods for 1 godhood, this was a loss. Ding! Obtained Inferno Divine Weapon, Inferno Saber. Ding! Obtained 10 godheads. 50 times passed. Lin Fei had obtained 20 low-grade divine artifacts and 5 mid-grade divine artifacts. Last time, he had not obtained a single divine artifact. Continue. Lin Fei really wanted to take out a high-grade divine artifact. There was no shortage of divine sparks. 500 godhoods once, 10 times would be 5,000, and 100 times would be 50,000 godhoods. The experience chest opened again. All kinds of things emerged one after another. Lin Fei was not interested in any of them. He was not interested in low-grade divine artifacts, but he was interested in middle-grade divine artifacts. 10 attempts failed. 20 times? No. 30 times? No. When he got to about 50 times, including the previous 50 times, he had used up 30,000 godhoods. He only had about 20,000 godhoods on hand. There were a lot of things, but he did not get a high-grade divine artifact. Ding! Obtained high-grade divine artifact, Spear of the Sea God. In the system space, there was one more spear. There's finally one. After obtaining the high-grade divine artifact, Spear of the Sea God, for 50 times, Lin Fei finally heaved a sigh of relief. With a high-grade divine artifact, he did not need to draw any more for the time being. Lin Fei did not plan to use this high-grade divine artifact. He planned to give it to one of the 5 9-star celestial gods to use, and he would use a mid-grade divine artifact for the time being. A high-grade divine artifact was not easy to obtain, but a mid-grade divine artifact was not. Lin Fei quickly changed into a set of celestial god equipment. His clothes were earth battle armor. As long as he stepped on the ground, his defense would increase by 5 times. His weapon was also changed to a thunder saber, which could release lightning attacks with divine power. It was rather domineering. In a short period of time, his realm had increased, and his combat power had soared. None of the people around him noticed. They only felt that the imperial capital's aura had become heavier. "We're here." Long Aoshue quickly brought Di Tian to the depths of the sealed grounds. Rumble! Rumble! Lin Fei looked in the direction where the sound came from. In the distance, there was an eerie land. It was no longer a stretch of yellow sand. The scariest thing was that the sky above the eerie land was filled with lightning, forming a forbidden land. Is this the place? Lin Fei vaguely felt that there was a great terror within. Yes, we call this the sealed forbidden land. Do you see that lightning? Rumor has it that it was left behind by a Thunder King. After his death, the great Tao turned into lightning, and it is abnormally terrifying. There are also gusts of black chilly wind, world-destroying chilly wind that specializes in destroying the physical body. Our dragon race's divine body is very strong, and if we barge in, the world-destroying chilly wind will destroy our divine body. Long Aoshue's face was filled with fear, and he added in the end, "Usually, we never enter." Lin Fei tried to use his divine sense to check it out. As soon as his divine sense entered the sealed forbidden land, a bolt of lightning struck it, instantly shattering it. Lin Fei hurriedly cut off his divine sense, his heart filled with shock. "Fellow Taoist Di Tian, we've reached the place, but we don't know how to take it out." Long Aoshue was also helpless. Lin Fei also realized how terrifying the sealed forbidden land was. It was definitely left behind by a super expert who fought here in the past. After a long time, the great Tao turned into a forbidden land. For example, the lightning attack just now was no weaker than an 8-star celestial god's attack. These lightning bolts are very powerful, not to mention those world-destroying chilly winds. No wonder the Grand Elder and the others didn't dare to enter. Going in would be suicide. I'm afraid I'm the only one who can enter this place. Lin Fei thought to himself, but he was also laughing in his heart. Such a forbidden land should have a lot of godheads, right? No one has entered this place before? Lin Fei asked casually. Long Aoshue shook his head. Since I've known about this forbidden land, although many people have entered, no one has ever come out. Among them, there was a 9-star celestial god who tried to obtain the treasures inside and escaped from the sealed land. In the end, he still died inside, and has never been seen again. Fellow Taoist Di Tian, you have to think carefully. This place was so dangerous that Long Aoshue did not recommend entering. Lin Fei was relieved. The treasures inside belonged to him, and they couldn't run away. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura came from afar. Yellow sand rose into the air. A golden silhouette appeared, leisurely walking towards them. A terrifying killing intent locked onto them. 9 Dragons King, Grand Elder, long time no see. The golden silhouette appeared. Long Aoshue and 9 Dragons King's expressions changed. 9 Dragons King also lowered his head and said to Lin Fei, "He's this generation's dragon god, not the main body, but a clone." "Dragon god, you still have the cheek to come here?" Long Aoshue snorted. The golden silhouette stopped, and his sharp gaze swept across the crowd, landing on the black-robed Lin Fei. "My eldest son, you killed him, right?" "Master, this clone's battle prowess is at the 9-star celestial god realm," the little devil reminded. "His main body should be a god king." 9 Dragons King and Long Aoshue were shocked. Di Tian killed the dragon god's eldest son? Chapter 1788. The golden-armored divine dragon's clone was expressionless, but everyone could feel his cold, killing intent. Long Aoshue and the others had suspected that Di Tian had killed someone, but now it seemed that it was true. Di Tian had actually killed the eldest son of the divine dragon. Even if he hadn't done it directly, it had to have something to do with him. No wonder the divine dragon's clone had come personally. Seeing the clone, Long Aoshue was shocked. His clone is already so powerful. I'm afraid his main body has stepped into the God King realm. Long Aoshue wasn't surprised by this result. With the dragon race's vast resources, it wasn't difficult to increase one's strength. He had also reached the God King realm earlier than expected, so it was normal for his clone to reach the 9 stars realm. In the endless territories, any expert with an extremely high level of cultivation would have an ocean's worth of cultivation resources at their disposal, to say nothing of those from the most powerful races. Every powerhouse of the endless territories would be able to cultivate a clone when they reached the pinnacle of their cultivation. With so many resources, it was very normal for them to reach the 8 or 9 star level. In fact, some of the more powerful Empyrean gods could even cultivate 2 or 3 clones. In the past, Long Aoshue had also cultivated a clone, but it was later killed by the dragon god, Long Liefan. You must be Di Tian. Just like the rumors, you talk big and have heaven-defying combat power. The divine dragon's clone said, however, you can't kill my eldest son. The one who killed him is someone else. If I'm not wrong, this person is in your battle fortress. Lin Fei was shocked. This divine dragon was not simple. The divine dragon is indeed the divine dragon. Although it's just a clone, your eyesight is amazing. I'm very impressed. Lin Fei smiled. Then I might as well say it. The one who killed him wasn't me. Since he chased me all the way to the sealed land, he must want to kill me. Those who want to kill me must pay the price, don't you think? It's good that you admit it. The divine dragon's clone said, then let me see how outstanding you, the 8th overlord, are. The golden-armored divine dragon punched at Di Tian. As the punch came, a wave of time power swept towards everyone. Long Aoshue and the rest of the dragon race couldn't move at all. Their faces were filled with shock. The divine dragon's clone was much stronger than they had imagined. Brother D, be careful. The divine dragon's clone controls the grand Tao of time. One punch, a divine power attack in addition to a time attack. This kind of attack was extremely powerful, and not many could easily block it. Long Aoshue couldn't help but worry. Lin Fei did not take the attack head-on. He suddenly disappeared and reappeared far away, causing the dragon god clone's attack to miss, blasting a huge crater in the sealed area. You're just a doppelganger. You don't have the qualifications to make me fight you. You'd better fight with me. Fight me? You don't have the right. Lin Fei also began to put on airs. Xiu 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 xiu. 5 9-star heavenly gods appeared out of nowhere and charged toward the dragon god's clone. One of them wielded the sea god's spear, and with a sweep of the spear, a towering wave surged toward the dragon god's clone. The remaining 4 9-star heavenly gods also took out their medial quality god artifacts and unleashed their divine might toward the dragon god's clone. This attack made the divine dragon's clone feel even more pressure. His expression turned ugly, and he took out a golden shield to block in front of him. Pierced by the spear of the sea god, the sturdy shield was covered in cracks and then shattered into pieces. The spear stabbed into the divine dragon's clone's chest armor, and the clone was also smashed into the yellow sand. F***CK, how many trump cards does Di Tian have? 5 9-stars gods in one move. If it's not a medial quality divine weapon, then it's a high quality divine weapon. The divine dragon's clone is in for it. The divine dragon's clone was sent flying by the spear. Once Long Aoshue and the rest regained their freedom, they hurriedly flew behind Di Tian. It was better to stay away from this kind of battle. The battle between the divine dragon's clone was too terrifying. They were even more fearful of Di Tian's mysterious trump cards. First, it was a god king. Now it was 5 9-stars gods. Today, the divine dragon's clone was in for it. Lin Fei watched unhurriedly. He did not plan to make a move at all. With his subordinates, why should he make a move himself and waste his divinity points? This thing was not easy to earn. The divine dragon's clone was sent flying by the spear, and the armor on his body was also damaged. The moment he flew out, the other 4 9-stars gods arrived, each wielding a medial quality divine weapon. The combat power that each of them erupted with was not weaker than the divine dragon's clone. They could block this attack, but they couldn't block the attack of the other. One of them was a 9-stars god wielding a high-quality divine weapon. You're shameless. The divine dragon's clone was sent flying into the yellow sand. Master, you're really awesome. Nine Dragon King's hatred for the divine dragon was unimaginable to outsiders. Now, he felt very satisfied. The mighty divine dragon, even if it was just a clone, was being beaten up in front of his master. What could be more exciting than this in the world? 6 Dragon Kings worshipped. Well beaten. That bastard divine dragon has such a day. It's best if you cripple one of his clones. Let's see how he can still be arrogant then. All these years, 6 Dragon Kings had been suppressed. The fire in their hearts was similar to 9 Dragon Kings. Nothing was better than watching the divine dragon being beaten up. I'm going to die. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the encirclement of the 5 9 stars heavenly gods. My main body will come and kill you personally. The divine dragon's clone was in an extremely sorry state. The sea god's spear pierced through his head, leaving a huge hole. I'll be waiting. In less than 50 rounds, the divine dragon's clone was killed. The divine dragon's clone didn't leave anything behind. The divine weapons and armor on his body were all seriously damaged and didn't have any power. He didn't even have a storage ring. Don't worry, everyone. When you enter my battle fortress, the divine dragon will have to consider whether or not to attack when he comes. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of the divine dragon's attack now. Not everyone could bear the burden of a sealed danger zone. Long Aoshue and the others admired Di Tian. The divine dragon's clone was killed just like that. Even the proud dragon race had to admit defeat. Moreover, they admired powerhouses the most. Di Tian was undoubtedly a powerhouse. No one had any objections. After putting them into the battle fortress, Lin Fei plunged into the sealed danger zone. Rumbling lightning quickly found its target and blasted Lin Fei's body. Damn, so numb. Lightning blasted on his body. Lin Fei's 5-star heavenly god body felt numb as if it would collapse at any moment. Boom boom boom. More than 10 lightning blasted on his body. Lin Fei felt the pressure. This lightning was very terrifying. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The black apocalyptic yin wind slashed at Lin Fei's body like knives. White marks were left on his tough body, and they became more and more obvious. No wonder the heavenly gods couldn't withstand it. This is only the outer part, not to mention the depths. The power of the lightning and the apocalyptic yin wind will increase by more than 10 times. Lin Fei rushed inside, activating his battle armor to the limit. Anyway, he still had some mid-grade divine armors. He wasn't afraid of not having armor to wear. Godhead. Chapter 1789. Divine Dragon Mansion. Long Liefan was still entertaining the big shots. Suddenly, Long Liefen's expression changed. Just now, he had lost contact with one of the clones he had refined. No matter how he tried to activate it, he was unable to contact it. I lost contact with my clone. Could it be that old Nine used the Dragon God Scepter? The clone and the main body could sense each other. But because the sealed area was not normal, the main body lost contact with the clone. Long Liefan did not care. Who would have thought that in such a short time, he would really lose contact with the clone? Brother Long, what happened? Sky Fox Z saw that something was wrong. Sky Fox clan was the best at reading people's expressions. Barbarian Bull said casually, Old Fox, what nonsense are you talking about? What nonsense are you talking about? Aren't we fine? What could possibly happen to us? I can't explain to a barbarian like you. Sky Fox Z hated it when people called him Old Fox. Barbarian Bull was angry. Who are you calling barbarian? Tell me clearly and I will kill you. Come on. Sky Fox Z did not want to be outdone. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Tian Yitzi frowned. Do you too have to be like this? Long Liefan frowned. Old Bull, Old Fox, give me face and stop arguing. If this gets out, people will laugh at us. Barbarian Bull snorted. Brother Long, I will give you face. Sky Foxy also gave him face. Old Fox, I lost contact with my clone. I'm afraid I can't entertain you. Long Liefan said, I will personally go and check. You lost contact with your clone? That's impossible. Sky Foxy said in shock. Your clone has the battle prowess of a 9 stars celestial god. He also has a medium-grade battle armor and a medium-grade divine equipment. Ordinary people are not his match. Could it be a mistake? Tian Yitzi also said. They all knew that Long Liefen's clone had powerful battle prowess. It was even stronger than a 9 stars celestial god. Now that they lost contact, it was hard to believe. Most importantly, they did not feel any battle aura fluctuation. They still had this bit of sensing ability. It can't be. Long Liefen said, I can only entertain everyone again. Now I have to go to the sealed area. Brother Long, the sealed area is very famous. I wonder if you can take this old bull to have a look. Barbarian Bull said, I really want to have a look at that place. Heavenly Fox rolled his eyes. Brother Dragon, you have lost contact with your doppelganger, and it is in the sealed land. Something might happen inside. Why don't I go with you? This is the sealed area. It is indeed strange. Long Liefen still brought the 3 of them to the sealed area. He had lost contact with one of his doppelgangers, and he had this kind of combat strength. Long Liefen had to be concerned. If they came, they might be able to help. The sealed area was not some secret place. It was empty and there was nothing there. Long Liefen did not mind bringing people in. The heaven and earth spiritual chi is completely sealed, and our bodies are also sealed. Brother Long, this place of yours is really good. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to endure the corrosion of time here. Tian Yitzi felt that this was very interesting. Long Liefen replied with a few words. He sensed his location and flew towards a certain location. Not long after, he appeared on a patch of yellow sand. This is the first battlefield. Sky Fox scanned the area a few times. Something's not right. There's an expert here who swept everyone away in one go. Moreover, it's a heavenly god expert. Barbarian Bull didn't agree. How do you know? Heavenly Fox said with a smile, ask Brother Long. He has mastered the time technique. You can play it back to see if I'm right. When Long Liefan arrived at the sealed grounds, he could feel a terrifying aura coming from this place. Especially at his current position, the aura was faintly discernible. I'd like to see what kind of expert the sealed land can produce. Long Liefan used the time technique to look back at the scene here. He could sense the aura left behind by his eldest son, and only he could sense it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The scenes replayed one by one. First, on a deserted desert, celestial deity powerhouses appeared one after another. The 9th Dragon King, the 6th Dragon King, and the others appeared one after another. Then a young man went on a killing spree, killing dozens of heavenly gods. This person should be Tian. Sky Fox narrowed his eyes. It's rumored that he has a miraculous technique and has 18 doppelgangers. As expected, he lives up to his reputation. This kind of combat strength is not inferior to the geniuses of our strongest races. Barbarian Bull said disdainfully, his main body is so weak only at the 1-star celestial deity realm. If it were me, killing his main body would be useless, no matter what moves he has. After dozens of heavenly gods died, the scene of them recognizing each other appeared in the blink of an eye. Then, the scene of Mo Haitian fighting against Tian was cut off before the fight began. Long Liefen's body trembled slightly. How is this possible? The following scene can't be replayed. Sky Fox said in shock. Long Liefen was also quite surprised. My doppelgangers are most likely related to Tian's group. My time technique encountered an especially powerful force, which is why it can't be replayed. Brother Long, it's good that there's an expert. Old Bull's hands have been itching recently. When we run into one, let me do it. Barbarian Bull patted his chest, see if I don't kill him. Long Liefan was the clearest about the sealed land. To be able to stop the time replaying, one had to at least have the strength of a peak 9 stars heavenly god. Logically, there shouldn't be such an expert in the sealed land. This made Long Liefan puzzled no matter how much he thought about it. It must be that Tian. Rumor has it that this person's origin is mysterious. In such a short time, he became the 8th. Maybe Old 9 hooked up with Tian and came to the sealed land to bring people back. Long Liefan put down the scene and continued to search. So, my doppelganger died. Outside the sealed land, Long Lifan finally knew why he couldn't contact his doppelganger. It was killed, which made Long Lifan furious. Brother Long, seems like that ninth brother of yours brought many experts back. For example, there were 5 9-stars heavenly gods here. Sky Fox said with a smile. The scene's aura dispersed quickly, but there was still some left. Everyone sensed it at the first moment. Hee, 5 9-stars heavenly gods, they came at the right time. Maybe they entered the sealed land. Barbarian Bull didn't care. Long Lifan searched the sealed land and didn't find Old Nine's group. Time replaying was also useless. As long as there was a tyrannical expert, the replay would be interrupted. They won't go in. Long Lifan said, this is the sealed land. Thunder, world-destroying wind, they contain great terror. You guys can't even stand it if you go in. My ninth brother also doesn't have the ability to go in. So powerful? Barbarian Bull really didn't believe it. He went in head first, attracting thunder and world-destroying wind. After a while, he came out in a mess. This thunder and world-destroying wind are really terrifying. Old Bull's defense is very strong, but he still can't block the endless thunder attack. It's fine for a short time, but after a long time, no one can stand it. Sky Fox and Tian Yitzi looked at each other. The dragon race's sealed land was indeed terrifying. Chapter 1790. Lin Fei didn't know that this generation's dragon god had been to the sealed land. Even if he knew that the dragon god had come, he wasn't worried. If he had the ability, he could enter the sealed land and enjoy the pleasure brought by the destructive wind and lightning. This feels great. The sealed land was more terrifying than he had imagined. Every time he advanced 1,000 feet, the destructive wind and lightning would increase in power. Apart from that, the destructive wind and lightning weren't all. Meteor rain, ice power, and other great Daos also appeared one after another. Lin Fei wasted more than a dozen low-grade divine armors. The harvest was also more abundant than expected. He could find godhoods from time to time. That's the 532-1. Lin Fei withstood the lightning and other great Daos attacks and put away the dozen godhoods. The smile on his face became brighter. If I keep it like this, it will be too slow. All kinds of great Daos attacks are endless. Even the low-grade divine armors can't handle it. Lin Fei changed into another divine armor. Lightning and ice fell one after another. Lin Fei was engulfed by the ferocious attacks. Anyone who saw it would feel their scalp tingle. No wonder even the 9-stars celestial deities died here. The attacks in this place were too terrifying. Master, the great Daos here are getting more and more terrifying. Your divine armor can't stop them. I suggest that Master activate invincible defense. That way, you can collect godhoods faster. Little Devil reminded. Lin Fei sighed. That's the only way. They hadn't reached the depths of the sealed land yet. At most, they were in the periphery. The lightning and other great Daos attacks that filled the sky were enough to show how terrifying the depths were. Invincible defense was activated instantly. Lin Fei gave up on the scattered godhoods in the periphery. There weren't many of them. It was better to go directly to the depths. Maybe there would be more godhoods there. Boom boom boom. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As they went deeper, Lin Fei felt more and more shocked. The skeletons were either sitting or standing. They were densely packed together, causing Lin Fei's scalp to go numb. Just how many people had participated in the great battle here? At the same time, abandoned divine artifacts, after a long time, became rotten and scattered everywhere. All kinds of great Daos became unusually violent. Lin Fei activated the invincible defense, and the invincible value was constantly being consumed. Little Devil, can you find the location of the divinity? Lin Fei asked the little devil. In such a big place, I can't always look for them one by one. Moreover, once I release my divine sense, it will be shattered, and it will be even harder to find them. 500 godhood, I'll help you find it. The little devil agreed readily. Lin Fei wanted to vomit blood. Wasn't it just searching for divine deity, asking for 500 divine deity in one go? Wasn't that too black-hearted? In the end, Lin Fei still reluctantly paid 500 divine deity to the little devil. He was also curious as to what the little devil wanted divine deity for. This thing should not be of any use to him. Searching for godhood, searching for godhood. Soon, the system's voice sounded. "Milord, about 3,000 meters east of you, there's godhood. There are about 310 of them." Lin Fei was still grieving over the loss of the divine spark, but he was about to reap the rewards? Damn it was so fast. Sure enough, after searching for a while, more than 300 divine deity were scattered on the ruins. These divine deity were all damaged to varying degrees, but Lin Fei did not care, as long as the divine deity could be upgraded. Continue. Discovered 120 divine deity. Discovered 531 divine deity. Discovered 811 divine deity. In the depths of the sealed land, a black shadow kept moving. The sky full of attacks did not affect the black shadow at all, and the black shadow came and went as he pleased. This feels great. This feels great. This time I'll just push whoever I want. The black shadow laughed as he moved. The number of divine deity in the depths of the seal was also much more than usual. Every time it was discovered, it was a large piece of divine deity. According to the little devil's analysis, it should have exploded inside the storage ring. Lin Fei collected hundreds of divine deity in one go, and when he was lucky, he could also harvest more than 1,000 divine deity. The total number of divine deity also quickly broke through. First 50,000, then 100,000, 200,000. And this was just the beginning. For the first time, Lin Fei was extremely serious about his work. After learning spatial techniques, his movements also became faster. 10 hours later, the number of divine deity broke through to 1 million. When there were 1 million divine deity, Lin Fei could not be more excited. The dragon race was really rich. Fortunately, it was in the sealed land, otherwise, he did not know who these divine deity would be given to cheaply. Now that he had collected 1 million divine deity for free, where else could he find such a good deal? Little devil, calculate how many more divine deity can be collected here. What dragon god convention outside? Lin Fei had forgotten about it. The consumption of invincibility points? Lin Fei did not care about it. What he cared about the most now was divine deity, the more the better. After all, such a place was not easy to find. Calculate for master immediately. The little devil quickly began to calculate, and in a few seconds, the results came out. Master, I just calculated this place can still collect 73 million divine deity. Wow, there's still so much. My high-grade divine weapon, high-grade divine armor, cultivation technique upgrade, heavenly god guardian, all of them. Lin Fei beamed with joy. If Master wants to collect all of them, you will need to consume about 300,000 divine deity. The little devil gave a small blow. 300,000 it is. It took a full day and a half. Lin Fei put away all the divine deity in the sealed land. During this period he also used 300,000 divine deity to convert invincibility points, otherwise, not everyone could withstand the violent attack. After collecting all of them, Lin Fei came out of the sealed land, released the battle fortress, and flashed in. How many days does the Dragon God Convention usually last? Lin Fei asked as soon as he entered. It has always been 3 days, of which the first 2 days are for the younger generation to spar, and the last day is for the main event. Sixth Dragon King said without hesitation. Then let them be happy for 2 more days, we will go on the 3rd day. Now I have something to deal with, please do as you please. Alright, we are not in the sealed land now, but outside if you want to go out, you can go out directly. After saying that, Lin Fei ran to his private secret room and went into seclusion. The group was stunned, and when they came to their senses, Lin Fei had disappeared without a trace. Little Nine, you followed the right person. Even a place like the sealed land can't do anything to DT on. The dragon god may not be able to suppress him. This time, maybe we can really vent our anger. In the secret room, Lin Fei saw the final number. 5 million divine deity. Now level up. Lin Fei clicked on the level up page and released 5 9-stars heavenly gods to protect him. This was called better safe than sorry. Ding. Congratulations player on becoming a 6-star heavenly god. Ding! Congratulations player on becoming a 7-star heavenly god. Ding! Congratulations player on becoming an 8-star heavenly god. Chapter 1791. Dragon City Territory, Dragon City. Today was a busy day, and the entire city was filled with a lively atmosphere. This was because today was the day of the Dragon God Convention. All the leaders of the top sects and forces in the territory had come to the Dragon God territory in person, and they had brought the younger generation of their clans with them. Geniuses that were usually not seen could be seen today. Young Master Luo Xian of the Righteous Sect is here. My idol. Young Master Luo Xian is no idol. My idol is Di Tian. He's the real idol, the great hero. How dare you talk about the 10 heavenly gods? Someone immediately said disdainfully. Bullsh *T. Di Tian kills people like flies. What idol is he? Yes, who does Di Tian think he is? If he's that good, come to our territory and we'll see who takes care of who. It had to be said that Di Tian's influence was unprecedented. The young people were the most affected. Di Tian had walked the path of slaughter. He had offended many of the 8 great sects and 7 overlords, and now he was living a good life. Some time ago, he had even wiped out the World Chamber of Commerce's branch, and the Chamber of Commerce had not said a word. Wasn't that awesome? Then what was awesome? Di Tian was worshipped by the young people. Even he didn't know that he had a group of admirers, and quite a few of them. If someone insulted Di Tian, it was the same as making life difficult for them. From time to time, a war of words would break out in the crowd, and neither side would spare the other. This topic was also discussed enthusiastically by many people. Dragon City Plaza. Huge statues were erected in the center of the city. There were a total of 28 statues, and each statue was 9,999 zhang tall. They were like towering mountains, and their auras were majestic. These statues were of the dragon gods of the past. The statues of the dragon gods of each generation would appear here. There were 28 dragon gods in the Dragon God territory now. Today, there were many platforms suspended in the air in the Dragon City Plaza. Each platform was of different heights, and the higher one was, the more powerful they were. The top 8 sects, 7 overlords, the strongest races, and other top forces were on the top level. Below them were first-rate sects, second-rate sects, and so on. Many forces were discussing on the platforms. This was because something big had happened. Old Ghost, have you heard? The eldest son of the Dragon God has been killed. Impossible, right? The Dragon God's eldest son seems to be called Long Ikuan. His talent is extremely monstrous, and his bloodline is extremely high. How could he be killed? Who would dare to kill someone at this time? You wouldn't believe me even if I told you, but the person who killed Long Ikuan was the Di Tian overlord who rose to power the most recently. And it seems like he killed him in the Dragon God Dominion. The person said mysteriously, "Oh my god, Di Tian is so daring. Didn't he completely offend the dragon race?" Heh, what kind of person is Di Tian? He's numb to killing. Who doesn't he dare to kill? He's even killed a few of the 10 great young masters. Didn't he sweep through the World Commerce Association's branch a while ago? Di Tian is too frightening. He's going to offend all the major forces in the territory. This kind of thing had basically never stopped. The families on the high platform also knew about it immediately. Di Tian was once again shocked by such a major event. Why did he have to kill the eldest son of the Dragon God? That was the future successor of the Dragon God. This was a grave offense to the Dragon God, and the Dragon God would never let Di Tian off so easily. This is too crazy. On a high platform in the distance, a few young people sat. Their auras were dignified, and they were all at the Sky God realm. Di Tian is courting death. He won't be able to be arrogant for long this time. What do you mean? Is there some inside information? The young people sat together in a circle. Brother Luo, you're the smartest one among us. How do you think the Dragon God will resolve this matter? I heard that Di Tian is in the Dragon God Dominion. The entire Dragon God Dominion has been locked down. As long as Di Tian shows himself, the experts of the dragon race will chase after him immediately, a man in white said to someone. Luo Xian was also impressed by Di Tian. Not only did he sweep through the World Commerce Association's branch, but he also killed Long Ikuan and offended the dragon god. Wasn't he tired of living? That's hard to say. We know what kind of person the dragon god is and what he thinks. I can only say that Di Tian is really in big trouble this time. Luo Xian laughed. I heard that the geniuses of the strongest races are also looking for Di Tian to kill him. I wonder if you've heard about it. Dongfang Wan, who was sitting beside Luo Xian, said. The young people's expressions changed slightly. You're talking about the barbarian Man Kuang of the Raging Bull race, Fairy Fei Feng of the Phoenix race, Tian Wuxing of the Heavenly Wings race, and Zhu Kuan of the Giant race. Other than them, there are a few others, and they're all monstrous geniuses of the strongest races. Haha, it seems like we don't have to do anything. Di Tian is really in trouble this time. Look, the dragon god is here. The dragon god's golden armor appeared out of thin air. The domineering aura of the dragon god shocked everyone. The dragon god of this generation seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. The dragon god walked over and landed on one of the high platforms, facing the crowd. The crowd immediately quietened down. I'm the dragon god. The 4 simple words were filled with endless domineering arrogance. The dragon race couldn't help but cheer. All hail the dragon god. All hail the dragon god. In the blink of an eye, the cheers joined together. The voices of the dragon race echoed in the sky above Dragon City, reaching the entire dragon god territory. The people who came to watch felt inexplicably shocked. The strongest race was indeed the strongest race. It was a terrifying existence that could make the 8 major sects and 7 overlords wary. The dragon god's words raised the crowd's spirits. Today, I welcome everyone to the dragon god territory and witness the sacred moment of the dragon race. I also admire the young people of this generation very much. The future belongs to you. The dragon god's words were very simple. It gave people a very hot-blooded impulse. Even the dragon god admitted that this generation was very good. Even though he didn't name anyone, it was still very exciting. In this sparring competition between the younger generation, this emperor will privately take out a high-grade god artifact and a high-grade god armor as a reward to the young prodigy in first place. The dragon god's words undoubtedly shocked everyone. Private reward. The younger generation was very excited. All of them rubbed their palms, wanting to win first place. A superior-grade divine weapon and a superior-grade divine armor. Few people in the younger generation had them. Whoever won first place would be the strongest of the younger generation. The dragon god's generosity also shocked the major forces. No one was willing to take out a high-grade god artifact and a high-grade god armor at once. But the dragon god did it. The 8 major sects, 7 overlords, and other forces also brought their young people over. At this time, there was a strange look in their eyes. What was the dragon god planning to do? He was actually willing to take out such a big reward to reward the first place. The big shots of the righteous sect also stood up and said, since the dragon god has taken out his private reward, our righteous sect will also take out a gift to reward the second place. Everyone will be motivated. The big shots of the other forces were not fools. They also took out their treasures in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1792. Banished Dimension. Lin Fei went into closed-door training, leaving 9 Dragons King and the rest behind. After a moment of absent-mindedness, the first to regain his senses was Long Aoshue. Little 9, since fellow Taoist Di Tian has something to do, we can't just stand idly by. I remember that there are still some neutral experts in the sealed grounds. Just nice, we can recruit them into our forces and help you increase your strength. Long Aoshue and the rest were very confident in taking back the Dragon God position. With Senior Brother God King and 5 9-stars Heavenly Gods, who knew what other trump cards Di Tian had up his sleeves? Perhaps he really could regain control of the Dragon Tribe. While Di Tian was busy, Long Aoshue proposed to recruit the remaining experts. As the great elder of the Dragon Tribe, he understood Di Tian's importance. It was a good thing that Little 9 was following Di Tian. He already saw Di Tian as the young master of a hidden family. The Dragon Tribe's foundation was deep, but it might not be comparable to the hidden family behind Di Tian. Sure. Long Aoshue and the rest went through the battle fort's exit. In the secret room, Lin Fei. After advancing to 9 stars heavenly god, he didn't continue. Out of the 5 million godheads he only had 3 million left. A 9 stars heavenly god needed 10 million godheads to advance to the God King realm. Lin Fei decided to put it aside for now. 2 million godheads was equivalent to 1 million heavenly god shards. The ratio was 50 to 50, and the quality of the godheads was average. Lin Fei wasn't disappointed at all. Instead, he was satisfied. 1 million heavenly god shards could be exchanged for 10,000 heavenly gods. This force could easily sweep through a large area. After advancing to 9 stars heavenly god, Lin Fei felt his whole body brimming with power. I want to draw a prize. With money, one could spend lavishly. With 300 godheads, Lin Fei took out 1 million godheads to draw equipment. He wanted to equip the 5 9 stars heavenly gods. Otherwise, their attacks and realms wouldn't be able to match perfectly. This time, Lin Fei's luck was pretty good. With 1 million godheads, he had obtained more than 3,000 pieces of low-grade equipment, 800 pieces of mid-grade artifacts, 200 pieces of high-grade artifacts, and 39 pieces of supreme-grade heavenly god artifacts. Lin Fei's face was full of smiles because of this, and he immediately changed into his top-grade heavenly god equipment. The 5 9 stars heavenly gods also changed into their respective high-grade god equipment. At this moment, dealing with the dragon god's clone would be as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. The 2 million divine deity in his hands were also of great use to Lin Fei. It was very important to improve his own cultivation technique. But before that, Lin Fei still had one more thing to do. I want to activate the Great General. Lin Fei had never done this quest, but now he could finally do it. Ding! 100,000 godheads have been successfully consumed. The position of Great General has been activated. Lin Fei was very interested in this. Ding! The mighty invincible general has successfully activated. The originally gray position was now bright in color. Lin Fei opened the corresponding attribute page. Lin Fei clicked on it and couldn't help but take a deep breath. This is completely sucking blood. But I like this. On the page's attributes. Player, Lin Fei. Position, Mighty Invincible General, Level 1, can double your combat strength. Below it was a densely packed number of levels. Every time he increased his position, his combat strength would increase by several times. Lin Fei saw that the second level required 200,000 godheads, which could double his combat strength. Lin Fei didn't know how many levels this mighty invincible general had, but it was definitely a terrifying number. If he increased it by 10 levels, he would have 10 times the combat strength. How terrifying was that? What about 100 levels? 500 levels? He would probably be able to kill an expert in one move. This was simply a bottomless pit. 1,900,000 godheads would probably be used up after a few levels. Lin Fei could only retreat first. In front of this bottomless pit, he would forever be a pauper. Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh. It's better for me to study cultivation techniques. Lin Fei had been thinking about this for a long time. He opened the cultivation technique promotion page. God level 1 blade / 1 star combat strength. Primordial 18 clones, 1 star combat strength. Currently, these were the only 2 combat techniques recorded by the system. Lin Fei also blushed. God level 1 blade / Primordial 18 clones must be upgraded too. Lin Fei had 1.9 million godheads, so he didn't have to worry. Even though Lin Fei had the method to upgrade Primordial 18 clones, he wasn't at ease. He might as well use godheads to upgrade it. First upgrade to God level 1 blade / Lin Fei liked the domineering saber technique, but its power was average at the moment. Ding, upgrade failed. Ding, upgrade failed. Ding, upgrade failed. It wasn't as easy as he thought. When he upgraded 1 star combat strength to 2 stars, he used a total of 200,000 godheads. God level 1 blade / became 2 stars combat strength. This made Lin Fei dumbfounded. He failed a total of 200 times. The success rate of upgrading wasn't just low. Lin Fei could only grit his teeth and bear with it. Looking at the upgraded cultivation technique to 2 stars combat strength, Lin Fei smiled. His attack power had indeed increased by a lot, several times more than before. With 1 slash, his combat strength was very terrifying, and the consumption of divinity points was also huge. He estimated that 1 slash would consume 50 million divinity points. Before, 1 slash would consume at most 10 million divinity points. Continue. Upgrading from 2 stars combat strength to 3 stars combat strength didn't require 1,000 godheads, but 3,000 godheads. To upgrade to 3 stars combat strength, Lin Fei used 500,000 godheads, and the consumption of divinity points also changed from 50 million to 100 million divinity points. Lin Fei also had 1 million godheads left. This consumption is really killing me. God level 1 blade slash, upgrading to 3 stars combat strength, Lin Fei used 700,000 godheads, which could be used to upgrade by 1 level. Upgrading the saber technique to 3 stars combat strength, 1 slash of 100 million divinity points, Lin Fei was quite satisfied. Next, he rushed to the 18 primordial god clones. His divine clones were all 1-star celestial gods, and his main body was now 9 stars celestial god. The effect of the fusion of the 18 celestial god clones was not great, so he had to upgrade. Ding, upgrade failed. Ding, upgrade failed. Ding, upgrade failed. 18 primordial god clones, upgrading was more difficult than god level 1 blade slash. After using a total of 1 million godheads, the 18 primordial god clones upgraded to 2 stars combat strength. Black, this is too black. Why do they all need the same cultivation technique? Lin Fei was very unhappy. He had originally planned to upgrade to 3 stars, but now he couldn't. Ding, replying to the player, because the 18 primordial god clones are auxiliary combat strength, the upgrade requirements are harsh, please forgive me. Lin Fei blinked, and the system replied. Upgrade requirements are harsh? Lin Fei's thoughts were not good. Didn't this mean that in the next upgrade, without tens of millions of godheads, it would be impossible to upgrade to 9 stars celestial god? With great difficulty, he cast aside the thought and opened the 18 primordial god clones to take a look. After seeing it, Lin Fei almost blacked out. Chapter 1793. In just a day's time, Lin Fei came out. When he came out, the battle fort was empty, not a single person could be seen. Lin Fei put away the battle fort and scanned the place with his divine sense. He couldn't help but smile. With his powerful divine sense as a 9 stars heavenly god, he could see the entire banished space. So, they went to recruit heavenly gods. At this time, in the banished space, Long Aoshue and the others were recruiting the heavenly gods one by one. Needless to say, the independent heavenly gods chose to be recruited. Everyone had seen the battle that day. 1,000 heavenly gods were swept clean by a god king in 2 or 3 moves. Now that Long Aoshue and the others were here, everyone knew what it meant. What made them even more excited was that they could finally leave the banished space. The recruitment process only took half a day. By the time Lin Fei came out, the recruitment process had come to an end. It didn't take long for them to return. There were 107 people who had been recruited. These loose fiends who were able to stand on their own were all astonishingly powerful. Little 9, open the barrier. Let's leave this place. Lin Fei did not say anything to those people. Instead, he ordered 9 Dragons King to open the barrier and leave the banished space. Okay. 9 Dragons King was also quite excited. More than 100 heavenly gods had become much stronger. They were no longer alone. They took out their dragon god scepters and blasted open the barrier of the banished space. Dragon City. Ever since they received the dragon god's promise and the treasures provided by the big shots. This time's sparring session was undoubtedly exciting. Whether it was the strongest tribe, the 8 major sects, or the 7 overlords, the younger generation of their sects had performed very well. No one was willing to miss out on this opportunity. The strength of the younger generation was also quite shocking. Every young expert was extremely powerful, especially the monstrous geniuses of the strongest clans. Their battle prowess was terrifying. Every one of them had the battle prowess of a 4-star heaven god or a 5-star heaven god. Coupled with their powerful divine bodies, their battle prowess was even higher. The geniuses of the 8 sects and 7 overlords were slightly inferior. On the high platform, the big shots of the strongest tribe had the most pleasant expressions. Although it wasn't overwhelming, the influence of the strongest race couldn't be ignored. Dragon God Long Life and sat on the high platform with a faint smile on his face. He did not seem to be affected by the death of his eldest son. On the other hand, the 4 youngsters behind the stage looked rather excited. They were the sons of Long Liefen, and their talent was actually quite good. After learning of the death of their big brother, they pretended to be very sad, but their hearts were blooming with joy. Finally, there was one less strong competitor, and the position of the Dragon God's successor would be born among the 4 of them. Now, what they needed to do was to show their strong side and leave a good impression in the eyes of their imperial father. A spar between the younger generation was undoubtedly the best opportunity. For instance, the one on the stage right now was the genius of the Titan race, Giant Barbarian. He was born with amazing divine strength and was most proficient in strength. He was also a master of close combat. Is there anyone else? Ju Man was tall and burly, and his face was ferocious. His killing intent soared into the sky, and one look was enough to tell that he was a bloodthirsty person, which was why he had left behind such a heavy killing intent. Let me! Long Chengwang shouted, and his dragon might soared into the sky. He flew down from the back and landed on the central fighting stage. I've long heard that Brother Giant has amazing divine strength. I've long wanted to experience it for myself. Ju Man threw his head back and laughed. I've also long heard of the second prince's great name. Today we can have a showdown. Boom. The fight between the 2 strongest races truly shocked the major factions. In comparison, the disciples of the 8 major sects and the 7 overlords were much weaker in terms of strength. Brother Long, your son is not bad. He probably won't be long from becoming a 5-star celestial god. You have a successor. Sky Fox said with a smile. With the explosive power of the dragon race, his combat strength will increase by quite a bit. Tian Yitzi also said. Long Liefen said indifferently, Chengwang's talent is not bad, but he's a bit clumsy. It won't be long before he breaks through to his current realm. Even though his eldest son had died, Long Liefen did not show much sorrow on his face. His talent was not bad, but death was death. Compared to the 9 Dragon Kings' return, his eldest son's death was not a big deal. As long as they could capture the 9 Dragon King and obtain the Dragon God Scepter, that was the most important matter at the moment. If they could capture Di Tian, that would be even better. The dragon race would also rise to the top, becoming the strongest race. Long Chengwang fought in close combat from the start, completely head-on. Fortunately, there were restrictions around, blocking the shockwaves. Otherwise, the people outside would be affected. Ju Man was quickly defeated by Long Chengwang. His injuries were not heavy, and the giants helped him back. Long Chengwang was also very proud of himself. This was just the beginning. Brother Long, I'll fight you. On a high platform in the east, a fiery figure rushed down, and an earth-shattering heat swept out. The flame race's genius, Yanjiu. Yanjiu was also a celestial god, and his cultivation was not low. He was already a 4-star celestial god. As soon as he landed on the stage, waves of heat rushed out, burning through the void. Please advise me. Not a problem. The 2 also made their moves. Dragon City is in front. The battle fort moved rapidly in the void. Dragon City also appeared in their vision. Seeing Dragon City again, Long Aoshue and the others sighed. Ever since they were imprisoned in the banished space, they had not seen Dragon City for a long time. We're back. We're finally back. I didn't expect that we would return one day. The ones who said these words were all dragon race experts imprisoned in the banished space. Over the long years, the dragon race experts had either died or fallen. They never thought that they would be able to leave one day. At the same time, they saw hope again. Their gazes all landed on the young man. Perhaps they could even live in Dragon City again. Another excited one was 9 Dragon King, who could return to the Dragon God domain in his lifetime. We're back. 9 Dragon King also sighed. 6 Dragon Kings were very excited. Long Liefan has been the Dragon God for so long, and now he has to relinquish his position. I really want to see how his face will look later. Master, should we charge in or? 9 Dragon King asked. Lin Fei snapped his fingers. Charge for what? We came all the way here, so we should at least come out to welcome us, right? First battle, fire. The battle fort appeared in the sky, its pitch-black cannons aimed at Dragon City. First battle adjusted the cannons and fired them at Dragon City. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying aura filled the sky, blasting at every corner of Dragon City. As soon as the aura appeared, the experts on the stage reacted. The 7 overlords, in particular, had ugly expressions. Not good, it's the battle fort's attack. Damn it, it must be Tion. Chapter 1794. Dragon City hadn't activated its formations yet. The strongest races had always been confident that no one would dare invade Dragon City. They wouldn't activate the formations at a time like the Dragon God Convention. The reason was simple. The strongest race represented absolute strength. As the terrifying beams of light descended, all the buildings in Dragon City collapsed and turned into rubble. Dust flew everywhere. More than 10 dragon statues in the plaza were instantly destroyed. The scene was a mess. The spectating immortals fell into chaos and dodged in all directions. There weren't many attacks aimed at them. The focus of the attacks was on the factions on the platforms. Outrageous. Deedon, you're courting death. On one of the platforms, a powerhouse was enraged. He took out a lush green tree and placed it in front of the platform. The tree's branches swayed, blocking the beams of light. On the other side of the platform was where the giants were. Seeing that it was an attack from the battle fortress, the giants were enraged. Their bodies expanded, turning into a 300-meter-tall giant. They punched towards the beam of light, shattering it into pieces. On the high platform, everyone present was a great figure. They all reacted quickly without any hesitation. When the attacks arrived, they all took out their treasures to block, cursing Tion for being shameless and firing at them from afar. Some couldn't dodge in time and were killed by the beams. The 9th and 6th Dragon Kings sucked in breaths of cold air. They charged in. Now, they weren't even on the same level as Tion. Over 100 beams of light would ruin the Dragon God Convention. They couldn't bring themselves to do such a thing. Only Tion wasn't afraid of being torn apart by the angry powerhouses. Deedon, how dare you attack my Dragon City? Longfen recalled Tion's return. His 9th brother was clearly in cahoots with Tion, but he hadn't expected Tion to come in such a way and catch everyone off guard. Boom, boom. Long Liefan rushed into the sky, and his golden armor also appeared. He punched towards the beam of light, blasting it apart. With a wave of his hand, 7 or 8 beams of light were destroyed, and he rushed out of the Dragon City Plaza. Lin Fei also appeared in the sky above the battle fort. He stepped on the giant battle fort and laughed. Ha, I've always been bold. You just realized that now? Alright, I just killed a doppelganger not long ago. It should be you. No wonder you look so familiar. At this point, the battle fort's attack also stopped. The experts in the Dragon City Square also rushed out one after another. When had these major characters ever been in such a sorry state before? If it wasn't for them acting to defend, the genius disciples they brought might have all been heavily injured. When they saw Tion on the battle fortress, their eyes gleamed with coldness. Tion, what do you mean by this? Do you really think that the Demon Profound sect is easy to bully? Tion, you have to give us an explanation today. Otherwise, you don't have to leave. Many of the 8 sects didn't have a good impression of Tion, but they couldn't do anything to him. Now that they saw an opportunity, they naturally targeted Tion. Many of the 7 overlords, such as the Sunluo Overlord and the Frosty Shade Overlord, looked at Tion with cold killing intent. This bastard was really capable of doing anything. However, as soon as they finished speaking, they heard Tion's words and couldn't help but be shocked. The doppelganger of the dragon god was killed? Was this for real? This was explosive news. There was no doubt that the dragon god was powerful. A simple doppelganger could reach the level of a 9 stars god. This was the advantage of being the strongest race. Large amounts of resources could be accumulated to become powerful. And now, the doppelganger of the dragon god was killed by Tion? This was indeed a shocking piece of news. Since when was Tion's strength so terrifying that he could kill a 9 stars god's doppelganger? This improvement was too fast. They wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. There wasn't much anger on Long Liefen's face. Tion, you are indeed powerful. However, that was because I was careless and was ambushed by 5 9 stars gods. Now that I'm here in person, do you think you still have a chance? Long Liefen laughed. Everyone was shocked by his words. Tion had 5 9 stars gods by his side? Damn it, what kind of background did he have? The battle prowess of a single 9-star heaven god was already extremely terrifying, let alone 5 9-star heaven gods. They would definitely be able to kill whoever they wanted. The fact that the dragon god had named Tion made everyone heave a sigh of relief. Now that they were prepared, they didn't have to worry about Tion ambushing them. Tion, you killed my eldest son, Long Ikuin, killed my doppelganger, and bombarded Dragon City. Any one of these is unforgivable. Long Liefen suddenly raised his voice. However, you are the 8th overlord. I can let bygones be bygones as long as you hand over the traitor behind you. On the battle fort, Lin Fei wasn't the only one there. 9 dragon kings, 6 dragon kings, Great Elder, and the rest were also there. At this time, everyone finally noticed the person behind Tion, especially the kings of the dragon race. It's him. 9 dragon kings are back. And 6 dragon kings. Isn't that the Great Elder from back then? How did they become traitors? Many of the dragon tribe recognized the person on the battle fort, and they exchanged glances. Those who could recognize the 9 dragon kings were old people from back then. Now, almost no one recognized the 9 dragon kings or the Great Elder. Lin Fei snickered. This dragon god's thoughts aren't simple. On the surface, he seems to respect my identity, but in reality, he wants to force me to hand over the 9 dragon kings. In the end, it's all for the dragon god scepter. Once he gets the dragon god scepter, I'm afraid the first thing he'll do is deal with me. Only an idiot would fall for it. Long Liefen, who are you calling a traitor? 6 dragon kings sneered. Who colluded with outsiders to seize the dragon god's position? To think you have the cheek to say it. Even I feel embarrassed for you. 6 dragon kings had been holding back these words for a long time. Now that he finally had the chance to say it, he no longer had to worry about anything. Don't think I don't know. My bloodline's people are killed from time to time. In fact, it's all because of you. My royal city isn't being suppressed by you, but a branch bloodline. What right do you have to suppress my bloodline? Do you think I don't know anything? 6 dragon kings raged. Long Liefen sounded very disappointed. Little 6, you really disappoint me. If I wanted to deal with you, your bloodline wouldn't have existed back then. Why wait until now? You can blame me, resent me, and I won't take it to heart. But what you shouldn't have done is colluding with the traitors of the dragon tribe. Really, you disappoint me. The dragon god wasn't simple. With a simple sentence, he had labeled 6 dragon kings as traitors. Another meaning was, how could a traitor's words be trusted? Chapter 1795. Dragon City. After Tion used the battle fortress to bombard the city, the entire dragon city fell into panic. The dragon race knew about Tion's ferocious name. They also knew that the battle fortress was a weapon of war created by the battle race. It was terrifyingly powerful, especially when used for long-range attacks. Everyone was very cautious. No one knew how many trump cards Tion had, or how long he could activate the battle fortress. The dragon race, who were proud of their powerful physical bodies, did not dare to face the battle fortress head-on. The battle fortress could easily blast them into pieces. Following the appearance of the 9 dragon kings, the entire dragon race was in an uproar. The 6 dragon kings venting had more or less won the approval of some of the dragon race. Now, another familiar person had appeared. The The dragon race's people widened their eyes. Heavens, didn't they say that the great elder was dead? Why is he here now? Could it be that what happened back then was true? Brother, what happened back then? There's going to be a good show. What happened back then had more or less spread out, but it was quickly refuted by others. After a long time, not many people knew about it. They either died of old age or died outside. Many people in the dragon race were curious. The 8 great sects and the 7 overlord leaders also revealed strange expressions. They understood what had happened, and all of them started gossiping. What happened back then could be hidden from others, but it could not be hidden from them. There were more or less traces of it. At that time, the dragon god had just ascended to the throne, and he had refuted all the rumors. Moreover, he had done it secretly, so no one could find anything. Now that the great elder and the 9 dragon kings had appeared, they felt that a good show was about to begin. Long Aoshue stared coldly at Long Liefen. If he had not been tricked back then, he would not have been trapped in the exiled space. He thought that he would die of old age in the sealed space, but now that he had the chance to come out, his hatred for Long Liefen grew even greater. Because he had been imprisoned in the exiled space, Long Aoshue had lost the right to advance. He had been stuck at this level for the rest of his life, and he was filled with hatred for Long Liefen. Long Liefen's expression did not change, and he said indifferently, "My 9th brother, you're really interesting. Did you think that finding a fake Grand Elder would be enough? Looks like you've really put in a lot of effort. Who doesn't know about the Grand Elder's heroic sacrifice? Not just me, but Barbarian Bull Race's Taoist Barbarian Bull, Heavenly Fox Z of Heavenly Fox Z, Heavenly Wings Race's Heavenly Yitzi, they all saw it with their own eyes. It can't be faked. Your shameless methods disappoint me." Long Aoshue almost coughed up blood in anger. "Brother Dragon, you're right. I hate shameless people the most. Back then, when the Great Elder fell, I saw it with my own eyes. I didn't expect that after so long, someone would come out to slander the Great Elder's reputation. I think this person should be killed." Barbarian Bull glared at him. "Do you want me to help you catch him? Let's see who dares to impersonate the name of the Great Elder." Interesting. Who would have thought that the traitor from back then would dare to come back? Heavenly Foxy shook his head. "Brother Dragon, this traitor must be dealt with. Otherwise, who knows what the outside world will say about your dragon race?" 2 big shots stood out one after another, pointing fingers at the traitor. The people below couldn't help but become suspicious. The dragon god ruled over the dragon race, and his influence was great. Dragon god, that person isn't the Great Elder at all. I hope that I can kill him. The 9th and 6th dragon kings have betrayed the dragon race. They must be suppressed. And that Tion must be suppressed as well. How can our dragon race tolerate an outsider messing around? Behind the dragon god, several kings stood out. These people were all of the royal bloodline, and they were also Long Liefen's people. At this moment, all of them were glaring at the dragon god with murderous intent. It seemed that as long as the dragon god gave the order, they would be the first to act. Long Aoshue hadn't expected such an outcome. He was clearly a living person, but now he was being called a fake. This was the most unacceptable thing to him. "This old man will kill you." How could the furious Long Aoshue stand it? He wanted to kill them. "Great Elder, bear with it, don't do anything." 9 Dragons King pulled the Great Elder back. "He's forcing you to act. He wants to kill you so that there's no evidence." 9 Dragons King was also furious at this outcome. Long Liefen's expression was still calm, and he said indifferently, "9th brother, you're still too childish. Since you're here, don't leave today." Bush, bush, bush. Suddenly, more than 100 heavenly gods of the dragon race rushed out from the void. Their terrifying auras shook the various forces, big and small. As soon as these heavenly gods appeared, they surrounded Tion and the others. The weakest heavenly god among the Dragon Clan's experts was a 3-star heavenly god, and the strongest ones were 8-star heavenly gods. There were a total of 15 heavenly gods, each of them guarding a different position, staring at the crowd. The 9 Dragons King Cheng was the main focus. A total of 20 divine senses locked onto the 9 Dragons King. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, Lin Fei clapped his hands, and the sound echoed in the sky. Dragon God, I have seen a lot of shameless people. You can be considered to be one of the more shameless ones. You can turn white into black. You are quite amazing. However, do you really think that these people can stop us? Lin Fei laughed loudly. Ditian, you killed an elder of the demon mystic sect. Do you really think no one can stop you? Zhong Imo Shan, the former sect leader of the demon mystic sect, said to Ditian, Brother Long, this person has a huge grudge against the demon mystic sect. You won't mind if I take action. The demon mystic sect hated Ditian quite a bit. How could they miss out on an opportunity like this? Furthermore, Ditian had a huge secret, especially the clone technique, which was worth taking action. The Bliss Palace counts as well. The middle-aged man in red with peach eyes said coldly as well, glaring at Ditian. That man was the palace lord of the Bliss Palace, a sky palace level being. Don't think that we don't know about your trump card. Your clone is but a one-star celestial god. You won't be able to escape today. A hint of displeasure flashed across Long Liefen's face, but he quickly returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Ditian, did you see that? If you hand over the traitor of the Dragon Clan, I won't do anything to you. Otherwise, you really won't be able to leave this territory. Long Liefen laughed. Ditian was not worth his attention. As long as he took down the 9 Dragon Kings, he would have plenty of time to deal with them. Lin Fei glanced at the demon mystic sect. I advise you guys not to interfere, or you'll regret it today. I promise. No one understood why Ditian was so confident at a time like this. Was he really not afraid of being surrounded? Although the other forces had not taken action yet, who knew if they would? Lin Fei suddenly turned around and scolded the Dragon God. Dragon God, who do you think you are? With just your subordinates? You want to compete in numbers? Why don't you try and see who has more people? There were hundreds of powerful heavenly gods, but Lin Fei did not take them seriously. Celestial God Army, come out. Chapter 1796. Boom, boom, boom. Their auras were even thinner than the hundreds of heavenly gods from before. Killing auras merged together. In the blink of an eye, they appeared behind Lin Fei, forming a black mass. There were at least 1,000 of them. So many heavenly gods. Look, their cultivation levels are terrifying. 9 stars heavenly gods, 8 stars heavenly gods, and 8 stars heavenly gods. What the hell? Why does Ditian have so many helpers? Didn't they say that he only has 18 clones? What a terrifying Ditian. Lin Fei summoned more than 1,000 heavenly gods in an instant. The large number of heavenly god fragments allowed Lin Fei to summon an army of heavenly gods. The number of 9 stars heavenly gods increased as well, reaching more than 100. As for 8 stars heavenly gods, there were also about 1,000. Since he wanted to shock people, Lin Fei summoned the strongest 8 stars heavenly gods and 9 stars heavenly gods. Their terrifying auras were like behemoths, causing the 8 major sects and 7 overlords to breathe heavily. Looks of disbelief appeared on their faces. The murderous auras made their scalps go numb. Shameless guy, why don't you give it a try and see if you're stronger, or if I'm stronger? Lin Fei laughed and glanced at Zhong Mozhan. You sounded pretty arrogant just now. I wonder if you'll still have the courage to do so later. And your Bliss Palace, I just killed a few heavenly gods, and you dared to jump out. Do you really think I'm a pushover? More than 1,000 heavenly gods stood behind him. The murderous aura was enough to shock the big shots of Dragon City. Long Liefen predicted that his 9th brother would come and secretly arranged a group of experts, waiting for his 9th brother to take the bait. As expected, his 9th brother came. Even though he had hooked up with Ditian, he did not take it to heart. Everything was under his control. The Great Elder and the others were useless in front of power. However, the appearance of more than 1,000 heavenly gods interrupted Long Liefen's plan without any warning. The black mass of heavenly deities caused Long Liefen's scalp to turn numb. Earlier when he swept his gaze over, all of these 9-star heavenly deities weren't weak at all. How could such a tyrannical force be in Ditian's hands? What background did this fellow have exactly? No matter how powerful Long Liefen was, facing so many gods, he still couldn't handle it, because he could see that these gods were all wearing mid-grade divine armors, or even low-grade divine armors. Thinking of the invincible weapon auction that had caused such a commotion, Long Liefen's heart sank. The others were not feeling well either. The killing intent of the heavenly god powerhouse swept towards them. They had no choice but to prop up their auras to block this continuous killing intent. Their expressions became ugly. The demon mystic sect leader Zhong Moshan's expression was one of the uglier. The elder's voice rang out in his ears, "Sect leader, we're finished." That bastard, why did he pull out such a group without us knowing? Zhong Moshan had indeed seen an opportunity, so he stood up and prepared to teach Di Tian a lesson. Even though this wasn't the demon mystic sect's territory, with the face of the 8 great sects, the dragon god wouldn't dare to not give face. He might even be very willing to take action himself. If he acted quickly and captured Di Tian, the dragon god wouldn't be able to say anything. However, in the blink of an eye, the situation changed. Di Tian, who seemed to be trapped, pulled out a group of heavenly gods. The powerful visual shock frightened Zhong Moshan quite a bit. Taoist Di Tian, this is a misunderstanding. Our bliss palace was just joking. Gong Tianlevel's reaction was the fastest. Facing so many heavenly gods, even he wasn't confident in dealing with them. Moreover, these heavenly gods weren't simple. When Zhong Moshan heard this, he secretly cursed Gong Tianlevel for being shameless. He actually dared to say that it was a misunderstanding. His skin was really thick. Who was the one who said that he wanted to teach Di Tian a lesson? Now, he didn't want to admit it. The few sects and overlords at the back were secretly glad that they didn't stand up. Who would have thought that Di Tian would be so amazing? He brought a group of experts with him, and they were almost tricked. The people behind Lin Fei were also incomparably shocked. The divine kings had already been shocked once before, and now, a group of heavenly deities had appeared. This was just too ridiculously powerful. More importantly, they had never seen these people appear before. If it wasn't for the fact that they had seen Di Tian's senior brother, the 9 Dragons King, and the others might not be able to take it. At the same time, they really saw hope. Lin Fei smiled and said, "If you say it's a misunderstanding, then it's a misunderstanding. But if I slashed you, then is it a misunderstanding? You don't know, but I'm very easily frightened. Your words just now made me very unhappy. I'm wondering if I should kill you." As the sect leader of one of the 8 major sects, when had Gong Tianlevel ever been looked down upon by a junior like this? Unfortunately, he didn't have the confidence to retort. The dense crowd of heavenly gods was like a sharp sword hanging over his head at all times. Misunderstanding, it must be a misunderstanding. Gong Tianlevel suppressed his anger. You can just say that it's a misunderstanding. Lin Fei was still dissatisfied. However, I'm quite easy to negotiate. As long as you prepare 1,000,000 godheads for me, I can pretend that nothing happened. Gong Tianlevel didn't want to get involved in trouble. At least not at this moment. 1,000,000 godheads caused Gong Tianlevel to suck in a breath of cold air. Godheads were good and could be used to nurture heavenly gods, but they weren't that easy to nurture. Di Tian wanted 1,000,000 godheads. Was he really going to eat them like rice? Brother Di Tian, 1,000,000 godheads is too much. Our sect can't afford it. Gong Tianlevel didn't want to offend Di Tian at the moment. Lin Fei didn't believe what Gong Tianlevel said and shook his head. Brother Gong, you're the sect leader of one of the 8 major sections. Don't tell me a sect doesn't have 1,000,000 godheads. You don't have to lie to me. Who doesn't know that the 8 major sects are all filthy rich? 1,000,000 godheads is nothing. Gong Tianlevel gritted his teeth at Di Tian. 1,000,000 godheads was something he could afford, but it was still a huge sum. The Bliss Palace really didn't want to fork out that much. However, Di Tian had shown off his abilities. Gong Tianlevel had yet to figure out how to deal with him if they were to make a move later. As for the other sects, they would probably leave at once and even attack him in secret. They would be happy to have one less sect leader. 1,000,000 godheads, I'll pay. Gong Tianlevel gritted his teeth and decided to let Di Tian keep it for now. However, I only have 300,000 godheads on me right now. You can have that first and I'll send the rest to you later. 300,000 godheads? That's not bad. Lin Fei chose to ignore the words that were sent to him later. I'll believe you this once. Gong Tianlevel stored 300,000 godheads in his storage ring. Lin Fei took it after scanning it with his divine sense. He smiled and said, "All right, you can stand aside now. What happened today has nothing to do with you." Gong Tianlevel really did step back. Zhongfeng Mountain didn't want to fight Di Tian either. Even if they were to fight, it wasn't now. Everyone knew that Di Tian was looking for trouble with the Dragon God. Chapter 1797. They admitted defeat. Both the Demon Mystic Sect and the Bliss Palace avoided fighting Di Tian. The gods behind them were not to be trifled with. They were here to cause trouble for the Dragon God, so there was no need for them to get involved. 1,000,000 godhood, they accepted it. How cowardly! I thought you guys would attack. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. Getting 3,000,000 godhood was a gain no matter what. Just take it as me letting you guys off the hook. Zhong Mozhan and Gong Tianqi's expressions turned ugly. Di Tian's words were too provocative. Yet they could not say anything. Could they say, "Let's fight one-on-one if you dare. Let's see who's stronger"? Unfortunately, they could not say anything if that was the case. Their hatred for Di Tian grew even stronger. The two sects' decision to lower their heads was completely unexpected. They could not help but look down on them. They had been talking big just moments ago, yet they chose to lower their heads in the blink of an eye. That was fast. The other forces were secretly glad that they did not attack Di Tian just now. Otherwise, they would be the ones in trouble. Heck, that was not possible now. Who knew what trump cards Di Tian had up his sleeve? Long Liefen did not expect things to change so quickly. He was still unhappy about Zhong Moshan's interference, but they chose to lower their heads in the blink of an eye. Long Liefen was unhappy again. You want me to face Di Tian? Long Liefen would not choose to lower his head at this time. Di Tian's aggressive approach did not mean that Long Liefen was afraid. He was not a dragon god for nothing. If he chose to lower his head today, he would not be able to keep his position. He had to suppress Di Tian's group. Di Tian was the primary target. The others were not a threat. Even his 9th brother with the Dragon God Scepter was not the most dangerous. Di Tian was the most dangerous one. A few of the strongest races were also paying close attention. The Dragon Clan was able to gather a group of gods because of their foundation. Other than the strongest races, only the 8 major sects could do that. Di Tian had done it easily, which was enough to prove his mysterious background. The strongest races chose to wait and see. Brother Long, there is no need to rush. As long as you take down Di Tian, the others will not be able to do anything. Suddenly, the Heavenly Fox transmitted his voice to Long Liefen. Rumor has it that Di Tian's strength isn't bad, but that's all. As long as Brother Long goes all out, it shouldn't be difficult to kill or suppress him. Long Liefen already had a countermeasure, and now that he heard the Heavenly Fox's words, he became even more confident. That's right, I just have to take down Di Tian. That's exactly what I was thinking. Long Liefen replied. At that time, I will need Brother Heavenly Fox's help to suppress those heavenly god experts, so as to prevent them from destroying Dragon City. Long Liefen told this to Tian Yitzi and Barbarian Bull. Over 1,000 celestial god powerhouses, it was not so easy for him to suppress them alone. He needed help. Tian Huzi and the others did not refuse. Old thing, do you still think you can deal with me? Lin Fei stared at Long Liefen. I'll give you 2 choices. Either you take action, or we will surround and attack one of you. How you choose is up to you. Long Lie's anger was not light. Killing intent shot out, and the surrounding temperature dropped. Di Tian, you have gone too far. Do you really think that I have no way to deal with you? You are gravely mistaken. In front of absolute strength, you have no chance at all. Boom! Long Liefen released his aura, and an incomparably tyrannical aura soared through the clouds. Coiling Dragon Seal. A tyrannical aura swept out. Those with low strength were all sent flying. Long Liefen also brazenly attacked, and took out a huge golden seal. As soon as the seal appeared, 9 golden dragons flew out, looking down on the world with ferocious might. They pounced towards Lin Fei from 9 directions, sealing off all the blind spots and cutting off Lin Fei's path of retreat. At the same time, over 100 Dragon Clan heavenly gods also attacked. Dragon God's Coiling Dragon Seal. It is rumored that this is one of the 3 great divine weapons of the Dragon Clan. This divine weapon is too terrifying. Each golden dragon's attack power is at the peak of 9 stars heavenly god. Most importantly, the 9 dragons have formed a super powerful joint attack. This attack has already surpassed the attack power of a 9 stars heavenly god, reaching the battle power of a 1-star god king. D. Tian is finished. Moreover, this attack is aimed at D. Tian. Although D. Tian is the number 1 of the young generation, I'm afraid that he will not be able to withstand this level of attack. In front of this incomparably domineering attack, even the big shots of the sex showed a trace of fear. The title of the strongest clan was indeed not just for show. The first attack was a brazen one, not giving D. Tian any chance to resist. The dragon god grasped the opportunity very well. No one thought that D. Tian could withstand this attack. Even the big shots of the sex present had to use their full strength to withstand this attack. This was also the strength of the strongest clan. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Boom, boom. Over 1,000 heavenly gods suddenly attacked. A great battle broke out. Facing the attack of the 9 dragons, Lin Fei did not care. In the eyes of others, it seemed that he was afraid. After all, this level of attack was not something that anyone could face. D. Tian, you became famous quickly, but your strength is too weak. You can't withstand the attack of our Dragon Clan's divine weapon, the Coiling Dragon Seal. Long Liefan controlled the Coiling Dragon Seal and was in a good mood. Not far away, Tian Huzi, Tian Yitzi, and Barbarian Bull attacked one after another. Their powerful auras soared into the sky. 3 treasures were taken out, blocking the first wave of attack from over 1,000 heavenly gods. The land of the Dragon Clan is not a place where you can mess around. Their attack surpassed the battle prowess of 9 stars heavenly gods. They blocked most of the attacks. It looked easy, but they were extremely shocked. The attack was too strong. Fortunately, as long as they could stall for a while and capture D. Tian, they could control these heavenly gods. The attack of the Coiling Dragon Seal was very strong. Unfortunately, they used the wrong person this time. Who dares to touch my junior brother? Just as the attack was about to land on Lin Fei, a loud roar sounded like thunder. A figure appeared in front of Lin Fei and stabbed with a spear. The spear light blasted toward the 9 dragons, dispersing the attack. Long Liefan's body shook. The 9 dragons controlled by the Coiling Dragon Seal were pierced, and the attack stopped. At this moment, everyone noticed that there was a burly man in front of D. Tian. He looked ferocious, and a dangerous aura flowed from his body. Junior brother? Many people were stunned when they heard this. D. Tian had a senior brother? Senior brother, that person wants to kill me. Lin Fei pointed at Long Liefan. Luo and revealed his white teeth and said in a cold voice, "Bastard, you dare to bully my junior brother? Do you want to die?" Boom. A domineering spear shot toward Long Liefan. The spear shadow flashed. Long Liefan sensed the incoming danger. Before he could even put on his armor, the spear pierced through his chest. His powerful divine body was pierced through by the spear, causing cracks to appear all over his body. His entire body was sent flying, smashing into the city walls of Dragon City. Behind him, a large portion of the formation restrictions also appeared to be damaged. Lin Fei didn't even think about attacking. His realm increased too quickly, and it would be too terrifying if word got out. It was better to let Luo attack and pretend to be mysterious, which led to this scene. The burly man sent Long Liefan flying with a spear, which scared everyone. And the 3 of them, Lin Fei pointed. A wave of killing intent swept over. Skyfox Z and the other 2's hearts sank. Seeing the spear sweep over, they were shocked to find that they couldn't dodge. The attack was too fast. The 3 of them flew out and smashed into the city wall, coughing up blood. Chapter 1798. Too fast. Everything happened too fast. Everyone only heard the word junior apprentice brother, and the dragon race's strongest person, Long Liefern, was sent flying. Then it was the other 3 powerhouses of the strongest races. So fast that people could not react. However, no idea who shouted, "He's a divine king!" Everyone only felt their breathing quicken, their mouths dry, and a deep sense of powerlessness. Since when did Di Tian have such a powerful senior apprentice brother, and he was even at the divine king realm? This news was simply unacceptable. In the past, no matter how famous Di Tian's reputation was, he was also one of the more outstanding ones among the younger generation. But compared to the veteran sects, the difference in strength was huge. If they were really ruthless, taking care of Di Tian was nothing difficult. But now, Di Tian had an additional senior apprentice brother. Furthermore, it was a divine king senior apprentice brother. That was completely different. Divine king? How is that possible? Impossible. What kind of strength does the dragon god have? What kind of strength does the other powerhouses have? Everyone is clear in their hearts. This kind of shocking aura, only a divine king can possess it. Really too terrifying. Di Tian actually has such a senior apprentice brother. Doesn't that mean that these celestial deity powerhouses might all come from the same place as Di Tian? Could it really be like the rumors? Di Tian comes from a hidden family clan. Everyone was completely unable to calm down. The 8 great sects' resentment towards Di Tian was not small. They had never treated Di Tian as someone in the same position. They looked down on Di Tian. What caused an uproar in the territory was ultimately small squabbles. The scene of the informant completely changed their impression. Perhaps Di Tian really had a great background. Their judgment abilities would not be wrong. They easily recognized that this burly man was a divine king powerhouse. It was the real deal. It could not be wrong. With such a situation appearing, the 8 great sects really took it seriously. Because a divine king powerhouse had appeared. Right now, they very much wanted to know if this divine king powerhouse was arranged by the higher-ups. If so, under which powerhouse did he come? This matter, they had to report it at once. That Di Tian also became no longer a dispensable person, but someone who could affect the situation below. The deterrence of a divine king, no one dared to ignore it. The Zhongmo Mountain and the Gong Tian sect, who had wanted to find trouble with Di Tian, both gasped. They were glad that they had lowered their heads and not gotten involved. Long Liefern's spear had pierced through his body. His strong body was filled with densely packed cracks as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. God King, it's impossible. Long Liefern knew very well just how difficult it was to go from God to God King. Even he only had half a foot in that realm. He still needed a very long time to reach God King. Originally, he wanted to capture Di Tian in one fell swoop, but who would have thought that Di Tian's senior brother would appear? Moreover, he was a God King. It was no different from slapping Long Liefern in the face. Even though Long Liefern was unwilling to accept it, other than a divine king, there was no one else who could injure him so easily. I've really miscalculated. Long Liefern saw that the Empyrean god of the dragon race was being suppressed by the Empyrean god that Di Tian had brought. He was defeated in the blink of an eye. No, I can't let Di Tian have his way. Long Liefern was unwilling to give up when he thought about how he was about to be ousted from his position as the dragon god. He didn't want to see the dragon god domain fall into their hands again. What are you all standing there for? Go and kill Di Tian, or you won't have an easy time. Long Liefern flew out again, his face contorted as he stared coldly at the burly man. Di Tian, I didn't expect you to have such a powerful background, but I'm not that easy to deal with either. He had to go all out. Long Liefern definitely wouldn't admit defeat today. He stared at his 9th brother, who had been defeated back then. 9th brother, I've underestimated you. However, it won't be that easy for you to oust me. Suddenly, Long Liefern's aura expanded as he took out a dark golden dragon scale. His entire being became solemn. Great Emperor, there are traitors today. Please bestow your boundless power to help me quell the remaining rebels. The dark golden dragon scale was activated. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from the dark golden dragon scale, piercing through the entire domain. My dragon god scepter is one of them, the second is the coiling dragon seal, and the third is the ability to communicate with the upper world. With that, I can advance to the God King realm in a short time. Nine Dragons King was shocked, and he slapped his forehead repeatedly. How could he have forgotten such an important matter? Nine Dragons King was shocked, and he slapped his forehead repeatedly. How could he have forgotten such an important matter? Communicate with the upper world to advance to the God King realm? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Luo En, who was beside him, was a one-star God King with a two-star battle technique. He was much stronger than the average one-star God King. Everyone retreat. Retreat. Get away from here. I didn't expect the Dragon Clan to have this kind of inheritance. No one present was stupid enough to interfere with a God King realm expert. Di Tian was no longer someone easy to deal with. With a God King realm expert by his side, no one was willing to offend him. If he wasn't here, it would be a different story. Would the Dragon Clan suffer heavy losses? They wouldn't interfere. This was Di Tian's private matter. There was no need for them to interfere. At this time, the Dragon God activated the dark golden dragon scale and pierced through the territory in a short time. By the time they reacted, a boundless energy fell on the Dragon God's body. Under the boundless energy, Long Liefen's injuries recovered in an instant. His half-step God King realm broke through to the God King realm and stabilized at the peak of one-star God King realm. Ah, so this is the power of a God King. Long Liefen felt his body was filled with destructive energy. His battle prowess was more than 10 times stronger than before. With a wave of his hand, the coiling dragon seal was activated again. Di Tian, I'll get rid of your senior brother first. Let's see what you can do then. Long Liefen laughed heartily as he activated the coiling dragon seal. 9 dragons galloped forward, each of them reaching the one-star God King realm. They were much stronger than before. No one doubted that as long as one was struck by these 9 dragons, death was certain. Facing the attack of the coiling dragon seal, Ron's eyes flashed with disdain. You want to take care of me and threaten Master with an attack that doesn't even have a one-star battle prowess? Damn it. The long spear was put away, and a war hammer was taken out. Its grade was not high, only a high-grade celestial god artifact. It was enough. You can't do it. Ron soared into the sky with the war hammer in his hand. He activated the chaotic cloak, which increased his battle prowess by 5 times. One hammer to decide the world. The war hammer landed on Ron's hand. It enlarged infinitely, reaching 100,000 zhang. The sharp aura it exuded made everyone tremble in fear. Boom! The war hammer smashed down. The explosive power of a 2-star battle prowess cultivation technique was terrifying. Chapter 1799. Everyone in the Draconic Divine Territory felt uneasy. A frighteningly tyrannical aura swept across everyone like a sharp knife, causing their bodies to involuntarily tremble. No one expected things to turn out this way. The royals in the Draconic Divine Territory looked gloomy as well. Their 9th brother had brought them too much shock back then. They had even invited a divine king. They had suffered quite a blow. Fortunately, the dragon god had the great divine weapon of the Dragon Clan, which allowed him to communicate with the upper realm. He received a boost of power and broke through to the divine king realm, eventually stopping at the pinnacle of the one-star divine king realm. This gave them hope again. With the power that the dragon god had obtained and the talents of the Dragon Clan, they would definitely be able to defeat the people brought by their 9th brother. That was what most people were thinking. The 8 major sects, the 7 overlords, and the others who were watching quietly left the battlefield to avoid being affected by the aftershocks. As for the young geniuses brought by the sects, they all suffered a blow. Di Tian, who seemed to be able to trample the sects to death with a single foot, was now so powerful that no one could easily deal with him. The Demon Mystic sect and the Bliss Palace had chosen to lower their heads, not daring to compete with Di Tian. The dragon god had been defeated, and he had communicated with the power of the upper realm to show off his strength. These powerhouses had thoughts again, and they could not wait for the 2 sides to fight to the death. Di Tian had now become a thorn in their side. Unfortunately, not long after this thought emerged in their minds, the dragon god, who had advanced to the level of a peak one-star divine king, was sent flying by Di Tian's senior brother's hammer. The sight of the gigantic crater outside Dragon City made them suck in a breath of cold air. He was defeated just like that. Are you kidding me? That's the dragon god of the Dragon Clan. What the hell? Tion's senior brother is so powerful that he crushed the dragon god. It's hard to accept. The dragon god is finished. Looks like no one will be able to stop Tion today. The dragon god was sent flying by a hammer, and it was undoubtedly a slap to their beautiful dreams. Tion's senior brother was simply too ferocious. What should we do, Tianhuzi? Tian Yitzi had interfered because they were friends and allies. How could he have expected that he would be defeated so quickly? The dragon god, who had been strengthened, was also easily sent flying, and his face became gloomy. The Sky Fox's expression was extremely unsightly. The God King of Tion was like a blade hanging over their heads. Although their tribe was very strong and could pull out experts that could rival God Kings, they were still much weaker compared to this senior brother of theirs, Tion. Brother Long is really going to suffer this time. Heavenly Fox sighed. This Tion should be the young master of a hidden big family, or a spokesperson arranged by the upper realm. The only thing we need to do now is not to attack again. We have to lower our heads for the time being and leave this place alive. Are we not going to help Brother Long? Barbarian Bull was extremely unwilling. Heavenly Foxy glared and said, Old Bull, if you want your strongest tribe to suffer a great loss of vitality, then go ahead and attack. Brother Long's defeat is already set in stone, and it is still unknown whether he can survive. What we need to do now is to make Tion accept our apology. As for other things, we can talk about it after we leave this place. Tian Yitzi was not a reckless person. The celestial powerhouse who blocked Tion previously had left a bad impression, so they had to resolve this misunderstanding first. Although the three of them were strong, they knew that they did not have the ability to leave in front of a God King expert, so they had to lower their heads. Luo and sent the dragon god flying with a hammer, leaving a super sinkhole on the ground. He's actually not dead yet? Luo En's attack just now was already very terrifying. After all, it was a 2-star cultivation technique. Looking at it with his divine sense, he saw that the person was not dead, but just heavily injured. The dragon race's physical body was so powerful that Luo En was a little surprised. Again, Luo En activated the Warhammer again, and the huge Warhammer drew a trace of terrifying aura as it smashed towards the super sinkhole. Boom boom boom. One hammer after another smashed towards the super sinkhole. Whoosh! Crash! The Warhammer fell, and a terrifying power swept out. The ground crumbled and the mountains sank. Even the distant Dragon City was affected. Buildings collapsed, and even the sturdy city walls were destroyed by the shockwaves. With just 3 strikes, Dragon City had almost been reduced to ruins. Array formation restrictions? All of them were destroyed by the terrifying power. Seeing San Chue's terrifying battle prowess, everyone couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for the dragon god. Whether they could survive this attack was another matter. At least, they were not sure if they could survive. It was too terrifying. The difference between a heavenly god and a god king was like the difference between heaven and earth. Ron hammered down 3 times, and his divine sense swept again to confirm whether the person was dead or not. And at this moment, a resentful voice came from afar, accompanied by a person coughing up blood. Tion, you've won today, but I'll be back. When that time comes, it'll be your death day. Cough cough cough. Ron's face darkened, and he hurriedly chased after him. A person who was bound to die had actually escaped from his hands. This made him lose face. Senior brother, there's no need to chase. Lin Fei was also very surprised. The dragon god of the strongest dragon clan indeed had some trump cards. He could actually escape under Ron's attack. He was indeed capable. However, this also made Lin Fei a little surprised, but he didn't care. As long as the dragon god dared to appear again, Lin Fei would be able to kill him without Ron's help. Lin Fei didn't care anymore. On a distant, uninhabited star in the dragon god domain, a miserable figure appeared. His body was tattered from head to toe. One of his arms was broken, and both legs were gone. His chest was covered in densely packed wounds. As soon as he appeared, Long Liefin coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and his face was pale and powerless. Cough, 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 I didn't think that I would actually lose, cough, cough, cough. Long Liefin had never thought that he would lose so badly, to the point where he was almost beaten to death. This place isn't safe, cough, 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 I have to leave immediately. That D. Tion's senior brother is too strong. Even my physical body can't take it. If he catches up, I'll definitely die. Long Liefin took out a small warship. It was something he had prepared all along, and he would use it to escape at a critical moment. I'll definitely kill my way back. The dragon god Long Liefin escaped with heavy injuries. The others all had different expressions, but they all maintained a calm expression. As for what they were thinking, only they themselves knew. With the defeat of the dragon gods, the battle here also came to an end. Ron's attack also sped up the entire process. The dragon kings were easily taken down, and the other heavenly gods of the dragon clan all chose to surrender when they saw that the situation was hopeless. At the very least, they would be able to survive. With the super-killing machine of the God King, no waves were stirred in the dragon god domain. Chapter 1800. A dragon god convention that was supposed to be going well had ended up like this. Many people had no time to digest it. Everyone understood one thing. After today, the dragon god would be replaced by a new dragon god. Perhaps the Nine Dragons King would be the next dragon god again. Unless Long Liefin could deal with D. Tion Sr. one day. As long as D. Tion was alive, he would never be able to take back the position of the dragon god. After seeing Long Liefin escape, the 8 major sects and the 7 overlords were all prepared to leave the dragon god weave. Who knew if D. Tion would make a move on them? They could not guarantee it. After all, D. Tion was not someone who could be easily controlled. He was fierce and brave, so it was impossible for him to make a move. Zhong Mozhan of the Demon Mystic sect was the first to speak. Gong Tian level followed suit. Against D. Tion, a powerful heavenly god, and a towering divine king, leaving this place seemed to be the best choice. Lin Fei did not want to let them leave just like that. Everyone, although the Dragon God Convention cannot continue, the new Dragon God's ascension still requires everyone to stay behind to be witnesses, lest word gets out and people misunderstand. I've decided to hold the Dragon God Ascension ceremony in 3 days. Everyone can leave after you've attended it. I don't think anyone has any objections, right? Lin Fei smiled. Luo En's sharp gaze swept across and he said plainly, Junior, there's no need to ask them about this. Master said that I'll help you kill anyone who displeases you. If one isn't enough, I'll kill 10. The leaders felt a gust of cold wind blow past them, and their hearts sank. Was D. Tion's master that cruel? Kill anyone who displeased him? Zhong Mozhan and Gong Tian level felt their bodies tremble, as if D. Tion was talking about them. Both of them reacted quickly. That's good. We'll definitely attend the ceremony. Zhong Mozhan said, Of course, the Bliss Palace will be the first to support the Dragon God Ascension ceremony. Under the leadership of the new Dragon God, the Dragon God will become even more powerful. The other leaders secretly cursed them for being cowards. However, a godly king powerhouse had already spoken. Who would dare to say the word no at this point in time? D. Tion's senior brother might really kill them. Forget it. It's just a ceremony. It's not something we can't accept. That's great. We, the Jianghu school, agree very much. Our Immortal Emperor school will definitely support it. With a single word from Ron, the giants all chose to cooperate. So be it. No one would die anyway. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Ron was quite smart. He knew how to speak. Everyone, you don't have to worry. I'm actually quite a good person. I won't take the initiative to kill people. My senior brother was just joking. Not taking the initiative to kill? No one believed that the Dragon God would be driven away by you. Now that things had come to this, no one would stand up and say anything. Lin Fei also arranged for people to ask the leaders to leave, while he led his people to Dragon City. After the battle, many buildings in Dragon City were destroyed. Fortunately, the entire city was not affected. At the very least, the Divine Dragon residence was still fine. 9 Dragons King, now that the Dragon God has escaped, He no longer has a chance to make a comeback. In a while, I will arrange for heavenly god powerhouses to command you. As for the internal affairs of the dragon clan, I'll leave them to you. In the great hall of the divine dragon residence, Lin Fei left the rest of the matters to Nine Dragons King. Nine Dragons King was still in a state of excitement. His wish of many years had finally been fulfilled. From the start, everything seemed to be under his master's control. Returning to the divine dragon residence was something he didn't even dare to dream of. Thank you, Master. The divine dragon domain was very large. The battle in Dragon City was not large. Not everyone from the Dragon King's bloodline knew about it. Nine Dragons King personally led his people to sweep away the remaining forces. The Dragon God Scepter also appeared in front of the Dragon Clan once more. News of what happened in the past spread. In order to survive, Nine Dragons King's brother told everyone about what happened in the past. When this news spread, the entire divine dragon domain was shaken. There were still people who knew about what happened in the past. Many people were puzzled as to why the one who became the dragon god was not Nine Dragons King, but another dragon king. In addition, the appearance of Grand Elder Long Aoshue made everyone even more certain of the truth. Long Liefen had become a sinner of the dragon clan in the divine dragon domain. His bloodline was also wiped out by Nine Dragons King, captured, and exiled to a sealed space. This method was accepted by everyone. Lin Fei didn't want to meddle in the internal affairs of the Dragon Clan. In any case, with Grand Elder and Nine Dragons King working together, and his own heavenly god powerhouse assisting him, he would be disappointed if they still couldn't solve the problem. Master, this is our Dragon Clan's treasury. In a day's time, Nine Dragons King had settled everything. He stood in front of the Dragon Clan's treasury with Lin Fei. Is it appropriate? Nine Dragons King chuckled. There's nothing inappropriate about it. I'm Master's man, so the Dragon Clan's treasury is also Master's. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're such a bootlicker. Nine Dragons King chuckled. Without Master, I would still be wandering in the dark night galaxy. Don't even mention standing here. Lin Fei was very satisfied. He hadn't wasted his effort. Long Liefen had left in a hurry. The treasury's contents were untouched. As the stone door opened, a passage appeared. Holding the Dragon Clan's token, Nine Dragons King opened layer after layer of restrictions, arriving in a separate space. Piles of materials piled up like a mountain. Anyone's eyes would light up upon seeing this. Even Lin Fei could not help but be shocked when he saw it. The Dragon Clan was too rich. Lin Fei was only a little surprised. He had seen too many good things, and these things were nothing in his eyes. Master, this way. This space was an independent space. Piles of materials piled up like a mountain. Medicinal pellets, all sorts of materials could be found here. In front of the Dragon Clan's wealth, any local tycoon powerhouse outside was not worth mentioning. In the depths of the space, Nine Dragons King opened another restriction, and a pile of godheads appeared in front of Lin Fei, sparkling with various colors. Master, I know you like godheads. Our Dragon Clan doesn't have many things, but godheads are plentiful. Nine Dragons King was a perceptive person. Although he didn't know why his master liked godheads, he was very concerned about them. According to the information I have, the godheads here were collected by the Dragon Clan, dating back to the time of the first dragon god. These godheads aren't high grade. According to the statistics, there's a total of 80 million godheads. Indeed, Lin Fei didn't care about other things, but it was different when it came to godheads. The more of these things, the better. Last time, several million godheads were used up without much use. Lin Fei was still pondering when he should go to the god tomb to plunder more godheads. He didn't expect to receive a batch of godheads in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the number reached an astonishing 80 million godheads. Chapter 1801. 80 million divine sparks. Even Lin Fei himself was shocked by this frightening number. He almost drooled. It was very useful. It won't be a problem for me to become a god king. I can also raise the grade of my 18 primordial chaos clones. I've gained a lot from this trip. Lin Fei took all the 80 million divine sparks without hesitation. Divine sparks were not very useful to the dragon race. They were not like humans, who used divine sparks to advance to the pseudo-heavenly god realm. At the very least, they were still heavenly gods. The dragon race had always disdained such behavior. These divine sparks were really given to Tian. With these 80 million divine sparks, Lin Fei really did not care about anything else. As long as his strength increased, there was nothing he couldn't get. 80 million divine sparks was enough to do many things. Lin Fei was very happy. Nine Dragons King was also happy. The dragon race's divine sparks had been useless, and many had been given away. Even so, there were still 80 million divine sparks left. Not many forces could have this kind of foundation. Seeing his master happy, Nine Dragons King was also very happy. This was the result he wanted. Lin Fei did not take anything else. He just kept the 80 million divine sparks. Little Nine, from now on, you will manage the dragon god domain well, and be the new dragon god. Lin Fei put away the divine sparks and patted Nine Dragons King's shoulder. Nine Dragons King was clearly stunned. Master, how can I take the position of dragon god? Why not? Are you not strong enough? The dragon race has a lot of resources. It's easy for you to advance. You don't have to worry about others messing around. When I leave, I will leave behind some heavenly gods to help you. Just be a good dragon god. Lin Fei said with a smile. He did not want to be the dragon god. The invincible palace lord was already a headache, not to mention the dragon god domain. But Nine Dragons King did not expect that he would be the dragon god. No buts. You will take the position in 3 days. Prepare well. Lin Fei did not give Nine Dragons King a chance to speak. He took out a divine weapon and a divine armor. These are both high-grade divine sparks. If you use them at full power, their power will be very terrifying. Take them and refine them well. 3 days. Peace and quiet returned to the dragon god domain. Several people of the Dragon King's bloodline were exiled. Under the Nine Dragons King's sweep, forces big and small were either eradicated or forced to surrender. The Nine Dragons King could already control the entire dragon god domain. Other than a group of powerhouses, the dragon god scepter in the Nine Dragon King's hands had also played a big role in Huang Xiaolong's success in controlling the dragon god domain. During the era of the previous generation's dragon god, the dragon god scepter was the symbol of the dragon god. Even when Long Liefan became the dragon god, there were still many people who refused to accept him. Now that the Nine Dragons King had returned, and the dragon god scepter appeared, everyone chose to side with him, and at the same time, supported the Nine Dragons King as the new dragon god. 3 days later, the ceremony would begin. Everyone in the dragon clan was willing to let the Nine Dragons King become the dragon god. The leaders of the 8 great sects, 7 great overlords, and other forces all attended the ceremony to witness this sacred moment. The Nine Dragon King also sat on the dragon god's throne as he wished. Everyone knew that one of the strongest races, the dragon race, had fallen under Tian's control. Although they were the Nine Dragon Kings in name, in reality, the Nine Dragon Kings and Tian were allies. To them, this wasn't good news, but they couldn't say anything. The Nine Dragons King had become the new dragon god, and the Nine Dragons King had no choice but to send a generous gift. For some reason, the Nine Dragons King's gifts were all godheads. Every sect sent 500,000 godheads. The Barbarian Bull race, Sky Fox race, and Sky Wing race sent a total of 1 million godheads. Lin Fei was not at all surprised by this result, and he impolitely accepted it all. He carefully calculated the number of godhood he had received. Counting the godheads, there were more than 10 million godheads. Lin Fei was very happy because of this. He had made the right decision to keep them. Otherwise, where would he find 10 million godheads? Adding the 80 million godheads from before, he had close to 100 million godheads on hand. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. After the ceremony ended, the Nine Dragons King took the initiative to bid farewell. Their reasons were simple. Their sects had urgent matters to attend to, and Lin Fei didn't want to do anything to them for the time being. After all, the 8 major sects had powerful backing. After taking advantage of them, Lin Fei couldn't wait for them to leave. In less than half a day, the 8 major sects and 7 overlords had all left. After the 9 Dragons King became the new dragon god, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stayed in the dragon god domain. He had close to 100 million godheads. No matter what, he had to use them first to increase his strength. Just as Lin Fei was about to enter seclusion, the 9 Dragons King brought someone with him. In truth, he was forcing someone to come in. "Master, guess who I've brought?" 9 Dragons King was in high spirits. "Are you trying to keep me in suspense?" Lin Fei looked at the person. He didn't have any impression of him, but he was curious. Why did the 9 Dragons King bring someone like this? "Who is this person?" The 9 Dragons King pushed the middle-aged man forward, causing him to stumble. His face was filled with anger. "Master, he's the World Commerce Chamber's vice president, Feng Wanquan. This guy was hiding in Dragon City, and our people reported him. So we captured him. According to our understanding, Feng Wanquan came looking for Long Liefan, wanting him to deal with us." Feng Wanquan's expression was ugly. Why didn't he leave earlier? Now he was in Di Tian's hands. Ever since he came to Dragon City, Feng Wanquan stayed there. He wanted to see Di Tian's misfortune, but he didn't expect that Di Tian would bring a senior brother, a God King realm expert, who could defeat the dragon god with a secret art. Feng Wanquan was scared out of his wits, so he went into hiding, not daring to go out. Who knew that the dragon clan would still come looking for him, and the leader was the steward who had brought him into the divine dragon residence back then. This fellow had heard that the World Commerce Association had a grudge against Di Tian, so he had reported the news. Under the encirclement of experts, the defenseless Feng Wanquan had been captured. "Yo, a big fish." Lin Fei was amused. "Little 9, you did well. You captured the World Commerce Chamber's vice president." Feng Wanquan's strength was restricted, so he said with a sullen face, "Di Tian, I'm from World Commerce Chamber. I think you should let me go as soon as possible. You don't have the right to imprison me." "What a temper. Are you looking for a beating?" Lin Fei didn't have a good impression of World Commerce Chamber. Otherwise, he wouldn't have swept through them. He even dared to borrow a knife to kill someone. This made Lin Fei even more unhappy. He slapped Feng Wanquan, sending him tumbling to the ground. "Little 9, send someone to send a letter to World Commerce Chamber's branch. Tell them that Feng Wanquan tried to kill the current dragon god. For the sake of World Commerce Chamber's face, ask them to prepare 5 million godheads. Otherwise, we'll kill them with our army." With that, Lin Fei ignored Feng Wanquan. "Don't worry, master. I'll take care of this matter properly." 9 Dragon King had become quick-witted. He reached out and lifted Feng Wanquan up. "I heard that your World Commerce Chamber has a strong foundation. 5 million godheads shouldn't be a problem, right?" "Impossible." The dragon god weave had changed to a new dragon god. After the 8 major sects left, the news spread like wildfire. Di Tian's infamy once again struck fear in the hearts of the people. No one had expected him to kill his way into the dragon god weave. Not only did he disrupt the dragon god convention, but he also chased the dragon god down from his pedestal. The scariest thing was that he had invited the divine king's senior brother. This was the real heavyweight news. Apart from that, there were also thousands of heavenly gods who had turned the dragon god weave upside down. They had even forced the 8 major sects to attend the ceremony, and they had no choice but to offer generous gifts. This kind of news spread like wildfire after someone intentionally spread it. No one knew who it was that one could offend anyone but Di Tian. Di Tian was the most terrifying existence. Di Tian's position as the number 1 of the younger generation was also firmly secured. No one could shake his position. No matter who it was, no one would dare to cause trouble for Di Tian even if they were given 100 guts. His senior brother, the Divine King, was not someone to be trifled with. He could poke you to death with a single finger. Deep underground in the Barbarian Bull tribe. As the strongest tribe, the Barbarian Bull tribe also controlled a territory similar in size to the Dragon God Weave. At this time, deep underground, Long Liefan was sitting with a few people with a gloomy face. "Brother Long, how are your injuries?" Barbarian Bull asked. Long Liefan had long lost his high spirits and looked haggard. He said with a gloomy face, "I'm fine. It's just that I ate a lot of medicinal pills. If it weren't for my strong divine body, I'm afraid I would have been killed by that divine king." Although it sounded easy, Long Liefan's injuries were still very serious. The divine king's power had not been expelled from his body, and he only had about 30% of his combat strength left. Tian Huzi and Tian Yitzi were both present. As members of the same alliance, the three of them had suffered at Di Tian's hands. They had even had to hand over 1,000,000 godhoods. If they didn't, they might not have been able to leave the dragon god weave. This Di Tian is too despicable. He's relying on a divine king. Sooner or later, Old Bull, will make Di Tian regret it. Barbarian Bull said angrily. Tian Huzi was much calmer than Barbarian Bull. "Brother Long, we must take revenge. However, now is not the time. You should first recover from your injuries. Old Bull is very safe here, and there's time acceleration. You can recover your strength in a few hundred years." Tian Yitzi followed. "Brother Long, this matter is not urgent. Di Tian is relying on a divine king to act violently. We are not the only ones who want to deal with him. The 8 great sects will deal with Di Tian first. Just wait and see. The 8 great sects will definitely not allow Di Tian to exist." Long Liefan could naturally see this. "Old Bull, I'll really have to trouble you this time. If I had known that Little Nine would make a comeback, I would have personally gone to kill him back then. This matter is all my fault." Chapter 1802. The ruler of the Draconic Divine Territory had changed hands. The matter continued to ferment. After the leaders of the 8 sects returned to their respective sects, they all used secret techniques to communicate with the upper worlds and send the news up. A powerful divine king had appeared in the lower worlds, and Di Tian's background had become mysterious and unfathomable. They had to pay attention to it. Before they found out Di Tian's true background, the leaders of the 8 sects would remain silent. They would definitely not cause trouble for Di Tian at this time. Demon Mystic Sect. Deep in the forbidden area of the Back Mountain, Zhong Molshan had suffered a loss in the Draconic Divine Territory, so he returned to his own territory and arranged for people to guard the Back Mountain. He entered alone. Deep in the forbidden area, there was a black stone tablet. Zhong Molshan activated the stone tablet, and a mysterious power connected to the upper worlds. On the same day, this mysterious power appeared in almost every single territory. Unfortunately, this mysterious power was unable to detect it. After a while, a shadow appeared in the sky above the stone tablet. The shadow was filled with a powerful will and a terrifying aura. Zhong Molshan lowered his head. Disciple Zhong Molshan greets Divine Messenger. "Zhong Molshan, why did you activate the stone tablet? Didn't I say that it's not allowed to be activated unless it's something important?" The will in the shadow said unhappily. Zhong Molshan instantly felt the surrounding temperature drop. He could only bite the bullet and say, "Divine Messenger, please calm down. Please listen to my explanation. I was forced to activate it." "Then tell me." Zhong Molshan was afraid that the Divine Messenger would not listen to him. He could not withstand the Divine Messenger's anger. "Divine Messenger, it's like this." Zhong Molshan explained the matter in detail. He emphasized on Di Tian, the Divine King experts, and the thousands of Heaven God experts. "Are you sure?" the will said in a sharp voice. "I'm sure," Zhong Molshan said. "In the territory, there are almost no experts who have advanced to the Divine King realm. Only a few of us leaders can use the power of the upper worlds to advance to the Divine King realm in a short time. This senior brother Di Tian is very suspicious. I think it's necessary to tell Divine Messenger." "Good, you've done well." Zhong Molshan heaved a sigh of relief. "This is what I should do. Put aside the matter of Di Tian and that Divine King for now. You don't have to worry about a mere Divine King. 1 month later, bring the sect's experts and the most talented disciples to the God's tomb. I will raise your strength through the God's tomb." "Understood." The shadow on the stone tablet dissipated, and the powerful will also disappeared. Zhong Molshan's body straightened as he laughed evilly. "Di Tian, I'll let you be happy for another month. When the time comes, I'll definitely make you regret it. Almost at the same moment, the 8 major sects all received this top-secret information. In the following days, the 8 sects and the 7 overlords were unusually quiet. This made many people unable to understand. The foundations of the 8 great sects weren't weak. Could it be that they really had to lower their heads in front of Dition? This was a very rare occurrence. More than 10 days passed, and the top forces remained silent. Dition's ferocious reputation had already made everyone fearful, and all sorts of gossip was spreading. Dition is too awesome. He's my idol. Now Dition is truly the #1 person of the younger generation. Look at the 8 major sects, they don't even dare to speak. Dition is mighty. I'm going to join the invincible palace. The outside world was abuzz with the rumors. At least, at this time, Dition's ferocious reputation was the loudest. No matter which corner of the world you were in, you would know the name Dition. If you said you hadn't heard of him, you could only say that you were outdated. 10 days later, the World Commerce Chamber of Commerce sent an elder to the draconic god Weave, requesting to meet the dragon god. 9 Dragons King received the elder. As soon as the elder arrived, he explained that the assassination of the dragon god was a misunderstanding, emphasized that the World Commerce Chamber would not interfere in this matter, and presented 9 Dragons King with a generous gift. At the same time, there were also 5 million godheads. Finally, after much persuasion, 9 Dragons King finally agreed to let him go safely. After the World Commerce Chamber's elder received Vice President Feng Wanquan, he immediately left the draconic god Weave with his people. He was afraid that the Dragon Clan would put him under house arrest again. With 5 million godheads in hand, Lin Fei was not as excited as before. He had seen 80 million godheads, so a mere 5 million godheads was nothing to him. In the secret space of the battle fortress, Lin Fei's closed-door cultivation had just begun. First, he had to raise his cultivation level. That was something he had to do. Lin Fei had not used the godheads he had plundered. Now that he had 5 million godheads, he had exactly 100 million godheads on hand. He could squander them to his heart's content. Awesome. 100 million godheads piled up like a mountain. It was a stunning sight. As long as I advance to the God King realm, I can summon God King powerhouses, or even hierarch powerhouses. No matter what the 8 major sects are plotting, I won't have to worry about it. Lin Fei had never underestimated the 8 major sections. After all, they had a God Emperor powerhouse as their backer. That was no ordinary feat. Most importantly, they seemed to be plotting in the territories below. Even with a God King by his side, Lin Fei felt that it was not too safe. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for advancing to the God King realm. You are now a 1-star God King. With 5 million godheads, Lin Fei had advanced to the God King realm. A stronger feeling appeared in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for advancing to the God King realm. Activating God King summoning mode. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for advancing to the God King realm. Permission to summon and hierarch powerhouse. The cold voice of the system became extremely tempting in Lin Fei's ears. Damn, I can finally summon and hierarch powerhouse. Lin Fei opened the page and couldn't help but gasp. Summon and hierarch powerhouse, hierarch shard. Lin Fei could not help but gasp. How much was 1 God King powerhouse? Summoning and hierarch powerhouse required 100 million hierarch shards? This is too much. Originally, Lin Fei had planned to summon an hierarch powerhouse immediately. Now, it seemed that he had to postpone it. Lin Fei flipped to another page. Would the number of God King powerhouses increase to an extremely high number? With a single look, he realized that his guess was correct. Luckily, summoning a God King powerhouse is not that expensive. Only 10 million Godhead shards will do. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. 10 million shards was still acceptable. At the very least, he could summon 1 or 2 Godhead shards for protection. He had thought that 100 million Godhead shards was a lot. Now, it seemed that it was not as extravagant as he had imagined. Chapter 1803. 95 million God deity needed to be put to good use. Lin Fei started to study it. First was the realm. Lin Fei felt that it was enough to have one-star God King realm. Realm wasn't very useful to him, God power was the focus. One-star God King needed more than 30 million God deity to advance to two-star God King. If he wanted to advance to 9 stars God King, Lin Fei felt that he would need at least a few hundred million God deity, maybe even a billion God deity. Leveling up was temporarily put aside. Lin Fei's focus landed on the 18 primordial clones. Raising the cultivation technique became very important. Every time the 18 primordial clones leveled up, their combat strength would increase. For example, the 18 primordial clones had reached 2-star combat strength. Even though it was just a level increase, their combat strength increased by a huge amount. The method of leveling up wasn't difficult. Using God deity to raise the cultivation of the clones, simulating the conversion system, the clones could also absorb heaven and earth's spiritual energy and convert it into God power. Although the effect was very average, Lin Fei was using his own God power. Now, what Lin Fei needed to do was to raise the cultivation technique of the 18 primordial clones. If he could raise it to that level, then he would raise it to that level. Let's raise the clone realm first. Last time, he used 200,000 shards to raise it. The clone realm was still at the pseudo-god realm, so what he needed to do now was to raise the clone realm. The 18 primordial clones were released and they raised their realms one by one. With 95 million God deity, Lin Fei was very confident. Very quickly, Lin Fei realized that the clones were bottomless pits. Damn, 100,000 God deity and they still haven't reached 1-star God realm. What kind of joke is this? When I leveled up, I only had 100 God deity. 100,000, 18 of them, that was 8 million God deity. Lin Fei couldn't help but wipe his sweat. At this moment, the little devil flew out and said, "Master, you have to know that your doppelgangers are formed from energy, not flesh and blood. It's already good enough that the system can help them advance. Moreover, it's even more perfect than what you heard from that big shot. Even if your God power is used up, your clones can absorb it on their own." Lin Fei was convinced. I want to see how much divine deity he can absorb. Lin Fei continued to use his divine deity, preparing to waste time with this. Fortunately, when it came to 150,000 godhoods, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief when his first clone reached the level of a 1-star heavenly god. 150,000 godheads was an acceptable price. After using 2,700,000 godheads, all of his clones became 1-star celestial gods. Lin Fei began to raise his cultivation level by 2 stars again. He already knew that to raise his cultivation technique, as long as he was not allowed to raise his cultivation level, he would have to raise the level of his cultivation technique. Advancing from a 1-star heavenly god to a 2-star heavenly god would increase from 150,000 godheads to 500,000 godheads. 9 million godhoods went down just like that. The only thing that made Lin Fei happy was that the upgraded divine spark could be exchanged for a portion of the godly monarch's fragments, so he didn't use the divine spark for nothing. 10 million godhoods were sold just like that. Lin Fei continued. 20 million to become a 3-star heavenly god. 40 million to become a 4-star celestial god. With this calculation, he had spent 70 million godhoods. It really is a bottomless pit. Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh. In the blink of an eye, only 20 million of the 95 million godhoods he had found were left. He finally experienced what it meant to spend money like water. He used it quickly. Fuse. The 18 clones entered his body, and Lin Fei's 1-star godly monarch cultivation level broke through to the 2-star godly monarch cultivation level. Only 1 cultivation level? Lin Fei soon felt relieved. A godly monarch was stronger than a heavenly god. Although the 18 primordial godly clones were 4-star heavenly gods, the energy in their bodies could only increase by 1 cultivation level. Lin Fei was also very satisfied. Now that he was a godly monarch, he couldn't use supreme-grade divine artifacts. He had to change to a godly monarch weapon no matter what. Opening the box was a must. Lin Fei got busy again. There were also changes to the godly monarch box. Each opening required 50,000 godhoods, and he was allowed to open it 50 times a day. After 50 times, each opening would require 500,000 godhoods. Lin Fei had already absorbed the changes to the godly monarch level. Wasn't it just 50,000 godhoods each time? He could only open a low-grade godly monarch weapon? He still opened it. He didn't know if it was bad luck or some other reason. Lin Fei used 15 million godhoods and opened a low-grade godly monarch weapon. It was a long black saber with an ice-cold blade. Its name was Heaven Absolute Saber. The godly monarch battle armor was a thunderclap battle armor that could release terrifying lightning attacks. At this point, Lin Fei was only left with 5 million godhoods. With 5 million divine deity, Lin Fei went to upgrade the divine level 1 blade chop cultivation technique. With the divine deity, he pushed his battle power from 2 stars to 4 stars, leaving him with the last 1 million divine deity. Lin Fei didn't plan to use the 1 million godhoods. He planned to keep them and convert them into divine power. It's done! Lin Fei came out of the secret space in a very good mood. With more than 90 million godhoods, Lin Fei's strength increased tremendously again. Congratulations on your great improvement, Master. As soon as he came out, Ron, who had been outside, came up to congratulate him. At the same time, he saw the 6 men following behind him, and he felt a sense of urgency. Come, let me introduce you. These are your colleagues from now on. Lin Fei used 60 million godly monarch shards to summon 6 godly monarchs. To make it easier to remember them, Lin Fei changed their names to Lin 1 to Lin 6. Lin 1 was the strongest, a 6-star godly monarch. Lin 2 and Lin 3 were 4-star godly monarchs. Lin 4, Lin 5, and Lin 6 were 1-star to 3-star godly monarchs. Summoning 6 godly monarchs, Lin Fei had put in a lot of effort. Lin Fei came out of the battle fortress. 9 Dragons King was the first to arrive. Half a month had passed, and Draconic God Weave was mostly under control. No one dared to cause trouble anymore. Congratulations on coming out of seclusion, Master. Your strength has improved greatly. Lin Fei knew it was flattery, but he still liked it. Come with me, I have something to tell you. 9 Dragons King called everyone out. Lin 5, Lin 6, stay in Draconic God Weave from now on. If you have nothing to do, focus on cultivating. Lin Fei called out Lin 5 and Lin 6. Yes, Master. The 2 answered in unison. 9 Dragons King glanced at them, and his heart thumped wildly. These 2 were too dangerous. Just a look from them was enough to make 9 Dragons King feel uneasy. Little 9, these 2 are guarding Draconic God Weave. You don't have to worry about them. If there are any experts you can't handle, just inform them. They will definitely help you solve the problem. 9 Dragons King was overjoyed. He had been worried that Di Tian might not be able to suppress him if he left. Now, he could finally heave a sigh of relief. Thank you, Master. 9 Dragons King made up his mind. Unless there was a situation he could not handle, he would not disturb these 2. These 2 might come from the same place as Di Tian. Take good care of Draconic God Weave. Don't disappoint me. Lin Fei patted 9 Dragons King's shoulder. All right, you can arrange for the Dragon Clan's people to collect godheads for me. Later, I will give you a batch of low-grade divine artifacts, mid-grade godheads, and high-grade godheads. You know how to use them. 9 Dragons King nodded repeatedly. I will take care of this matter. I will not disappoint Master. Master, are you preparing to leave? I have something to do. You just need to take care of it. Lin Fei was very busy at the moment. Leaving Lin 5 and Lin 6 in Draconic God Weave was also a precaution. If Long Liefan came back fearlessly, Lin Fei would definitely give him a big shock, letting him know what regret was. After settling everything, Lin Fei secretly left. He planned to make a trip back to Great Metropolis Celestial World. Originally, he wanted Lin 2 and Lin San to guard his home, but due to the long journey, he could only use the battle fort. After a few days, Lin Fei returned to Great Metropolis Celestial World. He left Lin 2, Lin San, and Ron behind, telling him to cultivate properly. With 2 God Kings guarding Great Metropolis Celestial World, Lin Fei was very relieved. Back in Great Metropolis Celestial World, Lin Fei received a piece of good news. Golden Phoenix had helped him collect a batch of godheads, all of which were collected in the weave. There was a total of 1.56 million godheads. Now, mosquito meat was still meat. Lin Fei was not picky. For this, Lin Fei left a batch of divine artifacts for Golden Phoenix, telling her to exchange them for godheads. As long as they were godheads, it would be fine. Right now, Lin Fei was in dire need of godheads. After staying at home for a few days, Lin Fei once again set off secretly. With God Kings guarding him, Lin Fei could rest assured. This time, Lin Fei wanted to go to the Divine Tomb, that ancient battlefield. He believed that he would not be disappointed there. Why did he want to go to the Divine Tomb? This was the only place that Lin Fei could think of. If not here, where else could he go? He had to go. Lin Fei brought Lin Yi with him. With a 6-star God King guarding him, he could solve a lot of problems. Halfway there, Lin Fei went to the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce and Hell Heaven Chamber of Commerce to see Tianyang and Arkawa. After the news of the Dragon God Weave spread, the two had already regarded Earth Sky as an important partner of the Chamber of Commerce. With such a big backer, if they did not befriend him now, when would they wait? When they met, Tianyang and Arakawa both gave him a generous gift. Each of them gave 500,000 godheads. Such a generous gift was quite a lot. Lin Fei did not disappoint them. He took out 6 supreme-grade divine artifacts and gave them only one condition. They would handle the supreme-grade heavenly divine artifacts, and he wanted godheads. Although the two did not understand what the godheads were used for, they did not ask. After some discussion, they divided the 6 supreme-grade heavenly divine artifacts at 6 million godheads each. Because he did not have the godheads with him, and there were many of them, they needed to collect them. They could not give them to Di Tian immediately. Lin Fei did not mind. He allowed them to collect the godheads and take them away the next time they came. The two also began to prepare for the auction. With the 6 supreme-grade heavenly divine artifacts, the 2 chambers of commerce could once again be in the limelight. 6 heavenly divine artifacts were exchanged for 36 million godheads. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. Now, the supreme-grade heavenly divine artifacts were no longer attractive to Lin Fei. Other than the 8 major sects, the only places where he could exchange a large number of godheads were these 2 top chambers of commerce. As for the World Chamber of Commerce, Lin Fei had no interest in cooperating. Chapter 1804. In a faraway place, a towering mountain stood on the vast land, like an invincible divine weapon. The lightning that shot out from the mountain shrouded the entire mountain. The mountain was like a divine weapon, piercing through the clouds, as if the sky was about to be pierced through. The mountain was huge. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but the mountain. No one knew how big the mountain was. They only knew that it was the tallest mountain in the divine world, called the God Lightning Mountain. Divine lightning struck down continuously, one after another, bringing with it a terrifying aura, turning the area within 1 billion miles into a barren land. No matter how strong one could not withstand the attack of the number 1 divine lightning in the world. At the same time, on the highest peak of the God Lightning Mountain, at this moment, 8 illusory figures appeared in a place where few people could be seen. They ignored the divine lightning that was descending, and each of them stood in a position that was impervious to the divine lightning. They looked like figures, but in fact they were formed by powerful divine senses. If there were any top-notch experts here, they would definitely recognize them. These 8 were the 8 magnates of the divine world. In other words, they were the only 8 deity emperors. Everyone, our plans in the lower realms are about to change. That's why I've gathered everyone here to discuss how we can work together to open up a path to the lower realms. That way, we can provide more help to the people in the lower realms. What do you all think? Are you talking about that Di Tian who appeared out of nowhere? And that senior divine king? If that's the case, aren't you overreacting? What can a mere divine king do? Don't tell me that your demon mystic sect is afraid of him? Deity Emperor Zheng Yi sneered. Deity Emperor Mo Xian was the first to speak. After being mocked by Deity Emperor Zheng Yi, he only harumphed. It's not that I'm afraid. I'm just worried about unnecessary trouble. Do you think that Di Tian is not being manipulated by someone? If he really makes a move, your Jingyi sect will not have a good ending. This emperor agrees with Brother Mo Xian's words. 108 god princes are about to appear. Just the primal chaos god emperor alone is enough to give everyone a headache. Now that Di Tian has appeared, who knows if he's after the god princes? Extreme bliss deity emperor stood on profound devil deity emperor's side. We need to prepare for this as soon as possible. What do you think? Di Tian is a small matter. A mere god king is nothing. But that Di Tian's backer is a problem. He might even be controlled by one of our divine world's hierarch. The righteous profound saint deity emperor said in a deep voice, even this kind of traitorous thing interfered in the lower realm, it's hard to guarantee that the other ultimate gods won't have any thoughts about it. With this matter in mind, our sects really need to be supported. Isn't it just opening up a passageway to the lower realm? I think it's doable. Brother Mo Xian is right. We must nurture the power of the lower realm. Now that the divine child has appeared, we must take action. With the 8 of us working together, we can definitely build a passageway. Who cares what those divine venerables think? The divine child must be controlled by us. Immortal Emperor God Emperor, Fortune God Emperor, and Shintian God Emperor all had different expressions on their faces. All of them chose to remain silent as this matter was extremely important. Opening the passage is necessary. Mystic Demon God Emperor said, I believe everyone knows the importance of the God's Son. This passageway is necessary. The 2 words, divine child, made everyone's expression turn grave. Let's open it then. The God's Son must be controlled by us, no one else can. Then it's settled. The 8 God Emperors quickly made their decision. They would work together to open the passage to the lower realm. God Emperor Jianghu, Immortal Emperor God Emperor, and the rest left first. On the peak, only Mystic Demon God Emperor, Shintian God Emperor, and Blissful God Emperor were left. Brother Mo Xian, where do you plan to open the passage? Mystic Demon God Emperor asked. At the battlefield of our past, the divine tomb that they are talking about. That place is deserted. As long as the sects guard it well, no one can enter. Mystic Demon God Emperor said. This place is doable. The divine tomb is a place where the battles are intense. The border barrier is the weakest. We can open it from there and it will be much easier. Mystic Demon God Emperor felt that it was doable. Our forces below are indeed too weak. That Di Tian is truly despicable. I wonder who secretly sent people down there. Speaking of which, that Di Tian is indeed a bastard. I heard that he caused a huge commotion in the divine dragon territory and chased the current dragon god down. Blissful God Emperor gossiped. It seems that the old dragon god is furious and wants to make things difficult for that Di Tian. The old dragon god is indeed hot-tempered. It would be strange if he didn't get angry after hearing that. Mystic Demon God Emperor said, everyone just needs to be prepared for the opening of the passage. If it weren't for those guys down there being disappointing, we wouldn't have to be so anxious. After all, the divine child is about to be born. The God Emperor was very disappointed with the agents below. At the same time, he was very dissatisfied with the godly venerable experts who secretly put down the divine king. However, there were many godly venerables in the divine world. It would not be easy to find them. This matter had to be investigated. As long as the passage was opened, they would be able to find out who was the mastermind immediately. They would then have a reason to deal with them. On the way to the divine tomb, Lin Fei did not know that the 8 giants of the upper realm were secretly discussing about opening the passage from the upper realm to the lower realm. After leaving the great metropolis world, Lin Fei let Battle Number 1 control the battle fortress and rushed to the divine tomb day and night. The divine tomb was rather far. If it wasn't for the map of the divine tomb, Lin Fei would not be able to find the correct route. Lin Fei had been on the road for 10 days. The battle fortress's speed had been maintained at its top speed due to the reckless energy consumption. It's still too slow. Although the battle fortress's speed was very fast, Lin Fei was still not very satisfied. It did not reach the satisfactory speed that he had imagined. Master, you don't have to worry. At this speed, we should be able to enter the divine tomb in another 3 days. This is already very fast. Lin Yi said with a smile. All right. Lin Fei really had nothing to say. Suddenly, Lin Yi frowned and said, Master, I just noticed that there are warships appearing in a few other directions. Moreover, they are all heading in the same direction as we are. Lin Fei was excited and thought to himself, could it be that they are coming for me? System, show me the images. The system was now multifunctional. Lin Fei only needed to pay the godhead to use the function. The concealment effect was also first class. At least for now, he had not been discovered by anyone. The system stretched out a screen and divided it into several images. In each image there was a warship. This is from the righteous sect. And this is from the demon mystic sect. The fortune gate. Could it be that they are all going to the divine tomb? This is too much of a coincidence. Chapter 1805. Lin Fei's battle fortress was hidden in the void. Coupled with the activated concealment function, it was difficult to find them in a short period of time. Lin Fei was surprised to find the battleships of the 8 major sections. It seemed that they did not need to go to the god's graveyard at this time. Lin Fei was sure that they were going to the god's graveyard. There was no other destination in this direction besides the god's graveyard. They probably had the idea of going to the god's graveyard after the dragon god ceremony ended. If that's the case, they left very early. Their battleships are not as good as my battle fortress. That's why I was able to catch up to them so quickly. Lin Fei rubbed his chin and came up with a conclusion that was close to the truth. That should be it. Lin Fei ordered battle number 1 to hide. They could not be found at this time. Master, we need to hurry to the god's graveyard. No matter what their purpose is, it must be related to the higher-ups. Lin Yi analyzed. Maybe it's because Master appeared out of nowhere and affected their next plan. Lin Fei felt that it made sense. The sects of the 8 major sects must have appeared together for a purpose. It was most likely to contact the upper realm. Ignore them for now. Let's go to the god's graveyard first. No matter what it is, we will find it before them. Lin Fei was very confident in the battle fortress. At least he was faster than them. Under the condition that they wouldn't be disturbed. Lin Fei's battle fortress was hidden in the void. Unless someone bumped into it, normal people would not be able to find it. Even if they used their divine sense to check, the result would be the same. Another 2 days passed. Lin Fei left their battleships behind. People from the 7 overlords? After leaving those battleships behind, Lin Fei found traces of the 7 overlords. They were also piloting battle fortresses. If not for the system's constant scanning, Lin Fei would not have found out. Damn, are they all going to the god's graveyard? After paying a small price, Lin Fei found a few battle fortresses, one of which belonged to the Yama overlord. They were flying side by side, looking very majestic. It's a good thing I've turned on the system. If I were to continue forward, I might really run into them. Lin Fei frowned. It was not easy for him to find time to come to the tomb of the god of sin, but he happened to run into these people, which made him very unhappy. If only we could improve the fort's performance a little more, then we wouldn't have to worry about being discovered. Lin Fei sighed. At this speed, there was no way they could get rid of them. As if hearing Lin Fei's thoughts, the little devil appeared again. This guy appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Lin Fei was used to it. Master, you want to modify the battle fort? Lin Fei knew very well that under normal circumstances, the little devil would rarely take the initiative to appear. His eyes lit up. Do you have a way? Of course there is. Modifying a battle fortress is a piece of cake in your words. The little devil pulled out a virtual page, pointed at a few points, and a scroll appeared in his hand. The whole process only took a moment. Look, this is the modification plan after the system analyzed it. The little devil threw the scroll to Lin Fei. Lin Fei was also secretly surprised. The system could also analyze modifications? After opening the scroll, Lin Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. Good stuff. If I modify it according to the scroll, my battle fort will become a divine weapon that can evolve. Although Lin Fei had a low-grade God King weapon, it was not easy to keep up with the speed of evolution. If the battle fort could really evolve, Lin Fei would be very happy. At least for traveling, the battle fort would be useful. If he could increase its attack power, Lin Fei believed that the battle fort would become the most terrifying weapon of war. Nothing else could compare to it. Lin Fei was very tempted, but he also knew that this kind of modification was not a small matter. If it was not done well, it would cost a lot of money. Although he was already mentally prepared, when Lin Fei saw the modification cost at the bottom of the map, Lin Fei still couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. There were a few simple numbers written on the map. Total modification cost 1 billion divinities. This modification cost was really not low. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. Little devil, you have given me a difficult problem. After seeing the modified battle fort, who can resist this temptation? But this 1 billion divinities, even if you sell me, you may not be able to get it. The little devil laughed. I believe Master can do it. 1 billion divinities is really not a lot. If you can't gather it in this world, you can go to the upper realm and rob whoever doesn't want to give. I know a few places that have divinities. For example, the 8 major sects, the representatives of the upper realm. Master can rob them, and I guarantee that you will get something. Lin Fei was really tempted by the little devil's words. The representatives of the 8 great emperors should have a lot of divinities in the sections. Even if they didn't have tens of millions of divinities from the dragon race, it shouldn't be a problem to get 10 or 20 million, right? In the end, Lin Fei still suppressed the idea. This matter could not be rushed. At this time, the little devil began to speak again. How about this? Master can modify some aspects of the battle fort. The cost is not that high. Lin Fei felt that this was doable. Then what should we modify first? Let's modify the speed first. The little devil said. The battle fort speed is not bad, but it has reached its limit. If the speed of the battle fort is modified, Master can completely leave those overlords behind. No one can catch up. This was doable. How many divinities do we need? Master currently has more than 2 million divinities. Based on the current foundation, we can barely increase the speed by 2 times. If we want to modify the speed completely, we will need 100 million divinities. Did he hear that it was 2 times? Although Lin Fei felt heartache about the divinities, they were things that were meant to be used. Lin Fei did not hesitate. I don't know when it will be done. The little devil snapped his fingers. 1 hour. 2 million divinities were used. Lin Fei had really become a pauper. Fortunately, there were divinities in the tomb of the gods. As long as he reached there, he could collect the divinities. It was still acceptable. Master, the modification is done. The little devil reappeared and said with a smile. So fast? Of course. Master doesn't need to worry at all when I do it. The little devil said proudly. I have already modified the power of the battle fort. It's just that the energy consumption is a little high, but the speed can be increased by 2 times. The speed of the battle fort was controlled by the formation restriction. Lin Fei was not very familiar with this formation restriction and did not want to know. It was fine as long as the effect was out. Battle number 1. Activate the battle fort. Lin Fei passed the order. Yes, Master. Battle number 1 activated the battle fort. Lin Fei only felt his body tremble slightly. The huge battle fort rushed out like a violent flying car. Fast. It was really fast. The speed of the battle fort was increased by 2 times from its original speed. The speed of the battle fort was unbelievably fast. Lin Fei himself was dumbfounded. In less than half an hour, the few battle forts from before were already in front of him. With a few whooshes, they passed by, leaving only a shadow. Master, are you satisfied? Satisfied, very satisfied. Lin Fei was very satisfied. It's just that the modification fee is too high. Because of a small accident, the battle fort was modified. Although it increased its speed, Lin Fei no longer had any doubts about the modification of the entire battle fort. Should I help the 7 overlords modify it? Lin Fei pondered. I think they would be willing to pay a sum of divinities. Increasing its speed by 2 times was not a simple matter. Behind them, the overlord of the plenitude overlord sat under a pavilion, tasting immortal wine. The maid beside him occasionally handed him immortal fruits, thinking about what he would gain from this trip to the tomb of the god of sin. Something passed by? Suddenly, the overlord of the plenitude overlord sensed something passing by. The battle fort had already been refined by the overlord of the plenitude overlord. He would be able to sense it immediately if anything happened. The overlord of the plenitude overlord would never be wrong about his feelings. That can't be. How could there be something faster than the battle fort? The overlord of the plenitude overlord used his divine sense to search again, but to no avail. Could it be that I sensed wrongly? Did nothing pass by just now? The overlord of the plenitude overlord muttered to himself. The battle fort itself was the fastest thing in the territory. Even the peak Empyrean gods of the 9 stars could not compare. Daoisin Luo, did something pass by just now? Daoisin Luo, did you feel something pass by? The overlord of the plenitude overlord's eyes widened. You felt it too? Could there really be something faster than the battle fort? Lin Fei did not know about the gloomy look on the overlord of the plenitude overlord's face. With its twice the original speed, the battle fort was like a flying beast. It sped along the way, leaving all the other warships behind. The energy consumption was also a huge figure. Lin Fei chose to ignore it. If it did not consume energy, its speed could be increased. At the very least, Lin Fei had accepted the powerful modification ability of the system. If he had 1 billion godheads, he really wanted to see how terrifying the modified attack would be. Another few days passed. Lin Fei did not encounter another warship. He was already sure that he had shaken them off. Master, I think we've arrived. On the top of the battle fort, Lin Yi pointed at an eerie land in the distance. Lin Fei looked in that direction and saw a fragment of an eerie land in the distance. No, this is not the tomb of the god of sin. We've arrived at the periphery. Lin Fei suddenly shook his head. Look, there is more than one eerie land. Indeed, as they got closer, pieces of eerie land floating in the air appeared. Chapter 1806. The star continent fragments that filled the skies still gave Lin Fei a huge shock. How tragic this must be! Lin Fei couldn't help but exclaim. The star continent was broken into pieces. One could only imagine the intensity of the battle back then. Now, Lin Fei could also shatter the star continent, but it was far from the size of the floating star continent fragments. Even a God King powerhouse might not be able to shatter a star continent fragment of this level. The bigger the star continent, the more power it required. It wasn't something that could be easily shattered. Master, these floating star continent fragments all have a horrifying aura. They should be left behind by those people back then. Lin Yi said from the side. Can you do it? Lin Yi shook his head. Not now. Lin Fei had expected this. The battle here was even more tragic than expected. The battle fort flew carefully. Lin Fei also tried to make Battle 1 not let the battle fort touch the star continent fragments. It seemed safe, but who knew if there was any danger? There were more star continent fragments floating in the sky than expected. At a glance, they were everywhere. The battle fort could only move carefully. Boom! Not long after, the battle fort was hit by a moving star continent fragment. On the star continent, a shadow appeared and slapped the battle fort heavily, causing the entire battle fort to shake. Go! With one slap, Lin Fei felt the horrifying power. This was at least a God King level attack. Fortunately, the speed of the battle fort had been modified. He escaped the scene immediately. The roars behind him continued. An illusory figure appeared, which also attracted a few illusory experts in the vicinity. Master, those are the grievances left behind by the powerhouses before they died. They are attached to the fragments. Whoever touches the fragments will appear and attack anyone. Lin Yi explained. Lin Fei finally understood what it meant. So dangerous! The little fiend jumped out again. Master, 2 million godhoods. That's not a loss, is it? If you remodel the entire battle fortress, you don't have to worry about the attack just now. Lin Fei said heavily, I will modify them all sooner or later. The fragment of the stellar continent floated in the air. Lin Fei became extremely careful. At the same time, he opened the system and searched for traces of godhood. Unfortunately, there was no godhood on the shards. Just like that, he carefully advanced while searching for godhoods. 3 days later, Lin Fei left the periphery of the tomb of the god of sin. He didn't have to worry about encountering the star continent fragment anymore. A dark, silent continent appeared in Lin Fei's sight. This should be the real battlefield. Lin Fei could already feel the murderous aura of the continent rushing toward him. A long time passed, but that didn't mean the killing aura would disappear. Master, this place is very dangerous. Lin Yi's expression also became grave. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The battle fort hadn't gone far. In midair, a terrifying aura of the Great Path shot out. The battle fortress was shaken by the bombardment, and its sturdy exterior started to shake. Traces were also left behind. We can't fly in the sky anymore. Lin Fei immediately realized that in the sky above this continent, it was filled with killing intent. With the current battle fortress, it probably wouldn't be able to find many godhoods before it was blasted into pieces by these Great Path powers. Go down immediately. Lin Fei ordered battle number 1 to go down. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The battle fortress rushed to the ground. The Great Path attacks that filled the sky were still attacking. In less than a moment, the battle fortress had been attacked countless times and was filled with densely packed pits. Once on the ground, Lin Fei put away the battle fortress and put on the low-grade God King armor. He quickly avoided the Great Path attacks and finally got rid of them. The tomb of the god of sin is more terrifying than I imagined. Lin Fei was hiding in a large pit. He could still hear the rumbling sound. It took a long time before it dissipated. At the very least, I can't fly in the sky anymore. Whoever dares to fly up will definitely be turned into a hornet's nest. Lin Fei leaned against the back of the pit and couldn't help but wipe his cold sweat. These were all genuine God King level attacks. There might even be more. Originally, he thought that searching for godheads would be a simple matter. Now, from Lin Fei's point of view, it should be a very dangerous matter. They had just arrived and they were already treated like this. Lin Fei was indeed worried. Master, look in front. Suddenly, Lin Yi jumped out of the pit and stared in front of him. Lin Fei also followed him out. He saw that there was a big, faintly discernible mound in front of him, lying on the flat ground just like that. A huge tomb. Lin Fei and Lin Yi carefully moved forward. They stopped not far from the big mound. The big mound in front of them was very big, like a tall mountain. The most unbelievable thing was that the big mound was covered with magic arrays and restrictions. Could it be that the corpses from the great battle were gathered together and buried here? Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He had a guess. It seemed that other than this reason, no one would be so bored as to make such a big mound. Lin Fei looked around the big mound, but he was not in a hurry to make a move. He asked Lin Yi to go and check nearby. He suspected that there should be a lot of such big mounds. The magic arrays and restrictions were not easy to break. Lin Fei was really not worried. With the system, as long as he paid the godheads, he was not afraid that he could not open these big mounds. After a while, Lin Yi flew back. Master really guessed it. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, I found several big mounds. They look almost the same as the one in front of us. They should be the land of bones. Lin Fei could already determine the use of these big mounds. There should be corpses buried underneath. I just don't know who was so bored to bury them. Why did they have to set up magic arrays and restrictions? This kind of damned place is not for ordinary people. Even 9 stars celestial gods would die in this place. Lin Fei curled his lips. No matter what, these big mounds are mine. Lin Fei decided to be a grave robber. No matter what, he would dig it up first. How many godheads are needed to break the magic arrays and restrictions here? 500,000 godheads? The little devil asked for an exorbitant price again. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Do you need to be so expensive? These big mounds are all magic arrays and restrictions set up by peak god kings. In this world, except for me, no one can break them. The little devil said proudly. Really thick-skinned. 500,000 godheads were almost the last of Lin Fei's wealth. If he did not find it, he would really have a headache. Lin Fei decisively chose to use 500,000 godheads to break the magic arrays and restrictions. Chapter 1807. Alright, you can come in now. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the little devil flew out again and stood on Lin Fei's shoulder. So fast. Although Lin Fei wasn't very good at array restrictions, he was also clear that the array restrictions here were different from those outside. It shouldn't be that easy to break them. The little devil said disdainfully, these array restrictions, no matter how many come, I can easily break them. Lin Fei surrendered. Go in from there. The little devil pointed to a position in front of him. I have already broken the array restrictions. You just have to go in from this position. Remember, don't wander around. I am only opening a passage. If you are attacked by the array restrictions, it has nothing to do with me. Lin Fei blinked. Passage, what do you mean? You didn't completely break it? Are there still array restrictions? This was the worst joke Lin Fei had ever heard. The little demon said seriously, Master, you're dreaming. 500,000 godheads can only open a passage. It's not a complete break. You can't do it with this price tag. Lin Fei opened his mouth wide. Alright, there is a passage. Lin Fei followed the direction and walked into the big mound. Just as the little devil had said, the inside and outside of the big earth mound was covered with array formations. Lin Fei could only carefully walk in a passage. Beside him was the array formation restrictions. The constant roaring of thunder and golden heptachi were densely packed. Lin Fei didn't dare to wander around. Under the guidance of the little devil, he finally came to the center of the big mound. So big! It didn't take long for Lin Fei to come to the center of the big mound. He felt that it was very big inside. Aside from that, there were also mountains of bones. Some were dozens of feet long, while others were hundreds of feet long. They were all piled up densely. So many bones! Lin Fei glanced at it and knew that someone had used a great mystic art to collect the bones and piled them up here. Master, there are words here. Lin Yi shouted at Lin Fei from afar. When Lin Fei heard that there were no spell formations or restrictions inside, he relaxed. He walked over to Lin Yi's side and saw a stone stele in front of the skeleton. There were words on the stone tablet. Jianghu Divine Emperor? Perhaps it was a matter of time or the stone tablet, but Lin Fei saw a few bold and forceful words left on the stone tablet. This should have been erected by one of the 9 Shenhuang. Could it be the Shenhuang behind the Jianghu school? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and unconsciously contacted the Jianghu school. In the worst-case scenario, they should be the subordinates of Emperor Jianghu. They died in battle under this starry sky and were buried together. Lin Fei quickly came to a conclusion. Lin Fei did not pay much attention to these matters. Divinity was the most important thing. After spending 500,000 divinity, he couldn't return empty-handed. Lin Fei asked Lin Yi to look for it while he began to look for it himself. Master, you actually don't need to look for the divinity. They have all been collected and placed on the altar in the center of the skeleton, as well as the broken divine artifacts. The little devil interrupted Lin Fei's thoughts of looking for it. Why didn't you say so earlier? There was indeed an altar in the center of the skeleton. This altar was very big. When he saw the altar, Lin Fei couldn't help but squint his eyes and exclaim, so many divinity. Jianghu Divine Emperor finally did a good deed for once. There were a lot of divinity piled up on the altar. In addition, there were also the divine artifacts that the little devil mentioned. Most of them were damaged. After a long time, they had long become scrap metal and had no value. Of course, if he looked carefully, there were still some that could be used, and their power was also quite good. The current Lin Fei didn't care about these little things. Divinity was the biggest help. Master, these divinity should have been deliberately left behind. Maybe it was left for Jianghu sect. Lin Yi suddenly interjected, this time they are doomed to be disappointed. Lin Fei laughed. It doesn't matter whether he left it for Jianghu sect or not. Now it's all mine. Using 500,000 divinity to break the formation restriction was not in vain. There are at least millions of divinity here. The pile of bones was so densely packed that it was uncountable. The number of divinity was indeed a lot. Although there was a formation restriction on the altar, it couldn't stop the little devil. On the premise that he paid 300,000 divinity, Lin Fei had no choice but to agree. After using 800,000 divinity, Lin Fei stood in front of the altar and put away all the divinity. The system also calculated the number of divinity in the shortest time possible. 23 million divinity. When Lin Fei saw the number, he couldn't help but feel excited. There were millions of divinity in a big mound. Lin Yi found many big mounds outside. Didn't it mean that he could also harvest tens of millions of divinity? Awesome! If it weren't for the little devil, Lin Fei would probably only be able to widen his eyes and not be able to carry anything. The divinity was collected. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony and accepted all the broken divinity divine artifacts. After converting them, he could at least exchange them for some divine power. It's a pity that there are no medicinal pills or divine stones. Lin Fei looted everything on the altar, leaving behind a pile of bones. Master, these gods' bones can also be recycled because their bones are God's bones. Although the quality is very ordinary, they also condensed countless divine power. The little devil reminded. Lin Fei slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten about this? I'll take it. Lin Fei wasn't an ordinary god. Divine power was like plain water, there was never a need to be afraid of too much. It could be said that the more divine power, the better. The original 3,000 trillion divinity was consumed in one go, and only about 2,000 trillion divinity was left. Lin Fei urgently needed to replenish his divinity. Master, if you are willing to pay 100,000 divinity, I can rearrange this place again. No one will be able to recognize it. After coming out, the little devil laughed mischievously. That's possible. Lin Fei had just harvested more than 8 million divinity. If he used 100,000 divinity to repair it, even if the righteous sect really came, they wouldn't be able to find any traces. Now, Lin Fei didn't want all his secrets to be exposed. Alright, 100,000 divinity it is. The little devil spent some more effort to repair the gap in the formation. No matter how Lin Fei looked at it, the result was the same. Master, if the righteous sect and the others come and enter, they will definitely be dumbfounded. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. That scene was particularly interesting just thinking about it. That's a must. If they don't want to deal with me, I'll make it hard for them. After gaining something from the first big mound, Lin Fei began to dig the grave. At this time, as long as it was a big mound, in Lin Fei's eyes, it was a sparkling treasure house. With the little devil in charge, no matter what formation restrictions there were, they could be broken. The premise was that there was divinity to pay. Compared to the harvest in the big mound, the divinity to break the formation restrictions became less important. 3 million divinity. 73 million divinity. 15 million divinity. Every time a big mound went in, Lin Fei would have a satisfactory harvest. At the same time, he also found that every big mound had a stone tablet erected, with different names. Some were Righteous Divine Emperor, some were Creation Divine Emperor, and some were Dark Demon Divine Emperor, and so on. In this way, Lin Fei was even more certain that these big mounds were made by the divine emperors. Now, it was Lin Fei who took advantage of it. The number of big mounds also exceeded Lin Fei's imagination. When there were 100, Lin Fei plundered 600 million divinity. In other words, there were more than 600 million heavenly gods participating in the battle on this battlefield. Only the divine realm could come up with such a huge number. Lin Fei was quite shocked. Back then, in order to deal with the primal chaos divine emperor, the 8 divine emperors probably put in a lot of capital and put so many heavenly gods on the battlefield. Perhaps, these heavenly god powerhouses were actually cannon fodder on the battlefield. Although Lin Fei sighed, he could not wait for more divinity. Apart from here in the tomb of the god of sin, it was not an easy task to find so many divinity again. The number of big mounds was far more than 100. And this was just the beginning. 200, 300, 400, 500. The number of big mounds was also gradually increasing, and it was not as close as before. And the number of heavenly god powerhouses participating in the battle had reached 3 or 4 billion. The number of divinity in Lin Fei's hands had reached more than 3 billion divinity. This was a huge number. Lin Fei was beaming. Not only did he collect a large number of divinity, but his divine power had also rushed from 2,000 trillion to more than 3,000 trillion, a full increase of 1,000 trillion. After the 600th big mound. On the battlefield, there was almost no big mound. Lin Fei also went from the periphery of the tomb of the god of Sin battlefield to the center of the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. As Lin Fei searched along the way, he saw all kinds of great path waste on the battlefield, turning into phantoms, constantly moving. Master, be careful, these are the divine thoughts left by God King powerhouses. Lin had just warned. Not far away, a phantom with a blurry face seemed to have sensed someone and blasted a punch across the air. The powerful killing intent instantly locked on the two of them. Lin Fei's face darkened, and Lin quickly made a move, also blasted out a punch. Master, run! The blurry phantom blasted out a punch, and the nearby wandering phantoms instantly attacked. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 40 God King powerhouses, attacking the two of them. Boom, boom, boom. Under the terrifying attack, Lin Fei immediately activated the invincible defense, and he also shot out, retreating out of this central area. The sky full of attacks blasted on his body. Lin Fei's blood and chi surged, and he finally escaped the central area and returned to a safe place. The pursuing God King powerhouses seemed to be restricted, unable to chase out. After stopping for a while, they began to swim again. Lin Fei patted his chest. Lin Yi, didn't you say that they were formed from divine thoughts? This strength is too terrifying. At this time, Lin Yi was not feeling well either. The supreme-grade heavenly god battle robe on his body had long been broken, and he kept coughing up blood. His injuries were not light, but not to a very serious extent. Chapter 1808. Dangerous. Really dangerous. 30 to 40 god kings attacking, just the thought of it made one's scalp tingle. Lin Fei activated invincible defense and still felt a terrifying killing intent. If not for the system's invincible defense, he would definitely be blasted into pieces. So scary. Being locked on by thousands of heavenly gods, Lin Fei did not feel this kind of fear. God kings were god kings. Luckily, they seem to be restricted to a certain extent and can't come over. As a 6-star god king, Lin Yi also felt great pressure. If they really come over, we really have to run. Lin Fei stared at those wandering god kings and could not help but frown. Was the war back then so terrifying? Lin Fei couldn't help but be alarmed. Almost 3.4 billion heavenly god powerhouses had participated in the battle, and now there were god king powerhouses. He even suspected that in the depths of the divine tomb, there might be hierarch-level super powerhouses who had fallen. This place is really scary. Lin Yi also had a rare solemn expression. I think we should not go in. In this area, the number of wandering god kings will definitely be a terrifying number. Once we go in, we will be surrounded, and it will not be easy to come out. Lin Fei had plundered more than 3 billion godheads and swept all the things in the periphery. It could be considered a rewarding return. Leaving now would also be a fruitful harvest. But Lin Fei's adventurous spirit told him that the harvest in the depths of the god's tomb would definitely be more bountiful. This thought constantly reminded Lin Fei. Should I risk it? Although 3 billion godheads was a lot, it was really not much for Lin Fei. Just modifying the battle fortress would use 1 billion godheads, and the remaining godheads were used for leveling up his clone. It was completely not enough. After all, his clone was only at the 4-star heavenly god realm, far from the 9-star heavenly god realm. More importantly, this was a bottomless pit. If I barge in with invincible defense activated, I don't know if I can withstand it. Lin Fei pondered. Invincible defense was still very powerful. However, if there were a lot of divine kings and they kept attacking, The consumption of invincibility point would be a terrifying number. Lin Fei himself was going to suck in a breath of cold air. After all, invincible defense relied on invincible points, and the stronger the attacker, the more invincible points needed to be blocked. 10 Divine Kings were still okay, 30 or 40 were still acceptable, but once it reached hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands, then the consumption. Even though Lin Fei had harvested a large amount of divine deity, he still couldn't withstand this terrifying consumption. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't be willing to use this method. Master, do you want to capture all these God Kings? The little devil laughed and stood on Lin Fei's shoulder. Lin Fei suddenly slapped his forehead. How could he forget about the little devil? This black-hearted guy seemed to have a way to deal with him as long as there was a divine spark. What's the price? Lin Fei asked directly. It's not expensive at all. Capturing a God King only costs 500,000 Godheads, it's nothing to master. Moreover, after the system refines the captured God King, it can be used to refine weapons of mass destruction. God King Exploding Bead, not only can it be refined by a God King, you can also obtain a God King Grade Godhead. A God King Grade Godhead is much stronger than an ordinary Heavenly God Realm Godhead. The little devil tempted. Lin Fei knew that the little devil was very black-hearted, and he didn't know where he learned it from. However, the little devil's words were still very attractive to him. Of course, about 500,000 divine deity for a divine king, Lin Fei had long chosen to ignore it. Is the effect really that good? Moreover, could it be that one divine king level divine deity is worth 500,000 divine deity? Lin Fei had some doubts. Master, when have I ever lied to anyone? The little devil harumphed. You'll feel great in a while. First, this God King Exploding Bead compresses your divine sense into a bead. When you encounter a strong enemy, just throw it out. If you throw 10 beads at an ordinary God King, it's guaranteed to heavily injure them. 20 beads is enough to kill them. As for ordinary heavenly gods, you can kill as many as you come. It can be said to be an invincible killing weapon. It's all thanks to Master's good luck that you could find so many raw materials here. Lin Fei was really tempted by the little devil's words. Although he was a one-star God King and could easily deal with heavenly gods, if he really encountered a God King level powerhouse, especially a powerful one, it would definitely not be good. If he had a large number of God King Exploding Beads, dealing with a God King would be much easier. Isn't it just 500,000 divine deities? I'll pay for it. Lin Fei quickly made up his mind. Get rid of these wandering God Kings. No matter why they stayed here, they were now raw materials for the system. At this time, Lin Fei hoped that there would be as many God Kings as possible. When the time came, if a God King made him unhappy, he could throw a bunch of God King Exploding Beads at them. Go in and lure some God Kings over. I've already made arrangements here. The little devil had a way to deal with God Kings. Lin Fei still had to lure some God Kings back. Fortunately, Lin Yi was here. Everyone went in different directions to lure the wandering God Kings. The battlefield was uneven. Lin Fei released a bit of energy and the wandering God Kings charged over. Between heaven and earth, energy constantly fluctuated. Hence, a hilarious scene appeared on the battlefield. The person in front was flying while the 100 God Kings behind controlled the Great Tao to attack the person in front. All sorts of Great Tao attributes bombarded Lin Fei's body. Freezing, slowing, petrification, and many other things appeared. Fortunately, Lin Fei activated his invincible defense. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he was killed. Only he could persist in such a place and successfully lure the God Kings over. They're here. Lin Fei entered the array formation and finally heaved a sigh of relief. On the other side, Lin Yi also attracted over 30 God Kings, but he was also unbearably tired. More than 100 God King powerhouses barged into the array formation. The terrifying aura made one's heart palpitate. Seal! The moment the God Kings charged in, the little devil activated the array formation and temporarily sealed the God Kings. The powerful effect of the system was also displayed. It swept away all the God Kings at the scene. Lin Fei blinked. So fast. The little devil stretched out her hand. 150 god kings, a total of 75 million god sparks. What about the god sparks? The little devil pointed to a few nearby regions. Their god sparks are scattered around. Later, I will help you collect them one by one. Now, your mission is to lure the god kings in this region over. Since you are my master, I can delay collecting the god sparks. Lin Fei felt much better. Lin Yi, continue working. Chapter 1809. On the way to the Divine Tomb. The 8 sects were heading towards the Divine Tomb at their fastest speed. This time, the 8 sects went to the tomb of the god of sin in private. They did not do it in a mighty way, but in secret. Not only that, they also brought the young masters of their sects, all of whom were top-notch geniuses. The 8 sects were located in different territories. Thus, some were fast, some were slow, forming a ladder. Soon, the 8 sects all met up. Everyone was clear about the purpose of this trip, so there was nothing to hide. Otherwise, the 8 sects wouldn't have suppressed the 7 overlords. Even though they would fight amongst themselves, the 8 god emperors were still allies. If they met an enemy, they would immediately form an alliance to deal with the enemy. The people of the 8 sects soon met on a warship. I heard that the 7 overlords are here too. Should we teach them a lesson? Zhong Emoshan said sinisterly. Whenever the 7 overlords were mentioned, he would think of Di Tian, that bastard. The Thousand Goblins sect had always been on good terms with the Mystic Demon sect, and this generation's sect master, Jianghu, said in a low voice, "Who are the 7 overlords? Apart from us, no one else has the right to possess the things in the godly tomb. We must teach the 7 overlords a lesson. The 7 overlords are definitely ahead of us. They won't be able to pass through the outer fragments so easily. When the time comes, if there's a chance, it's best if we kill them in the divine tomb." Gong Tian Level said with a stern face. They didn't like the 7 overlords. This time, they were told to bring people to the divine tomb. Even though the news was kept secret, and the 7 overlords might find out about it. I also agree to take action against the 7 overlords. Divine Heaven Palace's Cyan Fern added. Not only do we teach the 7 overlords a lesson, but also those fellows from the strongest clans who want to fish in troubled waters. Immortal Emperor Gates Huang Wuji said coldly. I've already received news that a few of the strongest clans are preparing to enter the divine tomb. Maybe they've been provoked by something. Since 5 sect chiefs had spoken, the remaining Righteous Gate, Fortune Gate, and Profound Saint Gate would not refuse. Whether it was the 7 overlords or those arrogant fellows from the strongest clans, they should teach them a lesson. Do you guys think that bastard Di Tian will go? Zhong Moshan suddenly said. Will you go? No one was sure. Mentioning this person made them very uncomfortable. Recently, Di Tian was in the limelight the most, overshadowing the 8 great sects and the 7 hegemons, causing them to grit their teeth in anger. I actually hope that Di Tian will go to the God of Sin's tomb. Once he goes there, even if he brings senior brother there, he won't be able to leave the God of Sin's tomb. Doesn't everyone think that this is a good opportunity? Gong Tianhao laughed. Everyone present wanted to kill Di Tian on the spot. This guy destroyed the existing structure and caused them to be criticized by the Oracle. This was no less than giving them a super big slap in the face. You're right. If Di Tian doesn't go, it won't be easy to kill him outside. I also hope that Di Tian will go to the god's tomb now. Meanwhile, on the road to the god's tomb, other than the 7 overlords, there was another group of people who appeared on the road. They were also black warships, and there were more than a dozen of them. On one of the warships, Tian Yitzi asked curiously, Brother Long, the big shots above you are really angry? They even sent you a message? Long Liefen's injuries had mostly recovered, but he was no longer in high spirits. Being chased out of the position of Dragon God was a huge blow to him. His injuries had mostly recovered, and Long Liefen wanted to kill his way back to the Dragon God domain to teach his 9th brother a lesson. In the end, he resisted the urge. That Di Tian came and went like a shadow. Long Liefen couldn't guarantee that Di Tian didn't leave his senior brother behind. If he did, he would be sending himself to his death. At this time, Long Liefen received the news from above. He was wild with joy and decided to give up on dealing with his ninth brother for now. He had to go to the god's tomb. Yes, he is indeed angry, and he is very angry. Long Liefin said coldly. That ninth brother of mine might not know it yet, but even if he becomes the dragon god, the key to communicating with the upper realms is still in my hands. In the end, all his efforts will be for naught. I've already received news that the powerhouses above will help me reclaim the dragon god weave. We have to congratulate Brother Long. Brother Long, this is a blessing in disguise. If things go well, you might even break through to the God King realm. We're all envious. The three of them weren't surprised. Long Liefin had been the dragon god for too long. Even if the 9 dragon kings took the dragon god's position, they still looked down on him. Actually, you guys will also benefit greatly from going there. Long Liefin was still very proud. I heard that the 8 great sects and the 7 overlords are all going. There are big shots above who are going to make a move. We will all benefit this time. If we can teach the 8 great sects a lesson in secret, perhaps the upper realms will be even happier. The strongest races all receive the news from above. Therefore, they rush to the god tomb at the first opportunity, hoping to reap some benefits there. Hee, the 8 great sects, isn't it because of that Tion's appearance? Sky Fox's eyes flickered. The 8 great sects are afraid that someone will ruin the big picture, so they asked for help from above to deal with Tion. However, Tion is probably going to be out of luck. If the 8 great sects receive resources and experts from the upper realms, Tion's good days will come to an end. Brother Long's revenge might not even need you to do it yourself. The experts of the 8 great sects will take care of it. Tion is a bastard. Barbarian Bull said unhappily. I also want to see how Tion will be hunted down by the experts of the 8 great sects. If Tion also received the news and went to the god tomb, it will be even more interesting. Lin Fei didn't know that he had caused such a huge uproar. Finally, this area is cleaned up. Lin Fei spent quite a bit of time to attract all the god kings in this area over. He wouldn't know if he didn't do it, but after doing it he found out that there were more than 10,000 god kings wandering in this area, and they were all taken away by Little Devil. More than 10,000 god kings, it's indeed a lot. Lin Yi's divine body was also riddled with injuries, but it didn't affect his performance. More than 10,000 god kings. Just thinking about it was terrifying. With 3 to 4 billion heaven god experts participating, and more than 10,000 god king experts, Lin Fei was no longer surprised. If he didn't guess wrong, there should be at least 1 million god king experts here. The battle that year was so tragic. Lin Fei admired the primal chaos god emperor even more. It was worth so many god emperors to take action, and they even opened up a battlefield. Master, the refinement is done. Little Devil appeared again. With a wave of his hand, a black bead flew out. Lin Fei frowned. He could feel the terrifying aura contained in the black bead. It was like a heavy bomb, and as long as it was triggered slightly, it would definitely shatter a person's body. This was Lin Fei's first time seeing such a terrifying thing. How is it? Can you feel it? Little Devil said. It's unique in the world. Lin Fei criticized in his heart. Of course it's a good thing. 1 God King explosion bead required 500,000 godheads. More than 10,000 God Kings used up more than 500 million godheads. I have to try it first. Although Lin Fei wanted to test the power of the God King explosion bead, he was prepared to search for God King level godheads first. Under the guidance of the little fiend, they found the skeleton of a God King, as well as a God King level godhead, in this area. There were more than 10,000 God King level godheads. Take a look first and see how many Heaven God level godheads a God King level godhead can be exchanged for. Little Devil said again. Lin Fei opened the system and found that summoning a God King expert required 10 million godheads. Now, there was an additional notification, only 100 God King level godheads. F*CK, 1 God King level godhead is equivalent to 100,000 ordinary godheads? Little Devil shook his head. No, you're wrong. This is the exchange rate to summon a God King expert. If you want to exchange for ordinary godheads, One God King level godhead can be exchanged for 800,000 godheads. Lin Fei didn't know what to say. I'm not earning. Although he knew that little devil wouldn't cheat him, Lin Fei was still quite shocked. After deducting 500,000 godheads, he could still obtain 300,000 godheads. This was really robbery. Hee, you're my master, why would I cheat you? Little devil chuckled. Master, a God King is here. Not far away, 13 God Kings rushed over. Perhaps they were wandering outside the area and coincidentally saw Lin Fei. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Good, I was just worried about not having a place to test the power of the God King explosion bead. After getting the God King explosion bead, Lin Fei knew how to use it. He immediately activated the bead and threw it towards them. Boom! The God King explosion bead exploded in front of them like a heavy bomb. A black force swept out, and Lin Fei, who was not far away, was also sent flying by the aftermath. It's really killing me. Lin Fei was prepared, but he still couldn't block it in time. Looking into the distance, the 13 God King's phantoms were all tattered as if they were going to shatter at any time. Too fierce, if there's another one, they're dead for sure. Lin Fei didn't doubt it at all. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a black mass appeared on the horizon, heading straight for where they were. Not good, we've caused too much commotion and attracted a large number of God King experts. There are at least 10,000 of them. Master, let's run. Lin Yi suddenly looked, and he was in a bad mood. Chapter 1810. The commotion caused by a God King's detonation of a God King's detonation pearl was extraordinarily large. Once the terrifying energy exploded, it attracted countless God King powerhouses to chase after it. Lin Fei finally managed to shake off the God King's pursuit, and he became excited. No matter what, he had to clean up all these God Kings this time, preferably not leaving a single one behind. A single God King rank godhead could be exchanged for 300,000 ordinary godheads. 1,000 God King rank godheads could be exchanged for 30 million ordinary godheads. If it were ordinary godheads this time, Lin Fei would have earned more than 300 million godheads. Lin Fei excitedly started his money-making business. The area was huge. It was not difficult for Lin Fei. In the next few days, Lin Fei did the same thing tirelessly. Attracting monsters. Or attracting monsters. Wrong, it should be attracting God Kings. For the entire day, Lin Fei was happy. Nothing happy. The number of godheads Lin Fei had also increased rapidly. If it were ordinary godheads, it broke through the 10 billion mark, then 20 billion godheads, and this number continued to rise. The terrifying destructive weapon God King's detonation pearl was also increasing continuously, from 10,000 at the beginning, to 100,000, and then to 300,000. Lin Fei could really be called rich and overbearing now. After a few days, the huge area started to become quiet. Not a single wandering God King appeared. It's finally done, I'm so tired. After the last batch of God Kings was collected, Lin Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Attracting God Kings every day, he was almost bored, but for the sake of God Kings, everything was worth it. Originally, there were estimated to be 1 million God Kings on the battlefield, but in the end, there were not 1 million God Kings. Altogether, there were only 730,000 God King powerhouses. This was also a terrifying number. It was easy to advance to Celestial God Realm, but to advance from 9 stars Celestial God Realm to God King Realm was not so easy. Among 100 million 9 stars Celestial Gods, only 20 to 30,000 could break through. With 730,000 Divine King powerhouses taking part in the battle, this was not some small number. Lin Fei didn't think too much about it. Although he had collected 730,000 God King rank godheads in one go, he had consumed a huge amount of godheads. Not only had he used up all the godheads he had on hand, but he had also exchanged for a portion of the godheads. These were not what Lin Fei valued. The 730,000 godly Monarch exploding pearls that he valued the most definitely possessed a terrifying destructive power. Lin Fei had no doubt that if a divine venerable expert were to throw out 100,000 of these beads, they would definitely be able to kill the enemy. High-level ultimate gods might be a problem, but low-level ultimate gods should be easy to deal with. I really want to know if there's anything good down there. It was very disappointing. Lin Fei didn't see any divine venerables in this area, so he couldn't help feeling puzzled. Could it be that the divine venerables didn't intervene in the battle back then? Lin Fei moved across the battlefield and arrived at the center of the divine mausoleum. The tyrannical and terrifying aura of the great Tao continued to wreak havoc. Lin Fei could easily withstand it. Don't forget that he had the invincible defense to protect himself. He arrived at the center of the divine mausoleum without any danger. It can't be, there's really nothing good? Lin Fei carefully searched with his divine sense, but in the end he still found nothing. He was quite shocked. He had obtained so many good things before, so he always wanted to get more. Lin Fei would definitely be disappointed if he didn't find anything. Master, there seems to be some fluctuation in front of you. Lin Yi suddenly said in a deep voice. Lin Fei was disappointed, but he did not look ahead. After looking through such a large area, he did not find anything. That meant he did not find anything. Let's go take a look. The two flew all the way until they were 100,000 miles away. After arriving, Lin Fei was stunned by the scene in front of him. In the dusky sky, a huge whirlpool appeared. This whirlpool spun non-stop, forming a terrifying whirlpool around it. Back off, back off. The two of them rapidly retreated. What the hell is this? Lin Fei had never seen such a vortex before. If I'm not wrong, this should be a spatial channel. And outside this vortex, there are layers of seals placed by someone, said Lin Yi gravely. For a black vortex to appear in the sky above this vast land was truly surprising. A spatial channel? The divine mausoleum also has one? I wonder where it leads. Lin Fei didn't go up. He was just curious where this channel led. Young man, this channel is called the Channel of the Gods. Without any warning, a heavy voice came from the vortex. Who is it? Lin Fei was startled. He was currently a one-star god king, but he didn't know someone was here. Lin Yi took out his saber and unleashed his saber arts. Countless reflections shot out. He definitely wouldn't allow anyone to harm his master. Young man, don't be so hot-tempered. The saber light automatically melted in front of Lin Fei. A young man in white clothes walked out of the huge vortex. His white clothes were very dazzling in this dark place. It's you. Lin Fei recognized the person at a glance. You're the chaotic divine emperor. Lin Fei really didn't expect to see the chaotic divine emperor here. Ever since this guy broke out of the seal, there was no news of him in the territory. It was as if he had never appeared, except for that one time in the Dark Night Galaxy. The white-robed young man said indifferently, I didn't think that there would still be someone who remembers my name. I also remember you. You're the little fellow from the Divine Mountain. I didn't think that you would break through to the Divine King realm in such a short time. You're really not simple. Lin Fei couldn't figure out what this guy was doing. I'm very honored to be remembered by a big shot like you. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Take your time, I won't disturb you. Just now, Lin Fei wanted to let the system determine the opponent's combat strength to come up with a conclusion. This person was at least an ultimate god and was a high-level ultimate god. The speed at which he recovered his strength was extraordinary. Lin Fei planned to leave first. He had to leave this place first. After all, he had already gained something. Young man, aren't you curious about why there's a vortex here and why I'm here? The young man in white clothes still looked indifferent, but there was a sense of being in control of the whole situation. To be honest, Lin Fei was also a gossipy person. The important thing was that the person in front of him was too strong. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would take a little longer at most. Lin Fei was really worried. Senior Chaotic Divine Emperor, you don't have to say this. That's a secret between the big shots. I'm just a small character. What right do I have to know? Lin Fei said, last time, that sect leader almost made me suffer. I think it's better to forget about it. Lin Fei still remembered clearly how he was chased down by a sect master. Chapter 1811. Lin Fei was indeed very daring. When he first saw Hong Yi Hun Dun, the top-notch technique of extracting time and space had been of great help to Lin Fei. Now that it was mentioned, he felt a little uncomfortable. Lin Fei was not someone who would admit defeat easily. Even if it was a god emperor before him, Lin Fei would not be truly afraid. Although Lin Fei did not have many tricks up his sleeves, he had invincible defense and hundreds of thousands of God King exploding pearls. As long as they all swarmed him, he would be able to fight for a chance to escape. The white-robed youth's words undoubtedly provoked Lin Fei. Lin Fei laughed coldly. "Senior Hun Dun, I respect you as a senior, but if you want to kill me, come and try. Even the sect leader couldn't kill me back then, and you still can't. Don't think that I'll be afraid of you just because you're a God Emperor expert." If these words were to be heard by the higher-ups, everyone would probably think that this person had a mental problem. In the entire immortal realm, who would dare to say such things to a God Emperor? That was simply asking for death. Lin Fei was such a person. The white-robed Hun Dun was not angry. He was still very calm. Good. Young man, you have a fiery temper. Not bad, not bad. If it were me back then, I would have killed you with one sword. However, 1,000,000 chaotic years have passed, and my temper has faded. Naturally, I won't kill you. On the contrary, I have great benefits for you. Lin Fei was already prepared. As long as the white-robed Hun Dun dared to attack, he would dare to retaliate. What God Emperor? At most, he would just fight. Who is afraid of who? Unexpectedly, the white-robed Hun Dun said such words, and even said that he had great benefits for him. Lin Fei even wondered if he had heard wrongly. "How can I believe you? Are you serious?" Lin Fei said, "Back then, when the 8 sects besieged your great metropolis world, I was the one who gave the order. Primordial Chaos City sent 9 stars celestial gods to help you get through it. The primordial chaos is actually my bloodline. Do you believe me now?" The white-robed Hun Dun laughed. Lin Fei did owe him a favor for this. He did not expect this to be an order from the Chaos Deity Emperor. If it hadn't been for the 9 stars celestial gods, the great metropolis world might have been razed to the ground. His wife and daughter might have been captured as well. Lin Fei was a person who could clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred. Although he was very suspicious of white-robed Chaos's intentions, he would still return the favor. "Tell me, I'm listening," Lin Fei said straightforwardly. The white-clothed Chaos really admired the young man in front of him. Not everyone could survive the attack of the sect leader, even though the sect leader's virtual image was only at the peak of 9 stars God King. In this world, it was very easy for him to kill anyone, and it was rare for a young man to do it. Not long after, seeing this young man again, the white-clothed primal Chaos was even more shocked. No one knew better than him the dangers inside and outside the tomb of the god of sin. The young man in front of him had broken through the blockade of hundreds of thousands of God King experts, so white-robed primal Chaos had to think highly of him. "There's no need to rush this matter," the white-clothed primal Chaos said, looking at the whirlpool not far away. The passage of the gods was opened by the 8 great god emperors. They sent a large number of heaven gods and god kings to start a war in the lower world. My subordinates suffered heavy casualties, and in the end, I was also sealed in the lower world. After that, they sealed the passage of the gods. However, not long after, the passage of the gods will open again, and when that time comes, the 8 great god emperors will send god kings down again. Lin Fei suddenly realized that this was the meaning of the passage of the gods. What does this have to do with me? Although this was what Lin Fei said, he was thinking about what benefits the passage of the gods would bring him. "I see that you have plundered godheads and god king level godheads. Although I don't know what use you have for these things, they are the least worth mentioning. If you can guard the passage of the gods and force them to be unable to leave the god's tomb, I will prepare 100 billion godheads for you." The white-clothed primal Chaos said. 100 billion godheads shocked Lin Fei quite a bit. Even though he had collected 730,000 god king level godheads, he had used more than 30 billion ordinary godheads, so he only had about 20 billion godheads on hand now. 100 billion godheads? If it was anyone else, Lin Fei definitely wouldn't believe it. The white-clothed primal Chaos was one of the 9 great god emperors. Even if he wasn't one now, he was still a super expert. Senior, you think too highly of me. I would love 100 billion godheads, but that's all I have. How can I guard the passage of the gods? Once their army arrives, I will have to leave with my tail between my legs. Lin Fei shook his head helplessly. The little devil's voice rang in Lin Fei's mind. Master, you have to get these 100 billion godheads. It's impossible for you to collect so many in this world. With 100 billion godheads, your battle fortress will be able to break through to the level of a divine weapon. It will be able to undergo a deeper transformation. With 1 or 2 billion godheads, your battle fortress will be extremely powerful, and your 18 doppelgangers will be able to advance to the 9 stars celestial realm. Lin Fei wasn't worried that the little devil would find out if he spoke. Please don't tempt me anymore. Lin Fei didn't know what to do with the little devil. He really couldn't find any reason to retort. The number of godheads in this world was limited. It was already good enough to have a battlefield in the divine graveyard. As for the resources of the major forces, they probably wouldn't have a lot. Maybe a few billion godheads would be the limit. 100 billion godheads. Lin Fei was really tempted. Actually, you don't have to refuse so early. The white-clothed primal chaos was still calm. You know your strength. The passage of the gods isn't as scary as you think. As long as you can get rid of the people here, the passage of the gods will need to be activated by the 8 great god emperors. At most, a few dozen people will be sent. Wait. Lin Fei interrupted the white-clothed primal chaos. You said a few dozen people at a time? How did they get here in the past? That's what I want to say too. They need to set up a huge formation here. With the help of the formation, they can strengthen the passage of the gods. Only then can they kill a large number of people. You're a smart person. You should know what I mean. Lin Fei wasn't stupid. He knew that the passage of the gods needed to stabilize the passage of the gods with a formation to transport a large number of experts. Otherwise, only a few dozen people would be transported at a time. Lin Fei was really confident that he could kill the people who came. Oh no. Lin Fei shook his head. Don't talk about a few dozen people. Even if a few god kings come down, I won't feel good. You should find someone else for this kind of thing. As long as you guard the passage for a month and don't let them stabilize the formation, I believe you can do it. I will also pay you 100 billion godheads in one go. The white-clothed primal chaos laughed. Chapter 1812. Asking for a sky-high price. Lin Fei couldn't miss out on such a huge piece of meat. He had to get it no matter what. If he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. As for him being schemed against, Lin Fei naturally had his own thoughts. He didn't think that the white-robed Hun Dun would be so kind as to introduce such a good thing to him. He wasn't a big shot. So the question was, why would the white-robed Hun Dun give him benefits? It definitely involved something. As for what it was, he didn't want to know. What Lin Fei wanted to do now was to get more godheads. Yes, it's just that simple. Impossible. The white-robed Hun Dun wasn't angry. 200 billion godheads isn't a small amount. 100 billion godheads is the limit. Not increasing the price? Lin Fei really didn't want to agree. He said awkwardly, you want me to guard the passage of gods. 100 billion godheads is definitely not enough. Although I have some abilities, what if a few hierarch-level experts come down? Won't I die in seconds? I don't want to live enough. I can't help you with this. He turned and prepared to leave. If you don't give me enough, I'll leave. The white-robed Hun Dun was still very calm. His temperament wasn't ordinary. Young man, you are the first person who dares to speak to me like this. No one can reject my good intentions. You are the same. Lin Fei stopped and smiled. Hee, you're angry and ready to attack me. Attack me then. I'm not that easy to bully. Now that Lin Fei was confident and the Hun Dun in front of him was a super expert, there was nothing to worry about. Eat 100 of my, no, 1,000 God King exploding pearls. Lin Fei was also a ruthless person. Since you dare to threaten me, I'll teach you a lesson. Without thinking, Lin Fei threw out 1,000 God King exploding pearls. These terrifying pearls had different levels of power. When they were thrown out, a terrifying aura swept towards the Hun Dun. Boom boom boom. 1,000 God King exploding pearls exploded at the same time, not giving anyone a chance. Lin Fei also activated his invincible defense and thought to himself, "You're crazy, I'll let you have a taste of something good first." The white-robed Chaos was a God Emperor expert, and he was also interested in the young man's ability, so he wanted to recruit him as his subordinate. It was not easy to meet such a figure in the mortal world. The current white-clothed Chaos was no longer the divine emperor of the past. His combat strength had not recovered to the divine emperor realm and was only at the ultimate god realm. However, in this realm, he could only unleash the combat strength of a 9 stars divine king. He could not unleash the strength of an ultimate god expert. That was also the reason why the white-clothed Chaos did not attack. Even if an expert was suppressed, he still had the mentality of an expert. Even though he did not know why the other party was collecting godhoods, the white-robed primal Chaos was not interested in finding out. After all, everyone had their own little secrets. That was why he was willing to take out 100 billion godhoods. However, he did not expect that this young man was not someone who was easy to deal with. As soon as the white-robed primal Chaos threatened him, he made his move. 1,000 celestial king exploding pearls exploded at the same time, and a terrifying power engulfed him. This bastard! The moment he was submerged, the white-robed primal Chaos could not help but curse loudly. Bastard, shameless! How could he sneak attack? Did he have to be so thick-skinned? 1,000 celestial king exploding pearls. I wonder if that guy is injured or not. Lin Fei thought to himself. Who cares if he is injured or not? I'll escape first. Lin Fei was ready to escape. Primal Chaos brat, do you really think that I can't do anything to you? Suddenly, a cold snort was heard. The white-robed primal Chaos appeared in a sorry state. He grabbed with one hand and time stopped. Lin Fei was already prepared. A divine emperor is indeed a divine emperor. He is really strong. 10,000 celestial king exploding pearls were thrown over. The terrifying power crushed time and engulfed the white-robed primal Chaos once again. Fortunately, I'm prepared. Lin Fei did not care how many celestial king exploding pearls he used. If he dared to attack, he would make the primal Chaos Emperor suffer no matter the price. He was not someone who could be bullied by anyone, not even a divine emperor. Master, I just analyzed that this primal Chaos Emperor seems to be suppressing his strength. Little Devil shouted. His combat power does not dare to break through to the hierarch realm. Quickly use the celestial king exploding pearls to kill this bastard. Lin Fei blinked. Are you sure he is suppressing his strength? That's good news indeed. If he fought alone, he was definitely not a match for the divine emperor in front of him. However, if he suppressed his strength, it would be a different story. Wasn't he a hierarch? Everything could be discussed. I guarantee that I am not mistaken. Little Devil said. His strength is suppressed to the 9 stars peak divine king realm. Lin Fei laughed. Good, good, good. The white-robed primal Chaos was attacked again, which made him very angry. Damn bastard, how could this guy have such a destructive attack? In the distance of the great whirlpool, the white-robed primal Chaos appeared in a sorry state. He looked uncertain and full of doubts. Again! As soon as the white-robed primal Chaos appeared, Lin Fei used the celestial king exploding pearls again. Yes, another 10,000 pearls, a full-range attack. Senior, don't be in such a hurry to dodge. Aren't you very powerful? Come and kill me quickly. I am afraid of death the most. You can kill me with just a light palm. The white-robed primal Chaos, who was dodging, was so angry that he almost bled. This guy is too shameless. If my strength was not limited in this world, you would not be so arrogant. The white-robed primal Chaos cursed in his heart. This guy's destruction pearls are really terrifying. If this continues, the situation will be very bad for me. No wonder he could make the sect leader helpless. This guy is quite capable, but he is too petty. The white-robed primal Chaos was, after all, a divine emperor. He was not a stubborn person. Young man, you don't have to do anything. It was just a test. Now you have passed. The white-robed primal chaos appeared again with a calm look on his face. As long as you guard the passage of gods for a month, I can give you 130 billion godheads. Lin Fei curled his lips. This guy was really thick-skinned. He was going to attack me, but he still said it in such a dignified way. A big shot was really a big shot. So it was a test. Lin Fei said seriously. Then I have wronged you. I thought you wanted to capture me. Senior, you should have said so earlier. Then I wouldn't have wasted the God King exploding pearls. Lin Fei did not want to fall out with him so quickly. The white-robed primal chaos was very unhappy with this guy. He also admired him. There were not many people who dared to attack him, especially the younger generation. Guarding the passage of gods is not a small matter. That is why I tested you. Now it seems that you are completely capable of guarding it. The white-robed primal chaos laughed. 130 billion godhoods is still too little. Lin Fei shook his head. I still want 200 billion godheads. Otherwise, I will leave. After all, those god kings are not ordinary people. This guy was really insatiable. The white-robed primal chaos lacked a powerful helper. This guy in front of him was very suitable. Just these god king exploding pearls were enough to make those guys suffer. Chapter 1813. Finally, the deal was done. Lin Fei finally bit off a big piece of fat meat. 200 billion godhoods. The white-clothed chaos also played a trick and made a heavenly oath to guard the passage of heavens for a month. There was no need to mention the consequences of breaking the oath. Happy cooperation. Lin Fei was in a good mood after the deal was done. At the very least, he would be living a good life now. No matter how angry the white-clothed chaos was, it would be of no use, especially when Lin Fei found out that the white-clothed chaos had suppressed his strength to the level of a 9-star divine king. The deal was done. The oath was made. The white-clothed chaos threw out a storage ring. The space inside was huge and it was filled with the godhoods of ordinary gods. Lin Fei was not picky about godhoods. 200 billion godhoods fell into Lin Fei's hands. Lin Fei was overjoyed. With so many godhoods, he could do great things. I'll leave guarding the passage of gods to you. The white-clothed chaos threw out the storage ring. He did not care about the godhoods. Only the people below would treat them as treasures. Now that there was someone guarding the passage of gods, he heaved a sigh of relief. Since I took the money, I'll guard the passage of gods. Lin Fei said straightforwardly. I'll be in the god's tomb for a month. I'm trustworthy. After all, I made a heavenly oath. I don't want to be killed by the heavens. The white-clothed chaos did not say anything else. He turned around and left swiftly. He has already left the god's tomb. Little Devil's voice could be heard. Lin Fei did not use his divine sense to search. Instead, he let Little Devil keep an eye on him. The white-clothed chaos was still very dangerous. It's good that he left. Lin Fei was relieved. That guy is very scheming. I don't know what he's planning. For the sake of 200 billion godhoods, I still have to risk it. Moreover, if I don't stand guard in the future, when the God King experts of the 8 sects descend, there's no guarantee that they won't find trouble with me. I'm just dealing with them in advance. Master, you don't have to worry. As long as the white-robed chaos is still in this world, his strength should be limited. He can't do anything to you. When you go up there, it's hard to say who's afraid of who. The Little Devil said disdainfully. He's also like a clay bodhisattva crossing the river now. He can't even protect himself. Lin Fei did not continue talking about the white-robe chaos with the Little Devil. Right, let's find a place to do some preparatory work first. The white-clothed chaos had indeed left the tomb of the god of sin. On an uninhabited planet, the white-robed chaos stood with his hands behind his back. The space behind him squirmed, and a dozen black-clothed men appeared, standing quietly behind him. How's it going? The white-robed chaos asked calmly. In reply to my lord, we've found all the places without missing a single one. There's a total of 72 places. It's just that every place has a big formation set up. We brothers can't break the formation restrictions. Please forgive us, my lord. The white-robed Hun Dun waved his hand and said, You're all my people. You're not good at breaking arrays, so I won't blame you. Once you've found the 72 places, we can start the next step. I just hope that the little guy can really hold on for a month. The black-clothed men behind him dispersed and disappeared without a trace. The white-robed chaos also stepped forward and looked at the endless starry sky. The corner of his mouth curled up, and a trace of a cold smile flashed across. Haven't you been looking for me? I'll do as you wish. You want to dominate the 108 gods' sons and seize the destiny. I won't. The voice became lower and lower. With the little devil's analysis, Lin Fei found a good place. He opened up a simple cave abode underground and set up a formation restriction. With 200 billion godhoods in hand, Lin Fei immediately got busy. He would guard the passage of the gods for a month. According to the white-robed chaos, the passage of the gods would open in a few days. Before they arrived, Lin Fei had to increase his strength. In order to guard the passage of the gods, Lin Fei didn't dare to relax. I'll modify the battle fort first. This was Lin Fei's trump card. He might not be able to deal with a god king, but this time he had obtained 200 billion godhoods. Lin Fei had the capital to modify the battle fort. Especially in such a big situation, if the battle fort could perform well, it would definitely make things easier for Lin Fei. 1 billion godhoods. Lin Fei didn't really care about it. With 200 billion godheads in his hands, Lin Fei could keep the God King grade godheads he had. In his opinion, exchanging them for ordinary godheads was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It wasn't worth it at all. Master, if you want the modification done in the shortest time possible, you only need 1 billion godhoods. The little devil became greedy again. I only need 2 hours. At normal speed it would take 10 days. Lin Fei waved his hand. Isn't it just 2 billion godhoods? Okay. I like a generous master. The first modification of the battle fort began. Within 2 hours, Lin Fei lost the ability to modify the battle fort. Lin Fei was looking forward to it. With 2 billion godhoods, the battle fort would definitely be stronger than before. However, this wasn't enough. The god kings that came down were not easy to deal with. Lin Fei was prepared to turn the battle fort into the strongest weapon of war. After 2 hours, the first modification was completed. Ding. Battle fort modification successful. Lin Fei came to the ground and released the battle fort. The moment the huge thing appeared, his eyes lit up. The battle fort didn't look any different from before. The only difference was that the lines were smoother and the black exterior was flashing with black light. Lin Fei instantly took control of the battle fort. The little devil also appeared by Lin Fei's side and explained, Master, the battle fort now has a rank 1 battle strength. The materials on the outside have also been strengthened. It can withstand the attack of a 2-star god king, and the limit is a 3-star god king. It can easily destroy any battleship with a 1-star battle strength, or even a god king expert. The battle fort's attack strength has also been strengthened. Some useless functions have been switched off. Now, the battle fort has 108 cannons and can fire 3-star god king attacks. Lin Fei still underestimated the battle fort's power after the modification. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with this simple modification. Its defense and attack strength had increased. It wasn't as weak as before. However, this wasn't enough for Lin Fei. Rank 1 fighting strength isn't enough. I need to continue the modification. Lin Fei was satisfied. He wasn't satisfied with using it to guard the passage of the gods. This time, he might have to face 9-star god kings. Chapter 1815. We're here. The 7 overlords were the first to arrive at the periphery of the god's tomb. With the battle fortress, they could reach any place in the shortest time possible. It was not a secret that the 8 sects were going to the god's tomb secretly. Everyone had connections above them, so the secret was no longer a secret. Everyone knew the purpose of the 8 sects coming to the tomb of the god of sin this time. The 7 overlords did not want to be left behind, so they followed them to communicate with the upper world. It was not only for their own benefit, but also for the sake of targeting the 8 sections. Everyone be careful, the periphery of the god's tomb is full of star fragments. Sun Luo Overlord reminded everyone, it's best if we move together, in case someone finds a chance to attack us one by one. The 7 overlords were still very united against outsiders. The god's tomb was famous for being dangerous. The 7 overlords rarely worked together and entered the periphery of the god's tomb in a formation. 3 days later, the people of the strongest race also arrived. Long Liefin and the others were the first to arrive. Someone came early. Sky Fox squinted and looked for a while. It should be the 7 overlords. Fortunately, we set off early, so we are not too far behind. Long Liefin had only been to the god's tomb a few times. After all, this place was too dangerous. The 7 overlords coming early might not be of any use. Long Liefin said disapprovingly, "The tombs in the god's tomb are all protected by formations. Don't even think about breaking them. Let's go in first." The 8 sects were the slowest. They arrived at the periphery of the god's tomb, and after some investigation, they entered the periphery. The 8 sects had a strong foundation, and with the guidance of others, the seemingly dangerous star fragments did not affect them too much. The occasional collision of the star fragments did not have a bad effect. They arrived at the periphery of the god's tomb very quickly. The warships of the 8 sects entered the god's tomb one after another, and saw the battlefield full of killing intent. Zhong Mozhan was the first to fly out and land on the warship. He looked into the distance and took out a map, his eyes flashing. Lord Messenger said that the red marks on the map all have treasures and godheads left by Lord. With those treasures and godheads, the sects can cultivate a batch of heavenly god experts in the shortest time possible, and the sect's strength can also increase in the shortest time possible. The other people on the warship were also very excited. The people who could be brought were all talented disciples in the sect, and they vaguely knew the benefits of this trip. As Zhong Mozhan gave the order to head in a certain direction, the disciples on the warship were extremely excited. The 7 overlords were the first to find large mounds of earth. This should be the graveyard of the experts of the great battle. Sinluo Overlord was very excited. "I just discovered that there are more than a dozen of them here. If we count them all, there should be at least a few hundred of them. The benefits beneath the mounds are going to be ours." The Frigid Een Overlord said excitedly, his gaze never leaving the mounds. The rest of the overlords were just as excited. They all knew that there was something good under the mound. For example, the divine spark. For example, treasures. Even if it was damaged, its power would still be quite good. Why don't we all work together? No matter what it is, we'll split it into 7 portions. What do you think? The overlord of the Sea Suppression Overlord suggested. Everyone agreed. They didn't think that they could break through these big mounds by themselves. Cooperation was a must. The 7 overlords also threw caution to the wind. Break the formation. The 7 of them worked together, and in addition to the subordinates they brought, there were more than 1,000 experts, and they attacked the big mound. One of the overlords knew how to break the formation and determine the location of the formation core. Everyone attacked with all their might. After attacking for half a day, the formation restriction was broken. The 7 overlords excitedly rushed in to check. No one was willing to fall behind. But when they entered, they were all dumbfounded. It was empty. There's nothing at all. How is this possible? Didn't they say that there was an expert who collected the skeletons together? Why can't I see a single skeleton? And where are the godheads and treasures? They worked so hard to come in, but they didn't find anything. It was very displeasing. If it wasn't for the fact that the formation restriction had no flaws, they would have suspected that someone had come in before them. After searching all over, they didn't find anything. Helpless, they could only leave this big mound and attack the next one. That big mound just now should be an empty mound, used to deceive people. Everyone agreed with this idea. As for the 8 great sects beating them to it, they didn't think that they could be faster than them. In the territory, the fastest ones were them, the 7 overlords. Everyone focused on attacking the second mound. It's still empty? Damn it. After breaking the second mound, they were stunned once more. It was empty again. Continue. The third one was empty. The fourth one was empty. The fifth one was empty. 100 mounds were broken in one. The result was the same. The 7 overlords wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Who was messing with them? Why was there nothing? They had never faced such a weird thing. The formation restriction was complete. There were no flaws at all. After all, this formation restriction came from the upper world. To break it, one had to destroy it completely. Unless one knew the steps to enter, it would be very hard to enter. After digging out 100 mounds, the 7 overlords were disappointed. They had no choice but to start again. They didn't believe that someone would play such a joke on them. The people from the 7 overlords have entered. Long Liefan and the rest also arrived at this region. The first thing they saw was the mound. But when they arrived, they realized that the mound had been broken and it was empty inside. We came a bit late, they took everything away. Tian Yitzi said, the 7 overlords are also very powerful. I wonder what expression the 8 great sects will have when they see their things taken away. Ha, that will be very interesting. Barbarian Bull laughed. There are also people from our Barbarian Bull clan in this mound. I wonder if they are still there. Divine Tomb was the #1 battlefield in the lower world. The strongest race also knew some secrets. They were very interested in the burial place of their clan's experts. If they found something good, they would be rich. Let's go look. These people sweeping the mound was destined to fail. Long Liefan and the rest also knew some secrets and started to search. With their strength, forcefully breaking through was still possible. But after they found the place and entered, they were dumbfounded. It was completely empty, there was nothing at all. Damn the 7 overlords, they must have stolen our Barbarian Bull clan's treasures. Barbarian Bull was furious. Let's look at the other places. After another round of searching, the result was still the same. The inside of the big mound was completely empty. Nothing had appeared. Chapter 1816. The 7 overlords busied themselves for a long time. In the end, they still found nothing. Every mound was empty. They could not accept this result. No matter how empty they were, there should be some skeletons, right? But the skeletons had disappeared. The skeletons of God Realm experts would not disappear with time. Especially when they were placed together, they could be preserved for a long time. No matter how the 7 overlords thought, they could not come up with a reliable guess. As for the possibility that someone had gotten here before them, they did not even think about it, because it was impossible. The 7 overlords had to gather their subordinates to break the formation. No matter how powerful others were, they would not be able to break the formation. Where did the items go? It became a mystery. After the 7 overlords discussed, they decided to break the formation. They still had the advantage of time. As they broke the formation, Long Liefan and the rest followed them. With such a huge commotion, not a fool would have noticed them. It's really them. Barbarian Bull suppressed his anger. His hatred for the 7 overlords deepened. Only they had the ability to attack the formation with thousands of people at the same time. We have really underestimated the 7 overlords. To think that they would be one step ahead of us, and have taken so many treasures. Long Liefan's face darkened. He was not in a good mood either, because the dragon race's godheads had disappeared. Although they had guessed it, seeing the 7 overlords rush into a mound and come out in a short while, they knew that the items had been taken away. Although he did not know what was under the mound, it was at least a divine artifact. Even if it was a damaged God King level treasure, its might was still extremely terrifying. The few of them discussed and decided to listen to Skyfox. They would catch the 7 overlords off guard. Before that, they had to contact the other strongest races. With Skyfox's plan, they naturally would not let the 7 overlords have a good time. After some communication, they contacted the other strongest races. They were about to arrive at the Divine Graveyard battlefield. After waiting for a while, they arrived. After hearing Skyfox's words, the big shots of the strongest races were furious. They swore to teach the 7 overlords a lesson. In other words, they were ready to fight back. They were the leaders of more than 10 of the strongest races. Taking advantage of the fact that the 7 overlords had entered a huge mound, they charged out from all directions, catching the people guarding outside by surprise. In the blink of an eye, the people brought by the 7 overlords suffered heavy casualties. Those from the strongest races believed in the words of the Heavenly Fox. The place where their ancestors were buried was also empty. How could they stand it? The people of the strongest race were already very powerful, and the giants were even more powerful. The 7 overlords came to their senses. More than half of the people outside had died, and their killing intent soared to the sky. They destroyed the restrictive spell formation and charged out from below. How dare you, the strongest race, ambush us in the dark? You're courting death. Seeing that 60% of his people had died, the Feng Luo overlord's eyes turned bloodshot. Summoning his battle fort, he unleashed a destructive beam of light. It was the same for the other overlords. With the appearance of the 7 battle fortresses, both sides began to suffer casualties. After all, the battle fortresses were not easy to deal with. Soon, the two sides reached a stalemate. You 7 overlords have plundered so many treasures, but you've even wiped out the place where our ancestors were buried. You have to give us an explanation. The big shots criticized the 7 overlords for being shameless and taking everything they could get away with it. The 7 overlords were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Damn it, you're accusing us wrongly. We've spent so much time and manpower, but we still haven't gotten anything. Explanation? Why should we give you an explanation? The 7 overlords were infuriated as well. The major characters of their territories replied coldly before activating the battle fortresses again. They're fighting. Master, they're fighting. In the center of the god's tomb, Little Evil Demon shouted excitedly. Lin Fei sat cross-legged with his 18 clones standing behind him. The clones' auras were constantly changing. What's fighting? After obtaining 200 billion godhoods, Lin Fei had been busy. He didn't have much free time until now. The 7 overlords and the strongest race. Little Evil Demon giggled. Should I zoom in on the image? Lin Fei was also curious. Why would the strongest race fight against the 7 overlords? As the image zoomed in, a screen appeared in front of Lin Fei. On the screen, the strongest race and the 7 overlords were fighting. That place had also become a battlefield. They're really fighting. Lin Fei soon saw a familiar person, Long Liefen. I didn't expect this guy to come as well. Lin Fei smiled. Last time, you ran away. Let's see where you can run to this time. After watching for a while, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Little Evil Demon, this is all you're doing. Lin Fei understood what was going on. It turned out that the strongest tribe believed that the 7 overlords had plundered all of their treasures, forcing them to hand over the treasures. The 7 overlords were unable to defend themselves and would not lower their heads. Thus, the strongest tribe mistakenly believed that the 7 overlords had taken the treasures. Isn't this good? Little Evil Demon laughed evilly. At least someone got scammed. Wait, they're here too. They're not slow at all. The image on the screen changed. A majestic fleet of battleships appeared outside. On every battleship, the sect flags were fluttering. The people from the 8 major sects had arrived. The 7 overlords are going to be in trouble. The 8 major sects arrived one after another. The first thing they did was to search for the treasures in their respective sects' territories. However, it didn't take long for them to discover that all of the mounds had already been opened. The spell formations and restrictive spells had also been broken. One mound after another was opened. The people from the 8 major sects had ugly expressions. This was something that belonged to the 8 major sections. Who would dare to snatch it? The moment the battle aura came from afar, they immediately sensed it. They brought their people and rushed over. With a glance, they saw the leaders of the strongest race attacking the 7 overlords. 8 sect leaders, your things have been plundered by the 7 overlords. The moment the people from the 8 major sects appeared, Sky Fox shouted at them. The things were taken away by the 7 overlords? When they rushed over, they understood each other. The big mounds of their respective sects were empty. The formations were also broken. This time, the 8 sect leaders were furious. The mission given by the higher-ups was destroyed just like that? In the eyes of the god envoys, wouldn't they become useless? Thinking about it, they felt uncomfortable. Don't listen to their nonsense. We, the 7 overlords, would never do such a thing. An overlord replied. Chapter 1817. It had to be said that the 8 sects had come at the right time. This trip to the godly tomb, The 8 sects all had the same goal. They had received instructions from the higher-ups and had a map to safely enter the godly tomb to take what belonged to their sections. When they arrived at the godly tomb battlefield, they were dumbfounded. The things that originally belonged to them were gone. Even the stupidest person would understand what was going on. The Sky Fox's words were undoubtedly a blow to their heads. Our things were taken by the 7 overlords? The 8 sect leaders were instantly angry. They had a bad impression of the 7 overlords, but the 8 sects still had a good relationship with the 7 overlords. Just as they were doubting, the Sky Fox spoke again. Ladies and gentlemen, when our strongest race arrived, the item was already gone. Furthermore, the 7 overlords were still trying to break the formation. I saw it with my own eyes. Everyone should know the character of the Heavenly Fox Z. His words had a great effect. It was definitely the 7 overlords who had taken the things before them. The strongest race did not need to use this reason to slander others, because they did not care to do so. The 7 overlords were all cursing in their hearts. Damn you, Sky Fox, you're forcing us to our deaths. Bastard, what a bastard! The 7 overlords naturally had to explain. The strongest race alone was already giving them a lot of pressure. Moreover, the 8 sect leaders were also present. If they interfered, they would be the ones to suffer a crushing defeat. Listen to our explanation. We really didn't take the things here. Sinluo Overlord said with a gloomy face. His hands did not stop moving, on guard against the 8 sect leaders. Explanations were useless. The 8 sect leaders had long wanted to deal with the 7 overlords. No matter why the strongest race would attack the 7 overlords, they now had the chance to do so, and it was justifiable. You didn't take it. If you want us to believe you, then stop. Let us search your storage rings. Zhong Moshan said sternly. Search? Of course, the 7 overlords were unwilling. With their status, if the 8 sect leaders really searched their storage rings, they would not be able to continue being overlords. Perhaps there would be no more overlords in the future. You want to search us? Do you think we're fools? Myriad Dao Overlord sneered. He activated the battle fortress and shot out destructive light beams to kill them. Once Myriad Dao Overlord moved, the other overlords also moved, activating the battle fortress to the limit. Their subordinates were also kept inside. In the air, the 7 battle fortresses kept shooting destructive light beams. The 8 sect leaders were completely enraged. If they don't let us search, then they must have a guilty conscience. They must have taken the things away. Apart from this reason, they can't think of any other reason. Everyone attack. The 8 sect leaders weren't pushovers either. They also took out their treasures to counterattack. With the interference of the 8 great sects masters, the two sides were initially in a stalemate. The 7 overlords were immediately at a disadvantage and started to retreat. The 8 great sect masters are really powerful. Every sect master has a low-grade God King weapon that can be used for a long time. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up. It's just that my strength hasn't reached the God King realm, so I can't use the power of a low-grade God King weapon. Lin Fei was enjoying the battle outside. The 8 sect leaders were very strong. With the divine weapons in their hands, they forced the 7 overlords to retreat. If not for the defense of the battle fortress being like a tortoise shell, they would not be able to last until now. They are retreating. This was the first time Lin Fei had seen the 8 sect masters working together to deal with the 7 overlords. The power that they possessed was indeed very terrifying. Lin Fei felt a burst of pride in his heart. Fight, fight. I've already taken everything. After the 7 overlords were at a disadvantage, they started to break out of the encirclement. The power of the battle fortress was displayed. After a fierce attack, the 7 battle fortresses flew in different directions, forcefully breaking out of the encirclement. The 8 sect leaders also left terrifying marks on their war weapons. This was the limit of what the 8 sect leaders could do. It was impossible to make them stay. After all, the battle fortress was famous for being the fastest in the territory. After the 7 overlords escaped, only the 8 great sects and the strongest races were left on the battlefield. After exchanging greetings, they left as if nothing had happened. Little devil, Just keep an eye on the 8 great sects. Lin Fei felt that it was not enough. No matter what, he had to fight a big battle. The departure of the 7 overlords made him feel slightly regretful. However, he was not in a hurry. After giving the little devil some instructions, he went back to work. In any case, within a month, Lin Fei had to guard the passageway of the gods. He had time to fight them. For now, it was better to do what he had to do. The little devil promised that she would inform Lin Fei immediately when the passageway of the gods opened. The 7 overlords retreated in defeat. The 8 sect leaders searched for the big mounds that belonged to their sections. In the end, after busying himself for a while, he did not gain anything at all. Furthermore, he bore a grudge against the 7 overlords. Those bunch of bastards, sweeping everything clean. With the appearance of the strongest race, the 8 sect leaders did not seem to be affected, but in reality, they were on guard against them. Since the big mounds did not gain anything, they could only move forward helplessly. However, when they entered the next battlefield, the 8 sects who had been on guard could not help but have doubts. There were no heavenly gods formed from resentment. They understood the dangers of the divine graveyard battlefield. In the past, they had come here secretly, but why was the situation different from before? Could it be the work of the god's messenger? Once the conclusion came out, everyone thought that it was very possible. Other than the god's messenger, who else could have gotten rid of these troubles? Along the way, they arrived at the central region and saw a huge black vortex. When the 8 sects saw the black vortex, they finally relaxed. Originally, they had to pay a huge price to reach here, and even use the treasures that the god's messenger had given them. They did not expect it to be so easy. The black vortex remained closed. After a discussion, the 8 sect leaders each took a position and waited for the passageway of the gods to open. At the same time, they sent out disciples to patrol the surroundings. If they found anything, they would be killed without mercy. In reality, they were targeting the 7 overlords and the strongest race. After waiting anxiously for 5 days, the black vortex finally showed signs of movement. Master, the passageway of the gods is about to open. The little devil hurriedly reminded Lin Fei the moment there was movement. It's so fast. Luckily, I'm ready. In the past 5 days, Lin Fei had been busy, and there was a hint of fatigue on his face. Fortunately, he had completed his wish. Not only did he modify the battle fortress several times, but he also upgraded the 18 primordial clones. The 200 billion godheads were almost used up, and he only had a few million godheads on hand. Boom! On the originally oppressive battlefield of the gods' graveyard, accompanied by the aura of soul trembling, the black vortex that had been closed all this time released a golden force. The divine light shone on the gods' graveyard. Chapter 1818. A terrifying aura swept across the entire gods' graveyard battlefield. On the gods' graveyard battlefield, be it the 8 major sects, the 7 overlords, or even the leaders of the strongest races, they were all filled with fear. This aura was like a life-threatening sword. With just a light slash, no one present would survive. This was truly terrifying divine power. Divine power was not to be blasphemed. Is this the true aura of a divine emperor? Lin Fei, who had been paying attention, also had a flash of fear on his face, but he quickly returned to normal. The divine power is indeed terrifying, and there seemed to be 8 of them working together. It should be the 8 divine emperors who broke through the passageway together. In order to open up the passageway, the 8 divine emperors really put in a lot of effort. Lin Fei touched his chin and guessed curiously. In the depths of a certain territory, the white-robed Hun Dun suddenly stopped and stood with his hands behind his back. He looked in one direction and smiled. Finally, it's open. The people beside him stopped as well. Lord, can that Tion really guard the passageway of the gods? The white-robed Hun Dun said calmly. He can. A strong force pierced through the huge black vortex. The divine light descended, and the chilly wind was swept away. The divine court kingdom appeared, and the long-lost battlefield welcomed life. All kinds of negative auras disappeared in an instant. Everything grew, and greenery appeared. At this moment, the gods' graveyard battlefield was no longer cold and gloomy. It was now full of vitality. Wherever the divine light passed, there was a huge difference. After the shock, the 8 major sects all bathed in the divine light. The injured divine realm experts recovered, and their faces were full of excitement. God's grace. Only God's grace could do this. The faces of the 8 major sects leaders also became extremely holy. The divine light fell on them, and it also made their long stagnant realms loosen a little. A hint of joy flashed in their eyes. They were not far from the divine king realm. The divine light didn't stop until it illuminated the entire god's graveyard battlefield. At this moment, the entire god's graveyard battlefield had changed. It was no longer the same as before. This divinity, I'm envious of it. Lin Fei tried his best to control his urge to attack. Last time, on the Divine Mountain, he had forcibly taken the divine power from the upper worlds. However, compared to this time, there was really nothing comparable. At this moment, Lin Fei dared to pat his chest on the battlefield of the god of Sin's mausoleum. All the territories could not compare to this place. Lin Fei really did not want to make a move at this time, so he did not activate the system to absorb the divinity. He had to wait a little longer. The tomb of the god of Sin battlefield is mine. The light of the divine light expanded to the entire battlefield of the tomb of the god of Sin. The shining divine light also benefited the people on the battlefield of the tomb of the god of Sin. The 7 overlords who were hiding also came out from different places and looked into the depths of the battlefield of the god of Sin's mausoleum with different expressions. The passageway of the gods is open. They were all thinking the same thing. If it wasn't for the recent news, they wouldn't have known about such a place. Damn it, the passageway of the gods is occupied by the 8 great sects. They will definitely guard the passageway of the gods and obtain the treasures bestowed by the upper realm. Beside the passage of the gods, the 8 great sect leaders had solemn expressions and became respectful at the same time. At this moment, they only had one thought in their minds, which was to welcome the arrival of the oracle. They could not be the slightest bit disrespectful. Not long after the passageway of the gods opened. With a rumble, a golden-armored deity strode out of the passageway of the gods. His entire body shone with jingguang, making it difficult to see his face for a moment. As soon as the golden-armored deity appeared, a terrifying aura enveloped the central region, but it was quickly restrained. Where is the righteous sect? The sect leader of the righteous sect, Zheng Haoren, looked excited as he strode forward. Disciple Zheng Haoren welcomes the oracle. The golden-armored deity was expressionless and his eyes were cold. With a wave of his hand, he swept Zheng Haoren up and flew not far away. The people of the righteous sect immediately chased after him. The golden-armored deity put Zheng Haoren down 1,000,000 miles away and waved his hand to release a batch of resources. Immediately build the door of the gods. Zheng Haoren was pleasantly surprised. He lowered his head and said, I will do it immediately. The first to come out was the oracle of the righteous sect. Following that, the oracle of the righteous sect came out one by one. Every sect had a golden-armored deity. They brought their people to the 1,000,000-mile radius of the passageway of the gods and built the door of the gods. The center of the passageway of the gods was immediately empty. Divine light continuously affected the battlefield of the god's tomb. The wandering divine light became incomparably dense. Finally, it turned into flying beasts that ran around the battlefield. Their battle prowess was relatively high. Building the door of the gods? Do they have nothing better to do? Lin Fei frowned. He was very curious. Why didn't a large number of people enter the passageway of the gods? Why did they build the door of the gods? Master, maybe those big shots are unable to send more people down. Lin said, the door of the gods should be a convenient method. Through them, communication from the bottom to the top will be much easier. Lin Fei suddenly understood. Lin Yi's words made sense. What you said makes sense. Lin Fei nodded. To be able to open this passageway, it must be the work of the 8 god emperors. Moreover, the divine light that is continuously released is probably to allow their talented disciples to quickly break through to the god king realm. They must have thought of a good method. The 8 sects built the Door of the Gods faster than Lin Fei expected. In less than a day, the Door of the Gods was completed. When Lin Fei saw the materials used to build the Door of the Gods, his eyes were exceptionally red. The materials used were actually godheads. Moreover, it was an extremely precious God-Emperor godhead. At the same time, it was paired with top-grade spirit stones. The cost wasn't ordinary. Extravagant, truly extravagant. That must be a God-Emperor godhead. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. The materials used to build the Door of the Gods were truly extravagant. One God-Emperor godhead and countless top-grade spirit stones were piled up together. This was also the reason why Lin Fei's eyes were red. At this time, Lin Fei didn't go out to fight for the God-Emperor godhead. Although the materials were good, he wouldn't make a move before he understood the situation. The 8 sects quickly finished building the Door of the Gods. The god envoys that came down earlier moved again. They took out a treasure and mounted it on the Door of the Gods, brazenly activating the Door of the Gods. The moment the Door of the Gods was activated, a powerful force from the passage of the gods was added to the Door of the Gods. The Door of the Gods pierced through the sky and opened a passage. The 8 Door of the Gods instantly connected with the passage of the gods. Incomparably dense divinity was also added to the 8 Door of the Gods. The originally piled up top-grade spirit stones were also used up in an instant. The Door of the Gods was completed. Welcome, God King. The god envoy that came down immediately greeted the Door of the Gods. Boom boom boom. Chapter 1819. Divine World. On Divine Court Mountain. The 8 god emperors worked together to blast open the layers of barriers in the lower realm and reopened the sealed passage. Vast amounts of divinity poured into the battlefield of the divine tomb in the lower realm. Standing on Divine Lightning Mountain and looking down, a huge vortex formed. Vast amounts of divinity poured in like a bottomless pit. The passage of the gods is open. We can send people down now. The 8 god emperors worked together, but they also consumed a lot of divine power. They looked very calm, but the god kings behind them were very excited. They were about to go down to the lower realm. Not everyone had the chance to go down to the lower realm to carry out a mission. Being able to go down and come back up was equivalent to making a great contribution. Their position in the sect would undoubtedly be promoted. If they were lucky, they might even be rewarded with a promotion to the hierarch realm and become a small giant in the divine world. The 8 god emperors didn't say much. The god kings behind them stepped into the opened Door of the Gods and went down to the lower realm. After the Door of the Gods opened, the first god king came down. The terrifying pressure was not weak at all, and it was frightening. A black-armored god king stood where the Jianghu sect was. The righteous energy behind him turned into a blazing sun. This was the powerful divine technique of the Jianghu sect, the righteous energy technique. The black-armored god king had a high realm. His expression was cold and arrogant. He ordered Jianghu, gather the genius disciples you selected together. How much they can advance will depend on their luck. Jianghu adjusted his state of mind and immediately gathered the genius disciples, bringing them to the divine emissary. The black-armored god king said lightly, "You are very lucky. Now enter this array and absorb as much divine power as you can. This emissary will take care of the rest for you." The disciples of the Jianghu sect were very excited. The opportunity to break through had come. The 8 major sects were almost the same. The black-armored god king set up a simple restriction array and arranged for everyone to enter. They stood with their hands behind their back, their sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. Boom, boom. They entered the array. The passage of the gods once again sent down thick divine power into the restriction array. In less than a moment, someone broke through and their aura soared. Damn, only a 9 stars god king came down? Lin Fei was very disappointed. Logically speaking, if the higher-ups forcefully opened the passageway, a large number of experts should have come down. Why was there only a single 9 stars god king? Master, our world is suppressed by the power of the heavenly way. Even a deity emperor can't easily send an expert down. Lin Yi analyzed. The reason why they bid for a 9 stars god king expert is to hold the fort. With a large amount of god energy, they can easily nurture many God King experts. In the time it took to say a few words, another person in the formation of the Jianghu school made a breakthrough. A huge divine altar appeared in the sky. He leaped onto it and stood on the divine altar. Divine power surged into him, and his aura broke through again, reaching the divine king realm in one go. At this moment, the grandmasters of the other sects had all broken through to the God King realm. Their auras didn't stop as they broke through once more. Whenever they couldn't hold on any longer, the 9 stars God King would take out a treasure to suppress the rampaging energy and break through to the next realm. Haha, I've advanced. I'm an 8-star celestial god. 9 stars celestial god. Near the passage of the gods. The people from the 8 major sects were all breaking through. The ones who benefited the most were the 8 sect leaders. They advanced from the heaven god realm to the God King realm. With a 9 stars God King expert guarding them, their strength increased even faster. 2 stars God King, 3 stars God King, it was like drinking water. Lin Fei looked at each other. What a big move. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Using the power of the divine world to give birth to a God King expert. This method was really not simple. It won't be long before the strength of the 8 major sects surpasses all the other forces in the territory. Even the 7 overlords and the strongest races might not be able to withstand the pressure of the 8 major sections. I'm afraid their expressions are going to be very interesting. Lin Fei still endured and didn't make a move. In his eyes, these God Kings were all moving treasures. He would let them be happy for a while longer. The area where the passage of the gods was located was filled with God energy. The commotion caused by the continuous breakthroughs was seen by the 7 overlords and the strongest races in the distance. Their expressions didn't look too good. This was especially the case for the 7 overlords. Even though they weren't together, they could tell that the grandmasters of the 8 major sects had all broken through to the God King realm. Not only that, their cultivation states were still rising non-stop. By the time they finally stopped, no matter how weak they would be at least 7 or 8-star God Kings, reaching a level where they could only look up to. This won't be good. It's all the fault of those fellows from the strongest races. Now it's great. The 8 sect leaders didn't treat us well in the past, suppressing us in all aspects. Now that they have broken through to the God King realm, our days are going to be tough. This is the reason why the higher-ups want to turn this place into a place of advancement. With the help of the God energy, as long as their talent isn't bad, it won't take long for the 8 major sects to produce a batch of God King experts. What should we do now? The 7 overlords were having a headache. They didn't know what to do. The 8 God Kings with powerful auras guarded the entrance like door guardians. Their sharp gazes made the 7 overlords' hair stand on end. Even if they had battle fortresses, they might not be a match for them. Other than running for their lives, they could only run for their lives. The people from the strongest races weren't having a good time either. Especially when they saw the genius disciples breaking through continuously, their expressions turned even worse. In a short period of time, the overall strength of the 8 major sects had increased by a large margin. This was just the beginning, and it didn't look like it was going to stop anytime soon. Kill their way in? They didn't dare to have such a thought. The 8 God Kings weren't weak. They didn't chase them away because they didn't take them seriously. Their backer in the upper world also didn't make a sound. The people from the strongest races didn't know whether to leave or stay. They were in a dilemma. More and more people broke through from the 8 major sections. Especially the genius disciples, who had good foundations. With the infusion of God energy and the protection of the treasures of 9 stars God Kings, it became easier for them to break through. One God King after another appeared in the passageway of the gods. Every sect had 7 to 8 God Kings of different realms. As long as they advanced to the God King realm, the Door of Gods would reward them with a God King grade divine artifact and a God King grade battle robe. With these 2 items, they would be invincible. These people who advanced to the God King realm first were all genius disciples of the sections. Among them, there were also some old opponents that Lin Fei was familiar with. Taoist Long, if you're willing to join the Demon Mystic sect, I can give you a position of worship. Chapter 1820. In just a few days, Within a few billion miles of the passageway of the gods, god palaces were built one after another. Yes, not immortal palaces, but god palaces. Every god palace contained unparalleled divine might. Once a ruler got close, he would be enveloped by the divine might. Even a heavenly god would not be able to gain any advantage. The 8 major sects built their own god palaces in different places. With the support of the majestic divine power, the disciples that were brought over broke through their current realm. The lowest realm was a 9 stars heavenly god. The talented disciples all advanced to God King realm. The 8 major sects had a great increase in strength. Not only did the disciples obtain great benefits, but the powerhouses of the sects also obtained great benefits. They all became God Kings. However, their foundations were limited. After breaking through to a certain realm, they could not break through anymore. They were very satisfied with this. God King realm plus God King grade treasures were enough to deter them. The strongest clans all left the center of the battlefield of the God of Tombs and absorbed divine power in the periphery. Among them, Long Liefan was a bachelor. He joined the demon mystic sect and became a minister. He also broke through the Divine King realm and reached the 6-star Divine King realm in a short time. He had great potential. The 7 overlords had disappeared without a trace. Master, when do you plan to take action? Little Devil urged. They have already nurtured a large number of 9 stars heavenly gods and God King realm experts. It is not a small number. After the 8 major sects had a great increase in strength, they had already sent people back to their sections. They were prepared to bring more disciples over to nurture their strength and expand their strength again. During these days, Lin Fei did not do anything. He just watched quietly. It is almost time to take action. Lin Fei stood straight and revealed a bright smile. Master can finally use his ultimate move. Little Devil cheered. Lin Fei had waited for so long. It was time to take action. Because of the news from the other side. Naturally, it was white-clothed Hun Dun. Without any notice, Lin Fei also decided to take action. Because the disciples of the 8 major sects had basically increased their realms. What was left was to stabilize their realms. This was also the best opportunity. Lin Fei was prepared to go out and collect the spoils of war. Yes, all the spoils of war. Lin Fei came out from the underground cave. The moment Lin Fei stood on it, the flowing divine power entered his body. Lin Fei felt so comfortable that he squinted his eyes. How comfortable! Lin Yi was also filled with fighting spirit. Master, the strongest God Kings of the 8 major sects are at the 9 stars God King realm. They might even be at the peak of the God King realm. Should we use a strategy or? Lin Fei waves his hand. What strategy are we using? Let's just kill our way up. 8-9 stars peak God Kings are just nice to use as test subjects. Lin Yi couldn't help but mourn for them. Master was definitely preparing to use the God King exploding pearl. Even now, when he saw that thing, his scalp still felt numb. The closer they got to the passage of the gods, the density of the divine power was beyond imagination. The disciples of the 8 sects also began to patrol the area, not allowing outsiders to enter. These disciples were originally proud and arrogant. Now that they had all advanced to the 9 stars heavenly god realm, if it wasn't for the fact that they were afraid that their divine bodies wouldn't be able to withstand it, they would have long charged to the God King realm. Since the 8 major sects had opened their god palaces here, naturally no one dared to come here. They were on guard against the strongest races as well as the 7 overlords. A few 9 stars heavenly gods patrolled together. Suddenly someone said, "Guess, will the 7 overlords still dare to come? They are old, they can't take it anymore. Battle fortresses can only threaten heavenly god experts. At our realm, as long as we block them, the threat won't be big. If they really come, this daddy will exchange pointers with them. Let's see who is stronger." A few young disciples said in high spirits. With their strength soaring, they really weren't afraid of those overlords. "You guys can't take it anymore." Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. A finger appeared in front of them and jabbed towards them. Before they could take out their treasures, the finger jabbed their bodies, and their tyrannical divine bodies were instantly torn into pieces. The few young people were instantly crushed into pieces by the finger, and a few divine sparks fell. Another big hand grabbed over, and the few divine sparks were caught in the other party's hand. Master, the strength of these guys is not stable. If they forcefully increase their realm, they won't be able to unleash their perfect strength. Lin Yi said disdainfully. He was the one who attacked just now. Lin Fei already looked down on heavenly god-level divine sparks. It would be strange if they could unleash their perfect strength. Lin Fei smiled and said, "The moment you attacked, they all sensed it. Just nice, it's time for a good show." When Lin Yi attacked, he didn't hide his divine king aura, and it was like a blazing sun in the darkness. It was hard for others not to know about it. Who attacked? A few figures flew out from the nearest god palace and went straight to the place where the commotion came from. The people who came were disciples of the demon mystic sect. All of them were 9 stars heavenly gods. Among them, the leader was a 2 stars divine king, and his face was full of arrogance. "So, it's the people of the demon mystic sect. It seems like your luck isn't too good." Lin Fei shook his head and stepped forward from the back. His true appearance also appeared in the eyes of the other party's 2 stars divine king. This demon mystic sect disciple recognized him at a glance, and immediately revealed a look of joy. He laughed and said, "You are Ditan, I know you." The sect master said that whoever can kill you will make a great contribution. This 2 stars divine king instantly attacked. He activated a treasure sword and slashed at Lin Fei. He was secretly proud that he could actually make a great contribution. This was a good thing that came knocking on his door. As for Tion's strength, this 2 stars divine king chose to ignore it. "Humph, you want to deal with master?" Lin Yi snorted coldly, raised his hand and slapped. With a loud bang, the ground shook, and the demon mystic sect disciples not far away were all annihilated. After all, Lin Yi was a 6 stars divine king powerhouse. The power of his palm was not something that a 2 stars divine king could resist. "Not good, Tion is here. Seen your brother died in battle. Too scary." Outside the demon mystic sect's divine palace, the sect disciples who had advanced were all shocked at this moment, looking at the 2 people coming from afar. They knew one of them. Tion. That scary Tion. They had seen with their own eyes that the sect master had suffered greatly in the hands of Tion. When Tion appeared in front of the demon mystic sect's divine palace, the other 7 sects sensed it immediately. "Tion, you will die here today." In the depths of the divine palace, a figure flashed, and a fierce aura pierced towards Tion. Former dragon god, long time no see. Long Liefen joined the demon mystic sect and was now a consecrate. When he learned that Tion